Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Really big fucking hole coming right up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's EU League. It's the finals. And we're all here together to celebrate. It's cold as hell outside, but still, we're heating it up here in the studio. That's the usual classic line that every host likes to use because competition is good. Hello, I'm Milosh, your host, and more for the show. With me on the analyst desk are three, count them, 1, 2, 3 fantastic people to join me for this weekend. Hello, Anne, how are you?
I'm doing very good. I love the atmosphere we have in the studio with the music and all the decorations and everything. I'm excited.
It's very festive. I can't wait for us to break everything. Tristan,
Very nice. It's very
hello,
pretty, isn't
see
it?
this.
Hello. Like
How are
you
you?
said, Milosh, but I think 4 fantastic people on the desk, no? 3 with you.
Flattery will
fantastic
get you
people,
nowhere,
2
Tristan.
fantastic analysts. Fresh.
And Fred.
Fresh, right, yeah. I knew that was coming. As soon as you set that up, I knew that was coming.
Well, Tristan, for those that don't know, by the way, Tristan is the coach, one of the coaching staff persons at Rogue. I think they have, 17 of them? So
The 3.
Just the 3? Cool, great. How are you?
And good. Good.
You're
Excited to be
champion?
here. It's nice for someone, from Rogue to know how to make an EUL finals. So hopefully setting a good example for the boys at home. But yeah, no, excited. Very excited to see what's going to happen. Some good teams on display, 3 of which battered us this stage. But yeah.
I mean, self-burns are always fun. I'm glad to hear them. And Jack,
Yes, Milosh, hello.
how are you?
I'm good. It's like a home away from home coming to Paris, isn't it? Like
I don't know, man. I'd
We've
rather
been
be
here
home,
all
but-
year. We get back yesterday. It's just like, I know where I am. I spend most of my time here. Very happy to be here. But it was I was expecting it to be warmer than the UK, Milosh, because the UK has been like -10 this week. And Paris was like -5 when we got here yesterday. So yeah, it's very cold, but I'm happy to be here.
We all hung out last night, had dinner together. It was good to, see the family, our own EU League family, and then Des that
Des
joined us
signed up, yeah.
later on. So tells you how it all works. Anyways, as dysfunctional as this may be, we still made it work. We're going to make it all work here at EUL Finals. So we have some topics to go through before we actually talk about the 4 teams that are competing, and of course the other teams that have not made it in here, and also the teams that have made it to SI, which is a great thing for Europe this year. We'll discuss that a bit later. There's been some patch notes, right? Some changes that affected the game, which I believe most of them are really, really good changes that have been added to the game. A lot of them they don't have anything to do with esports, but some of them do. So I want to start off with that. First, something that doesn't have to do with esports is our new map. We'll bring it up. We'll talk about Solus in a moment. We have our new map, Nighthaven Labs. People can go in and play it if you haven't yet. This is the time to try it. People have their different reviews, I guess, on the map. I don't know how to play the game, so that kind of just sets it in the middle. That's all you need to know. Try it out. It's new. It's fresh. It's the first time we've had a new map in forever, so good times. Technically, you can count the TDM map as a new map, but yeah, I know, it's a tough one. Anyways, that's our new map. For those that play also on console and exclusively watch esports, that's cool. Thank you. But you can, if let's say you moved on to PC later on, you can still migrate your account and now pull all of your accounts into one that just have all the skins. So the skins that you have from your console days in year 1, you can still use them on PC, even if you haven't played in ages on that console anymore, which is great. I'm very happy that they added that. The console community, even though they're not officially part of the esports ecosystem anymore, are an incredibly important thing for our game and for its longevity. So I'm very happy that updates that are that massive are happening between platforms. Moving on, though, to our first major topic here. It's our new operator, Solus, joins us in Team Rainbow. And I'm really asking here, how is she like? What's her kit? What are we trying to get out of Solus in casual play, but also in competitive play, Anne?
Yes, for very basic understanding, she's like a defensive IQ. That's how some people have been calling her. She has a gadget on her arm in augmented reality where she can see all the gadgets from attackers. So she can see when someone's about to breach, she can see a diffuser, she can see drones. She also sees knock. So I think it's a great counter against such a strong operator that we've been seeing in esports for a little while. So especially the one that counters the diffuser is something that I really like. We have those teams that attempt to sneak a plant in a different spot than the default spot and get away with it because they miss the C4, because they miss any smokes, anything coming up. But with the Solus, you can actually see, for example, from underneath where the diffuser is being planted.
I think we're expecting, or I'm expecting at least, I don't know if you've had any chance to play with her with Rogue, is Solus to just be insanely strong. I think she will become one of the top 3 power defenders alongside Azami and Valkyrie. I think the things that she can do in prep phase with drone hunting in particular, if you match Solus up with a good IGL who knows how an attack's going to come, you can go and hunt the drones, get rid of the information for the attackers, and understand how they're going to attack you before they've started to attack you. And that's an incredibly powerful thing.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, how fair do we want to be about how good we think Solus is going to be?
I think she's going to be
we have
borderline the best.
our own opinions in ranked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's really strong. I think she does a lot of things. I think there's a huge amount of ways that you could use her. There's also, if we talk specifically about her loadout, as you can see on the screen, you can also, if you don't want to run the P90, you can be that site player that makes rotates, that sets up, that has an SMG11. If you have a fantastic SMG11 player in your team, or you are one yourself, you might choose to do that, and then suddenly you might not need the impact, so you can also take even more information with your bulletproof. I think she gives you so many options that you didn't really have before. It's like Anne said, it's sort of an IQ, but also sort of a pulse in a way, as we've seen. Yeah, I'm excited to see how she plays out in comp.
She's a side grade to Mute, which is kind of already a side grade to to Bandit, but also a side grade to Pulse, but also a side grade to just in general denial of any sort of information that you have on defense. It's this combination, the flexibility that the operator offers. But there's also been some other changes that impact gameplay for everybody. ADS changes, especially. So, Tristan, do you have an idea or two or a thought or two about those changes?
Well, all I can tell you is that a couple of my players on Rogue, Spoit especially, not happy about being 1 speed when he's ADS. We know he likes flicking around and aiming, but I think it has divided opinion, to be honest. From where I am, because I'm not very good at movement, I'm quite happy being. Only
Slows the
being
game
1
down for a bit.
Slows it down for me. I'm not getting Ferrari swung in ranked, but I think, to be honest, from myself, I don't think I've noticed it that much. There's been times where we've had 1 speed ADS engagements. It still feels fast. The gunplay is still rapid. It's still fast. But I think it makes it more consistent going into a fight. I think you know what to expect when you're on a certain angle. I think overall it is a good thing to have.
It actually allows you to stand and hold angles, right? And actually know that you've probably got the control. If you're actually holding the angle, that somebody can't just Ferrari in whilst ADS and just get you off that angle. They've got to do it on ADS and then repeat it again. So it gives you time to adapt. But also in combination with that, we've got the speed changes of the operators that have coming in. We've seen, and I guess if you're going to say like an esports side, the Mute, the Sophia, the Aruni, all, dropping down to a 1 speed is I think that's going to have some profound effects on, some of those players and teams.
The speed changes to ops, but also general changes to operators. Kits being moved around a bit to kind of rebalance things. Always things that not everybody's gonna like. But you talked about the ADS changes. I mean, for Spoit specifically, that's like Kenny S and the op changes many years ago, like 7-8 years ago now. So sometimes you just have to move on from it.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, it's like they always say with Siege, you either adapt or be replaced by a Challenger League player. So you really have no choice but to learn and to adapt. And I think what I'm interested in with the ADS change is how that plays out on LAN, because we always hear it from players is when you hold angles on LAN, it feels a lot more rewarding. You don't have to swing things. You don't have to be the peaker. So yeah, I'm curious about the LAN aspect too.
So our bracket for this weekend looks like this. Actually, pretty simple. Not gonna lie. So we got 4 teams, 2 matches, best of 3s, then our grand final for the entire tournament. Also best of 3 series, but also a 4th match that is on tomorrow. It's the finals for Challenger League. I want to extend a big thank you to our CL talent that was here, and Gibson, Whippet, Demo, and Ollie and Janiro that were here casting and talking about all the games and the teams, because it was fantastic to watch, number one, and also them as new talent really in the scene, but also getting to see the talent of CL performing the way that they do. Really looking forward to the final tomorrow. Though, now we have to talk about the actual 4 teams that made it here into the tournament briefly. We'll go through the teams one by one. Wolves is up first, and Anne, could you kindly help us out with the team?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've had a little bit of a change regarding Wolves in regards to their organization as well coming into this year, but we should have a nice graphic to assist us and show us this story about the teams throughout this entire year and all the majors that they've attended and all the stages that they've participated in as well. Yeah, we'll have a story coming up with that as well very soon.
So what is it about the Wolves that sets them apart? Because a year ago, Wolves were kind of, hey, is this going to be the farm team of EU? But that changed rapidly in a year.
Yeah, I think the main key from this is that they made a few roster changes and they've been first in a few of the stages as well. Had some major performances too. That last major was actually pretty decent too. They got quite far into their bracket, got in towards the playoffs too. But as you can see, they started out as 3rd in the first stage, which obviously is used for a team that has had some roster changes. You need some time to gel. And then stage 2 and stage 3, they've just been first. They've been the best in EUL. They performed quite well at the Berlin Major and Jönköping, so it's a really good trend that I hope they can keep up.
All right.
Yeah, I think Wolves are probably the best team this year to not win an event so far.
And they've changed their status as well. They, like you say, last year they were the team that was the also-rans. They would finish 5th, 6th. Maybe they get a major, maybe they don't. They've now established themselves as a top team, even internationally. I know they're disappointed about the majors, but that's 2 quarterfinals of a major and being grouped. All majors this year, every single one. That's not a bad result for me.
I mean, how many teams can win a major? There's only 3 a year. But what can you really expect? You can't expect to win everything. You can't write it off as a complete failure. I know from Wolves' side there will be frustration. As a competitor, there should be frustration. But overall, I think they'll be happy. You can see as well, they didn't even attend SI 2022. So 100% this year, already a success that they will be attending SI 23. I think they're a strong, competitive and fun team.
And we also know, even if you win a major, that doesn't guarantee that you'll even be able to qualify to the next one. So, oh well. Moving on, though, to our next one, Heroic. Tristan.
Heroic, a team that myself had some drama with Rogue. There's a little bit of back and forth between the 2 teams, I'd say. But ultimately, a mutual respect. They're also a team that they've made quite a few changes this year and still managed to be consistent enough to make the top 4 in Europe, a region that's been incredibly competitive this year. And I think they are a strong team. What's going to be interesting to see is a change that I'm sure we'll speak about soon in terms of, again, another player. But yeah, they're a team that's very aggressive. They like to take a risk on young players, on rookies. Yeah, I think they're going to compete here. It's
another one where if you look at a year ago, this roster was new into EUL. It was their debut year into EUL. Then they had 2022 where it was we are in, now we want to be making the majors. They make 2 majors, they've made SI. I think they call that a successful year, despite the fact that they have or will have had 3 roster changes come the end of the year.
A successful year, though, for BDS, who won the latest major in Jönköping, but also didn't make it to Berlin. Maybe that was the time that they needed to relax. Seemed like they also got the right player for it, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, some people usually call it a roller coaster year, and I feel like BDS had a roller coaster year as well. Yeah, it literally went like that. I mean, they had some issues at the Invitational 2022, which we know about. They then went to qualify a 2nd in EUL in stage 1, which is an up again, yes, and then stage 2, it was 6. They didn't even qualify for the major. That was a massive disappointment for them. They made that roster change with Likefak in, exactly. Did really well in stage 3. And then, if you talk about the Jönköping major, that's the highest top of any roller coaster anyone could really go into. That is insane. I just hope there's no steep fall after it. Not continue with the roller coaster.
The higher they go, the better they fall. Anyways, moving on though from BDS, MNM finally Jack. So big surprise.
About a year ago, well, near enough a year ago, MNM qualified to EU League. Yep. Since then, fast forward 1 year, they've qualified for 2 invitationals because they qualified for 2022 as a CL team. They've then played all 3 stages, finished no lower than 5th, qualify for 2 majors. Sure, they got grouped at both of those majors. That is, and again, like you say, disappointment and frustrating. However, they have then qualified for next year's Invitational as well. When you look at that as a year, again, obviously all these teams are in the EU finals. You've got to look at that as a really successful year, because the only other comparison you could draw M&M with is TT9, who picked up a few of the rookies from Hellraisers, who obviously finished down the bottom of the table across every single stage. M&M being up there in 4th is a massive achievement for them.
I mean, between this and, their co-CEO getting married, or at least, asking for his lady's hand on stage Berlin, it's a pretty successful year for M&M. So now moving on to 6 Invitational. We're all talking about it. This year, I hope, is the EU year, because we've had 2 major wins. Now for SI, there are 6 teams that are coming from Europe, not even counting the 7th that will come out of the open qualifiers, or the, closed qualifiers in January. Our 6 teams are Wolves, Rogue, G2, BDS, M&M, and Heroic. Now, this is going to be more of a general topic for the next minute, so quick fire. Who do you see going far?
I would see BDS going far. I mean, they've had a really good performance in the last half of the year. Obviously, when you win a major, you become the team to beat as well. So that's something they will have to keep in mind too. I think for Wolves, obviously, it's also very motivating for them. They've had a good start of a year. They want to continue that. So I think those 2 teams on the left side.
Well, obviously, I would like to see Rogue go far. I'd like to hope they will make
Very
it far.
unbiased.
Honestly, I look at those 6 teams. I think, obviously, barring G2, which we can obviously say won't win 6 Invitational based on their current form.
Come on.
Yeah, everyone's
I've made him take.
But truly, I believe any of these teams could make it really far. It's the difference between, one map or a few rounds or a plant going wrong. I think
We're having a game at 10 a.m.
EU right now is incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. Yeah, you're right. A 10 a.m. game. M&M won't have to deal with that today, though, so they'll be happy.
Technically, it won't be 10 a.m. at EU time when they're playing in Montreal.
That's true. It's going to be an advantage for them. M&M might win it. You might have figured it out.
Anyway, moving You made a bet, which always turned out
Yeah.
great for you, Jack. So what is this about?
I've agreed if G2 will win that I'm getting my hair shaved in a set, and I think it was like a cat in a pineapple or something. It was one of my viewers has said, they sent me a picture and said, if G2 win this, will you get this shaved into your hair? And I said, yes. So I'm kind of hoping G2 don't win it. I think like Tristan said, EU is the strongest region. It's why we're sending the most teams. And I think even the team that we send from the open qualifiers, we could be sending a Team Secret, a Na'Vi, and Outsiders, or even a Makers again, will be strong and competitive. And we're going to have 7 of the 20 teams. So I'm liking our chances.
Whichever way you cut it, really, for the open quals, there'll be a really cool story from EU to come out of it. Love to see Secret, not just for the team, but also Twister. So comme ci, comme ça, as they say. But since we're all talking Invitational, we're wrapping up our pre-show, I want to mention to everybody again, if you haven't bought your ticket for the Invitational and really want to go, there's still some tickets available. So here's a place for you to buy them from. It's the official Ubisoft website for it. On the news updates for Rainbow Six, you'll find it. There'll be a link, I guess, that'll be showing up in the ticker below us, but also probably in Twitch chat, so look out for it. Buy your ticket, go in, because if you've never been to a Siege event, that's one thing. You should definitely change that. But if you've never been to an Invitational, it's more than esports. Esports is a massive part of it, of course, but this is a celebration of Rainbow Six as a game and as a community as a whole. So definitely worth your time to go and enjoy it. There's still tickets available if you would like to go with your friends, so you don't have to hang out on Discord anymore. You can just go to the pub after it and just, get some pizza, get a drink, and talk about how cool all of this is. SI is cool. We've all been to events at this point, right?
SI20 was obviously the last SI that was in Montreal. And that is probably, that week is probably the most fondest memories I have of Siege. But it's not just Siege, like I say, it's not just Siege, it's the community. It's not just the esports.
Yep.
Community, cosplayers, just everybody meeting up. Incredible.
I'm very happy for it. So, anyways, on that note, it is time for us to move on to the actual league final. So thank you very much, my friends. We'll be back to discuss our first matchup, Wolves versus M&M, in a moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Wolves versus MNM to kick off our first match. Very excited for this one here between the two teams that have had some pretty good success in 2022 for looking back and where they were in 21 into this fateful year for both of them. Career making. Wolves finally getting an org. That was awesome. MNM finding a lot of success despite being the underdogs that came out of CL. That's our main story for game number one. Best of 3 series, which if you're coming here and watching from the EUL studio, it's not the usual thing that you get to see, but hey, that's cool for us as well. Hello, Tristan. Hello, Fresh.
Hello.
It was so long without you, Mr. Losh.
What? Why? I mean, you could have made it to the major, but...
I was more thinking we were away from each other for a minute, but thank you, Milosh, for hurting me again.
Oh well.
It won't be the first time. He still mentions Chaos's relegation, and that was...
Oh yeah, but that was amazing though, wasn't it? I think we all enjoyed that.
Right,
That's true.
right.
Right. See, you opened your own Pandora's box. You're the one that brought him out here.
True.
There you go. Anyways, let's have a chat about our two teams, starting off with MNM. Can you tell us a thing or two about MNM?
British core to the team. A proper team.
Proper
a
team.
good, strong team. A team of rookies that have come through. They've been together. I believe they've been together now for the entire year, if not even longer. A team of friends as well. They always play with each other constantly. I don't know if you've been checking the ranked leaderboards as of lately, but Usus and Solotov have been absolutely going at it, so we're expecting them to both be on fire today. A team that's very strong. 5 great players in there, a great IGL with Nello, player with experience, a mixture of youth. An exciting team, Fresh.
They feel like, and MNM for me feel like it's a team that should have it all. That, especially with the way that the meta will go to play out, where they should have absolutely everything. 2 decent backline players, team, like you say, that's been together forever. They've got probably the best entry in the league in Solotov. I know, obviously you're going to say people from your team. Solotov is like an entry demon. And Tyrant's really stepped it up, especially in stage 3 in the major. He stepped it up in terms of his engagements. And then Usus, I think Usus has got that little bit of stardust as a player that you need. Is like he plays that kind of lurk opportunity spot, but then when you need him to make a round happen, he makes it happen. In theory, they've got everything. They've just not been able to put it together on the best stage yet.
So that's what we were thinking about Wolves until they started making it happen, at least consistently going to majors and playing in the quarterfinals, which is pretty impressive, Jack.
I think it's very impressive for Wolves. I think they've had a great year, to be honest. They will be coming off the back of the major loss, of going out of the major, not particularly happy with themselves, if I'm being brutally honest. They would have wanted to go further. They obviously had a big hurdle to overcome in BDS. I think had they have not played BDS in the quarterfinals, they might have gone further. But for me, you're looking at, and I've said this all year long, especially about teams and the way that the game's played, is it's all about teamwork. Wolves are one of the best teams, and I would say the core 4. I'm excluding Mowgli from this because Mowgli kind of goes and does Mowgli things, gets on the entry, and he's either very successful or isn't successful. When he's not successful and Wolves are playing out a 4v5, I think they're one of the best teams in the world, navigating themselves through a 4v5 and making it to their advantage and playing as a team, as one singular unit.
And I think we can put that down to things such as experience. I don't think you're going to find 2 more experienced players in the whole, maybe in most esports, than both Bibu and Rise. And I think Bibu has to be pointed out as well, because as of recently, he has been unbelievable. I think he might be playing now the best Siege of his career. And I watched him when he was on Xbox. I played against him on Ranked when he was on Xbox, and he's been incredible. They're a team as well that I'd say the difference with MNM, so we've spoken about previous positions and everything, but I think the difference is they've just got that bit more explosiveness. And as Fresh said, it's a core of 4, and then you've got Mowgli. He goes and he makes things happen, and people play off of him is the main part of it. They're always looking to probe gaps, to find ways to shift the angle of their attack, and I think that's their big strength as a team.
I spoke to Rise at the major, and he spoke about his playstyle, and he said the one thing that I needed to get into these young players, in terms of Shinko, in terms of P4 and Mowgli, is you will have an idea to go and do something because you think you can be the hero. But I want you to think, automatically, every time you think that, bring somebody with me to do it together, because then we will always get the success. And I think that's why they found so much success, certainly domestically.
Okay. Some things still tiring out in the quarters, but that happens. It's okay. The pressure, they're not the ones saying, hey, we're going to build a dynasty like G2 does, and then things fall apart. So the expectations are moderated. They're realistic in their state compared to other teams that like to, talk too much about certain things. But moving on from this point to talk about highlight players, because you mentioned a couple of them here, but we have a head-to-head for everybody. Our analysts selected them. So who are the 2 players that they put on the board, it's Mowgli and Solotov. Wow, preemptively, talking about the two players that are really at the top of their team, what are we trying to compare here, lads?
I think whichever player performs better out of these two today most likely has a good chance of winning the overall series, to be honest. If you look at just how similar that is, despite different operators, despite slightly different roles, the same cost, the same kills per round, the KD similar, EPS, 1 point difference. These guys are quite inseparable.
If you were to put a poll of who's the best entry player in the league, now people think of fraggers as entry players, but actually pure get in the building, enter for your team, create the space. I think these potentially are the two best entry players in the league in terms of doing that, and their teams rely on them so much for that in their roles, and that's why we wanted to highlight them. Like you say, whoever's probably has a better day out of these two today will be setting the platform for their team to go and win the game. It's you know, it's kind of, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
What are you trying to say, Jack? It's kind of...
It's a hard job to do. It's a hard job to do because it relies on confidence. Sometimes you're going to hit death after death after death. And we've seen these players be, you could call it inconsistent, right? You could call it inconsistent where they're not achieving what they want to achieve statistically. But they're just confident enough every single game to just keep repeating that process.
It's part of the risk and reward when you're the pin of the needle when you're playing for your team, right? There's sometimes we'll find openings and it'll be great, and some others when, you know, you blank out in the middle of the game and suddenly it's not going to work out. But hey, there we go. She looks fantastic, by the way, doesn't she?
Oh, I think she's great. She looks just as good as she is in game. Hopefully we get to see her today. Hopefully the teams are exciting. Hopefully they're in play. That's what I want to see.
We have a couple minutes here extra, solving a couple of tech issues here, but do you expect to see Solus in play? Now, I know you have the biases, hey, I work for Rogue and, you know, all of that, but try to put that aside for just a moment. Talk to us about the viability of this operator in comp in a realistic manner.
I think if we don't see her today, the only reason we won't see her today is because she's banned, because teams are either scared of her, they don't quite know how they want to use her, they don't want the other team to use her. It's going to be something along those lines. I think this is just a question of, is a team scared of it? But with that said, even if Solus isn't in play, she is going to have a huge impact today, even if banned, because it means you can't ban, for example, a Valkyrie, you can't ban, for example, a Cade, so your setup, no matter what, is going to have to change because there's different operators in play.
Yeah, them kind of peripheral operators that were kind of, because we were seeing a lot of his army Valk. That's what we've seen as kind of the staple bans. You know, obviously it's map and team dependent, but on just general ban rates, we've seen a lot of his army Valk. Now Solus is coming into that, they're going to be banned less. But also, like you say, your Cades, your Mirrors, you know, maybe your Clash bans, some out there bans that teams do or have done, they're probably not going to have the flexibility to do that with, because teams will just play a Valkyrie, like a Valkyrie and a Solus together is so strong.
All right, then let's talk about our maps for this series. And this will be a best of 3, just so everybody knows, all best of 3s in our weekend, so all 4 matches that we're going through. And just to put your massive tablet aside for a moment here, our first pick is Wolves. They start off on Cafe Dostoevsky on the defense. On Cafe, MNM are on Skyscraper. Attack starting side. Skyscraper, really an attack starting side. I'm really curious about that because currently EU really has sucked attacking Skyscraper. Finally, Chalet, MNM on the attacking side as our decider. Cool. So what are your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I think we'll start with the decider. Chalet for both teams is kind of sort of a staple for both teams. I don't think there's too much interesting in that. I think it's a map both teams are going to like and they're going to want. The interesting ones for me, Cafe and Sky, I think, from my gut instinct, I think MNM would be pretty happy with the maps that they're going to here.
Yep.
I think Cafe, one that we experienced ourselves with Rogue, they absolutely destroyed us on Cafe earlier on in the year. They were very good on that map. They like to take things slow. They like to poke angles. They like the repel play. That's going to be difficult for Wolves. Players like Mowgli especially are going to have to find that balance between, do I jump out? Do I peek this window? Do I play for time? That's one where your IGL is very important on Cafe. You were saying Sky, that teams don't like attacking Sky. Well, I would say Rogue absolutely love attacking Sky.
Yeah, but they're not here, are they?
We never get to play it. The problem is we never get to play it. What I will say, MNM, I can't reveal too much, but MNM, a team that we play on Sky regularly, of course, in scrims and so on, one of the only teams that will take us there, they're going to be very happy going here. I will tell you that much.
I think of this as I think MNM are happy with all 3 of these maps. They were previously known as a Cafe team. Recently, it's fallen out with their pool, so I see why Wolves would go for it. But they will be, like we said, this roster's been together forever. You know, the only roster not to make a change. So they'll be happy with Cafe. With the Sky, like you say, I think they're one of the best teams on Sky at this map. you've got to ban your Azami against Nello on that map because he is so good. When they get onto the defense, he's so good on Azami. And Chalet as a decider, I think this shows intent from both teams. I think Wolves are, maybe saving some stuff back for Invitational. I think MNM want to win this because that's 3 maps for MNM there that they like. Chalet, they had not lost Chalet in over a year until the major. They love that map. It's their number 1 preference and it's going to be the decider. So I think that the maps certainly suit MNM.
Okay, so Wolves, from what I understand, again, I'm only gathering the information as you give me because I don't know anything about this. Cafe Dostoevsky is the first map. Should Wolves not take map 1 and be able maybe to close it in a 2-0, it might lead to a tough map 3 where MNM has a chance to really go under their skin and actually take the win. But you spent the past 5 or so minutes talking about Wolves and their teamwork, and Cafe also, and especially Skyscraper and Chalet, require a lot of teamwork to function properly.
I think in terms of teamwork and the overall roster, I think Wolves are at a slightly higher level than what MNM are at right now. But I think the maps potentially makes that much more 50-50 because the maps definitely suit MNM. I think Wolves would have to do it 2-0. I think if it goes to Chalet, I think MNM probably take it.
Okay.
I'm not going to entirely say I agree.
You can say he's wrong. That's
I
okay.
understand the premise of it. I do understand the premise of it. I just think you can't count Wolves out if they go a map down. You can't count them down if they go a map down. Again, this is good maps for them as well. I think what we've seen here is 2 teams that aren't really afraid to take each other to their good maps.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen preference bans gone here. I think they've just got rid of maps that they didn't fancy playing themselves.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of siege that I love to see. That's why I love best of 3 format. That's why I love best of 5 format. You see teams at their best. And I hope that's what we'll see today.
So to talk about it in a more strategic way, what really sets apart these 2 teams on Cafe Dostoevsky? Because you're talking about, map selection, how you can play with certain operator bands to play that to your advantage. But what are power positions that either MNM or Wolves are really good at controlling on Cafe that allows them to be successful on it?
Well, it's interesting, especially Tyrant. I know Tyrant on Cafe loves to play that Nook. I know, we've got a lot of players in the league that we consider Nook mains.
Yeah.
But Tyrant particularly has some routes that he takes that I would say are non-standard. You think of Cafe, you go up to the top floor, you start at top red for everything, and you work your way through. Whereas Tyrant is quite creative with the way he's in. I've seen him go in dining window before, on a top floor attack, whatever he does. So I think, you're potentially looking at your operator bands, taking that Nook out, probably taking some kind of Azami, Solace, or Valk out. And again, it's going to be curious to see which team plays around whichever one of them is left up as well. And I think the team that's probably most adaptable, because Cafe, if you think about how it's droned, for example, all the drones have to usually start at the basement. If a Solace is down there in 10 seconds, goodbye to all your drones. How slow the attacks could then be?
Yeah, it's a regular competitive sort of trick on this map to get drones in early because there's like sort of a lack of drone holes and you have to take it from top down. You'll pretty much pick your spawn to be by that white side, send your drones into the garage, but can you do that when Solace is going to be running there and checking for it? Can you leave drones on staircases to check it? I think, obviously, we don't know if she's going to be in or not yet.
Sure.
If we're talking purely strategically, like you asked, I think MNM on this map will be considerably slower, play on windows more, than Wolves will. It's if Wolves, they do have the experience, of course, but it's if players like Mowgli can win that first fight, that first instance where you get into the building, where you repel into piano, you drop red, you take cigar. Whoever wins that fight, for me, that's going to be really important here.
Any site that MNM is going to struggle with maybe on the defense? This is after you talking, Tristan, about, well, they're going to maybe on attack play more in the windows. Maybe this is something that, has to be considered.
Struggling to attack, I don't know, to be honest. I think both of these teams will have it in them to attack this map, but both of the teams like the map. I don't think they would have gone to it if they were going to struggle with it.
I think we're hoping to... Sorry.
Yeah, anything in particular? I don't think so. I think if they struggle on one of the bomb sites, again, it's a map where you can pick all 4 realistically. Yep. So it's not as much of a problem as, say, another map where you can't do that. Yeah, I don't know. I personally wouldn't pick anything in particular that I think these teams are bad at on this map.
Yeah, I think our expectation is that you normally see Cafe where both teams are either really good at it or both teams don't like it, and it's gone there in the best of 1. I think we're expecting to see quite an explosive Cafe today out with these 2 teams. Wolves will have an increased pace on MNM, but MNM, it's slower. It's a little bit more, dare I say, methodical. It's a little bit more considered, their play. So in terms of when they're on the attacks, it's going to look slightly different. I think Wolves, maybe if they push the boundaries of that explosion, maybe try some rushes, try some fast plays, some, maybe shield play, might take a slight edge on their attacking half.
Look, if Solace is banned and this is again more of a general topic. We're still waiting on almost all players in the lobby now, so we'll be in just a moment. Thank you very much for holding on with us. But given the consideration of how strong Solus is as an operator and how she's been performing in scrims all over, if she's banned on Cafe, what other operator would be allowed to shine that normally would be banned on the defensive side of
For
Cafe?
me, this is an easy one, and that's going to be Valkyrie and P4. We experienced that ourselves.
Ow.
P4 and Valkyrie on this map, or I mean, any map really. He's a very strong player with the Valkyrie. I know you can't put the cameras outside anymore, so you can't judge your runouts as well, but things like Cigar Shop, the huge pillar section that we have on the map, the bakery itself, there's a lot of places you can sort of hide it. And something we actually haven't spoken about with the changes this season is that you can change the color of the Valk camps. You can change the color of it. So maybe some of these hidden spots won't work as well anymore. We don't know. It depends how the players have their settings. But I think Valkyrie's going to be very good here if she's in play.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, if we are assuming Solus is banned by one of these two teams, because I think she has to be, like we say, given how strong it is for the drones in the prep phase. So if Solus is banned, then it's a Valkyrie or an Azami. So you talk about how good Valkyrie is. Try dealing with Azami when you drop in top red and there's these Azami shields everywhere, and you know you get to the teams that want to play that utility soak with the Jaeger Wamai, Azami, a Rooney, and you just suddenly you're like, oh, we can take top red, but nothing else for 2.5 minutes. I think we might be. Cafe is going to play out a little bit more, or in general, this is more general topic, maybe not these two teams, a little bit more defender-sided.
All right, and as you finish the sentence, Jack, we just got the info that our lobby is ready. So thank you very much all for holding on with us through all the technical issues, but we're ready to go for MNM versus Wolves. Thank you very much, Jack and Daxter, Tristan here on the desk. I know Hap is going to be laughing at that maybe, but he is on the other side with Emmy, of course, so enjoy game number 1.
I don't laugh.
Thank you very much, Mila. She doesn't laugh. It's me,
No.
Emmy, and it's Hap. And they've given us loads of things that we can hate each other because it's the holiday season.
I just have new glasses.
I know, I'm sorry.
I came
Hi,
prepared,
welcome. Yeah, we're here. It's lovely to have Tristan on the desk as well. I like how they've really tried to help him in because on the 2-shot, it looks like he has cat ears with the logo behind him. And I think that's a really nice touch that he'll appreciate.
Very nice.
Very thankfully from the side of that. But what we also have ahead of us is this, Wolves versus MNM. And as Des put it in our group chat, he said, Core, Sky and Chalet, it really is Christmas, isn't it?
We'll get to find out if we're even going to get all those maps or if it is going to be limited to 2. Now, these two teams have played each other on Cafe recently. That was the Stage 3 game they played. 7-2 victory back down for Wolves. But, as mentioned before, there's new operators or a new operator on the field. And that might change things
I
up a
really
little bit.
don't want Solus to be banned.
I really want Solus to be
I
banned.
want to see some play. I want to be Tret to a Christmas treat.
That past tense or treating.
I want to be Tret to a treat. I want a little treat. Twitch be removed.
The bans are not default so
No,
far.
this is far from default. I would go as far as to describe this as funky.
Yeah, I always want to be a bit careful with using the word funky, you know, until we have all 4 bans in.
Yeah, it has the chance. It's worth sort of considering. Obviously, there's prize pool and there's bragging rights.
Okay, we're doing well so far.
Come on, everybody, hush! Everybody, shut up! Shut up, everybody!
Pretty quiet. Wolves, are you going to be deal breaker?
Wolves, be cool.
The Grinch.
Wolves, be cool. Be cool, guys.
Oh, yes!
All right.
Possibly. I mean, they still need to
Possibly.
pick it.
They still might.
Who knows?
They're laughing. They knew. Okay, this is a band selection I don't think...
Now, this is definitely funky.
This you've never seen. I would go as far as to say these 4 operators banned like this never happened before in a Tier 1 game.
No Solace, by the way, so far. There's also no repicks for defense.
Yeah.
So,
There's
there's no Solace round 1.
No Solus round 1.
It's not being played yet.
Turn it off. Cancel the stream.
Cancel the stream.
Cancel the
Game
day.
is over.
All right. No, this is the sort of thing. And if you're trying to break down, Wamai being I would say is maybe the most standard ban in terms of
Yes, it's the most common
removal
one.
here. You've got the play around sort of pixel corner. You've got what turns into a lot of backline holds. If you're sort of holding down in library, you'll still set yourself and stack up towards the top and sort of try and wait and bait as much time as possible. Maestro, the Alder, can be used very well if I'm going to flip instantly over to the other side and think, you know, there are positions, the bubbles as well. It's not that he's been the biggest detriment, but he usually sits in a pocket in a situation for a lot of teams between utilizing either him or Echo, where they sort of hands off a little bit. Valk, we're going to see that a lot. We're going to see that a lot from P4. But, you know.
I mean, Maestro's one of those operators that doesn't often get banned, but you know, is always still on the board.
Yeah,
he's always
exactly.
able to do a lot. So, you know, it is still good to see a bit of a change in those bans coming through. The thing is, though, we have Azami and Valkyrie open. Both of them were being highlighted as a potential second ban if Solace would be removed. Now both are in the field. The Storm takes a small amount of damage. That's the first grenade to be popped, but an ADS will be denying that.
Yeah, there it is. As I said, it's sort of holding on. That grenade bounced over the top, gets that first bit of solid. The C4 means they can't quite swing onto that. There's the fight, though, on the back rise. He's able to do a lot of damage towards Tyrant. He's trying to hold onto this window as best as possible. Another keeper barrier goes up, and that's a lot dedicated, and nobody has been caught out from it as of yet. The damage being done from the top hatch. P4 has the cover onto Solotov. Gets taken off, and there's Rise with the other window. Goes for the hop out. There's one more. Caught out at the end of it. This Claymore was just able to find the tail end. They did pick out P4. They got the two bodies that were inside for all the pressure that they put onto it, but it does just leave Usus and Neo.
And they're left with 3 EE1Ds, but also a double frag grenade on users. That's what they have to work with here. The first one is to be tossed in, but taken out by an ADS. Now, they should know that's going to be clear because they've spotted out some other ADSs earlier. Still trying to find out where these players are going to be located. He's on this drone. He's spotting out the one on the balcony first, gets the spot out, but still two players unknown for that they need to isolate first because they cannot just rush in.
A minute now, ticking away, and Usus is going for a bit of a spread onto the other side. There's the call on the reveal. They know the pressure's coming across here, and they've sort of diversified it. Puts them in a bit of a tricky situation, but Neo gifted a Mowgli retreating back in, tried to pull away from Usus on the swing through, puts us into the 2 versus 2. The pings are there. Bibu is well aware of the position of the player, and they're either side of the new Balk, but they have 50 seconds. Who's going to try and take momentum on the first swing? The rotation's coming around on the back. Shinka, he might be able to get a surprise strike here. He goes a bit too high. There's a C4 to reveal the prize. Caught out. Great bit of play. Users suddenly all alone on the far end. No kid in pocket, no grenades either. They have the awareness. The Valcam's giving all the game away on the location. There it is. But with one to his left and one to his right, he's in the middle of a French pain sandwich, and well, he's got to do something supernatural here to try and get it out. There's the first. There's almost a second. Users!
Whiff shots coming through from the MK14, allowing him to choose his battles wisely. Gets that 1v2 clutch. Round 1, MNM. They win that one. And instantly we go back into a small little break right here. The moment to come back to rest, because that was a very stressful round for MNM.
That was a very stressful round.
I mean, it started off with piano.
Round. It started off with a really aggressive piano.
With a lot of kills coming down there. 5 in total, really, from just that one spot in the windows. And after that, you know, Wolves, they had the advantage, but they kind of gifted it towards MNM. Mowgli sneaking around the bar that has been opened up fully. Just allow them to see through. Don't know if it's a lack of information or some miscommunication, but MNM, they perfectly utilized it. And also, this first couple of shots coming in from the MK14, them missing. He's like, okay, that's one of Freezer. The other one is coming from Cigar. I can go for the Cigar person first because, well, otherwise it would have been dead by now. So well done. As the replays come through. Get to see it all over again. Yeah, P4 just died from Hibana. Upside down repelled as Rise jumped down, and of course the Claymore afterwards.
Sounds very weird in slow-mo, the Claymore.
It does.
Oh my god, Usus got so low as well.
It was just a single shot of either of those two players would have done it.
It was a very engaging first round.
It was.
It was a very explosive first round. There was... I mean, I feel like today, you know, obviously the big prize is SI.
Yes,
A couple
and
months away.
sadly, this doesn't provide you anything towards the
It doesn't, it
Invitational.
doesn't.
It is just a nice Phoenix trophy we have at the end.
It's that little dab of T1 Siege before we have a holiday for a month.
Uh-huh.
Doing anything nice for it?
Personally, just gonna go over to the families, you know,
Oh.
have some nice holidays, have some good food.
Delicious.
Not quite sure yet what I'm gonna do the entirety of January. I mean, my birthday comes up then.
Yeah.
So
You could, I guess, celebrate that. My birthday's in like a week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I share the same birthday
Celebrate
with
that
Milos.
as well. Yeah, you do. Like, it's a funny story, actually. Milos, last year, he was like, it's my birthday today. And then a day later, he's like, it's actually today. He's got his own birthday mix.
He's like the Queen. He celebrates 2 birthdays.
Yeah.
But he's done it badly and put them right next to each other. We'll be back into the game in a moment. Apologies for this, everybody. We're just making sure that everything is all peachy, smoothed out. I hope you're all enjoying the holiday festive season back at home, however you celebrate it, if at all. And if not, well, you're probably going to be disappointed by how our set is dressed today. Very holiday
It's very
theme.
holiday.
There's also a gnome. Jacob, if you're listening, if you're watching, that's a gift from Medics and Easy.
I think for next year, we should up it a bit, like putting actual snow inside as well.
I don't know if they would appreciate that with the amount of electronics.
It's just
There's lights in the floor
I know.
that are Christmas themed. They're candy cane themed.
Yeah, they are. Red and green.
Yeah, those are the colors. Famous.
What about fake snow falling, like,
Maybe. If you're listening,
just
Ubisoft.
trying to... Yeah.
Anyway,
Love snow. There is the
there's
gnome.
the gnome.
You've all been gnomed.
Get the gnome. Yeah, that's dedicated to everybody out there, but specifically
Jacob.
from production.
Yeah.
Not Caliber Jacob, I don't.
No.
He can
Not
be
Caliber
gnomed as well
Jacob.
there if he wants.
Probably has been.
Happy holidays. Anyway, obviously, the winner of this best of 3 goes on to tomorrow.
Gets to the grand finals.
Get the grand finals. And later on today, BDS, reigning major champions.
Uh-huh. Had a rough start of the year.
We had a rough start of the year.
Had to make some changes for
Yeah.
first time in forever. And instantly found success. It's funny that, like, we've had it with Rogue Stage 2 with Spoit coming into the roster, instantly winning the major. Now Ligafac joining the roster,
Yeah.
instantly winning the major. So I'm
2 for
wondering
2
if,
on rookie swing.
yeah, I wonder if we're going to have any teams, you know, pick someone up like a rookie for the 6th Invitational just to secure the title. I hear some sound in the background,
I hear some background sound.
and that makes me believe that we are getting back into the game very soon.
Do you believe?
I do believe, yes.
Da, 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 da. I can't. I don't know what.
Solace!
Solace! All right, locked in as well.
Not locked, but
Well, there's a tick there.
there's a tick there. It means they're waiting in the screen. Now it's going to be locked.
We're going to follow Solace.
Yeah, we're going to see the engaging gameplay.
We're going to see some engaging gameplay. If you do not know what Solace does,
Go
well,
first person? Yes.
this. They have the ability to track electronics. And boy, howdy, are they going to get tracked. Uses his drone caught outside. They're going to make sure that none of them are able to slip their way through, get themselves prepped up and stepped. And it sort of says with drones, it's like, well, we can't even just sit them inside. Look at this. They have to wait. They have to be a distance away. And they have to try and drive them in. Because it's a ground floor site as well. If you're able to maybe slink your way up 2 flights of stairs, okay, you'll be out of that detection range. 1 floor above, they can still see you. They'll still be able to get that based on the distance, I believe, on Cafe. It's just within.
The range on Solace is insane
It
compared to Pulse, for example, which is off.
So look at
the
this.
operator. Yeah, she's
There's no way that they can get them inside the building. They have to sit and wait outside. My God, that's scary. A big part of it. It used to be something that Prime GT said is if we lose like 1 or 2 of our drones during the droning phase in terms of getting in position, we've lost the droning phase. We've lost that. Solace means that you can't even play that game anymore.
And even when you get into the round, all he has to do with Solace P4 is just activate it, scan around, do a little 360. No active droning going on right now. You can go back to whatever you're doing. And especially like being a roamer like that, he knows exactly when it's going to be spotted unless there's a Jackal on the board, which is what Tyrant is bringing right now. So there's definitely going to be some pings. And I think that it's going to be quite useful. Phone there spotted as well, so aware of someone being out there on the eastern side. Before just lining himself up for any jump outs.
That's it, because you also get the awareness of who is droning. You'll see anybody utilizing their electronics. There's some funky interactions with people like Lion as well at the minute when they're activating that gadget. And I guess this is the split, though. They know that Hibana was sitting around here. Hibana's able to win out the fight. Rise gets put back down on brown stairs, and they've rotated themselves back towards the site. They went all in on the hunt there. They made sure that they had all the lockdown off. They sort of said, you have one clean route out, and that's white, and if you don't take it now, then we're going to come and fight you. They took it, but here's also a very cool thing. Look at that under Rise's name.
Yeah, it says whose camera he is watching, so because there's multiple bulletproof opportunities to bring, it says it's the Bibu camera he was watching. Now he's watching one of P4. You see that swap over there as well.
We saw where the P4 one was deployed. Not the
Yeah, we saw that one.
intense information, unless you remember who placed it. But it's cool.
It is a little bit of an extra that we usually did not have. So, as we go back to what's actually happening, a lot of opening, a lot of explosives, a lot of shotgun shells going through, hoping to find an extra opening, and they find exactly that. Shinka taken down. See, there's some Excaras going off right there as well. So P4 deciding that it's time for him to try and see if he can get back up top and do something about these clearers up on the top floor.
Able to check that there's sort of no one watching an active drone there on the rotation. You have to actively hold it off. And here, there's another bit of reveal. That drone's going to try and wear its way around. And again, he knows exactly where it's placed. There's the fight through the scrap of the metal, but with 30 seconds and a two-body advantage, they've got to make a move. Solotov, he's able to get one more. There's the fight above. P4, he's trying to bite his way back in. There's one more player, so he's going to maybe rotate up once more as Hibana goes for the plant under the quick cover. They're back down. The pings are coming through. There's the hot reveal. There's the watch. It's a rotate round. The first fight is Solotov's to win out. And with Bibu blinded outside the site itself, they know where he is. He's under intense pressure. It's an MNM round.
Well done by MNM there. I think they realized the issue quickly, found out Solace is on the board, kept their drones outside, made sure they had that Jekyll, which they then used to, of course, get rid of Solace, or at least send her back downstairs, so they don't really have to worry about it anymore. Still saw a bit of a flank on the back of the utility she brings, but it wasn't round defining in the end. MNM managed to take enough ground, managed to actually get that diffuser down without any real trouble. So, well done by them. And that makes them lead 2-0 here in Cafe. Back up to the top floor now. Wolves wanting to play that one out. Seeing the Valkyrie on the board, Mowgli playing it. Mara now as well, to see if that may be giving them a little bit of extra security later on in the round, because, you know, they won the initial phase near Piano, but after that, when the site was being attacked, they did not really have anything left in pocket to secure themselves. Found themselves being picked up one by one by the remaining players of MNM. So the mirror might be providing some extra stability, also making sure you hold off towards the Piano that way. Just long lines of sight that need to be dealt with from outside by MNM.
There was a bit of a false start for Solace. We did see her do some cool Solace things.
Yeah, we saw the gadget in action.
We saw the gadget in action.
Just haven't seen the big impact it could have.
Yeah, they got a kill. Okay. Enough about that. Back to the top. And this started explosive. It started with a huge amount of heat around the position the Azami was locked in. There is obviously a change there, and they're not going to set up such an aggressive hold there as well. They've pulled back. The Valk is now in different pockets and different hands. They've got themselves set up around Pixel with what is the traditional hold here. There's the mute jammer to stop a Forest drone getting maybe a bit too close if that was the play employ. There's also the stop and the chance with any of those throwables. They're going to see if they can swing back into it and clips the wing of Solotov, who can take these fights, and they're feeling it today, but they need a little bit more support, I think, first.
Oh, beautiful shot, taking him off. That's one last window to worry about, at least for now, because there is a second player ready to repel next to it. Nello, I believe it is, just hanging next to it. Yeah, just waiting for some support. Probably wants to be opening up from red towards Piano to get themselves an extra way in. But Mowgli's blocking that for now. They know that it's not going to be quite safe to use those windows, get rid of any other piece of utility. Flashbangs coming through. They're hoping to waste the ADSs. They're dodged that, but now they need to get rid of the shield, and I don't think they can.
They've got, obviously, Tyrant just playing on the back end, maybe hoping they're getting a catch. The ADS has popped back into life, though. And at this point, if you're just watching and waiting for that rotate, well, look who's sitting at the top of white. Shinka. They have the support in case Tyrant decides to get a little bit edgy, and they've got a C4 ripped and ready to go. They want to clip that just on the inside of the window frame. It's a bit of a hold, and all of it is around Pixel position that they cannot clear from the front end. As you said, they used so much utility, but they did not have that last little bit of the drive behind it. So it's turned into this. A bit of a Mexican standoff, waiting for the first person to make a move, and who feels lucky? Punk.
Tyrant is sitting so quietly up on that rappel there. Doesn't want to give away any noise. But drones are coming in the reading room here. That should be the spotted out. Jaeger uses right next to it to reply. Finds the kill as well. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Now has the opportunity to go for some grenades from below as Tyrant takes out that C4. Doesn't get picked up by it, but it is enough to force him off that rappel.
It did get the rotate through from the side here of Wolves. They've pulled themselves back in. Mowgli's on the back end of site. They've handed it over, and with 30 seconds, they're sort of saying, let's build this back line. They haven't cleared anything else. The Sledge, he's going to see if he can try and do some damage from underneath. Tyrant's going to see if he can maybe rotate up towards the fight onto Shinko, who's holding close. You can't move too quick in these engagements as a mirror, so you got to make sure the connection comes through and the vector can be accurate. That grenade just slips out of the way after getting the kill. 15 seconds. Nello, he's dug in on the site, but he wants a little bit more. Does not see the position of the player around on the chassis. Neo's all that's left, not for long. Wolves take a round back.
Well done by Wolves, and again here a lot of pressure from them onto the initial piano, and you saw that MNM wanted to take it, but that first initial kill from Mowgli from that shield, just taking a clean head off, it just removes a lot of that pressure suddenly, because you basically have nothing in return. They try to get rid of the shield, but not really having the utility to do so. It is quite difficult for MNM to break through at that point. And that just removes a whole lot of the actual upstairs area that you would have available to yourselves. Suddenly all you can do is just push him from Cigar. You can push him from the white stairs. That's the two safe areas they managed to create for themselves. And that's just not going to be enough. So Wolves, they found their first defensive round.
You can see who's watching whose drone as well. So we know Tyrant has lost his drone at this point.
Well, I mean, technically, you can also get off your drone.
Yeah, but there's 4-0. Now there's 3-0. Who else lost their drone?
Is that P4 doing it? It must be, because he's playing Solace.
Yeah, so Users and Tyrant lost their drones. It's such a... It's so not important, this detail, but it's a detail that the people who like it are like, oh.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, I know who's lost their drone now.
Let's can see that. So, of course, you can just wait until the action phase to see the little axes as well. But
Yeah.
P4 again with the Solace on a bit of a roamy roll, is a bit detached from the site. But that's of course due to the fact that the gadget Solace brings easily allows it to basically take care of yourself. You can find out if you're being droned in. You can find out if anybody is close to you like that. I also found that as soon as you pick up the gadget into your hand, you're already being able to be spotted. So, for example, a fuse that will place it down on the ground, you can already double impact it before it's even down on the ground. So, it offers a lot of opportunity for the player on a Solace.
Caution paid towards the potential jump out aggression. But as caution is being paid, Solus is the one that's more than happy to try and pay it a bit of mind back towards it. That drone, well, you don't need fancy specs to see that, and unfortunately couldn't quite get the connection on the kill. They just pulled themselves back. It's a bit of a force of movement, but they keep the utility for now. The rest of the pressure's coming here across the top. As we said, it's sort of a backline bastion hold. You try and force as much time and utility drive here towards the back end as possible, and that's what Solotov is seeing if he can break across. The bulletproof will get removed on the opposite swing round, but there's this one still on the back end, being a bit of a troublemaker towards those drones.
Didn't actually get the bulletproof there with the Ash charge, so it's still up and has an opportunity to fire EMPs down. So instead, a grenade will be used from Yana now, tossed around the corner. We'll finally get it as the final EMP pulse came down, but that is just that top floor. They still need to descend one. It's C4 to be tossed up, small amounts of damage done to Neo. It's turned that is making some ground. It's headed over towards the white stairs together with users, hoping to make sure the top floor is going to be cleared. As P4 gets picked up, that's the Solace gone. Drones now can safely, well, travel around the map again without being spotted out that early.
Oh, Mowgli takes the head and the cap off of Neo, brings it back to a 4 versus 4, a minute on, and they've been able to try and drive some of the control here over the top. They haven't entirely fished him out. Bibu is the last to sort of set himself up in this position. They're going to try and get some of the stretch, and they've obviously got the X-Kairos prepped and ready to make that a tricky situation, but they have to make sure that they can move behind it. And that is exactly what the preparation is here underneath. Buried pushback. Bibu drops out, and Solotov drops one with Mowgli once again finding a quick response. Solotov round on the back with Nello, and suddenly it's only Bibu left. He took the first rotate, finds himself on the wrong side of Fireplace, but if he can creep up and get one more catch here, suddenly he might have a chance at a bit of a surprise. They are still holding on, and the kit does still need to make its way towards the site to get a plant off at this moment in time. The first drop, the first fight is Nello's. And MNM, they are able to get one more round back on their end.
Just making sure that they maintain their lead. They were able to build up right after the rehost. As we head to round 5, MNM truly showing that last time's Cafe, which was won by Wolves quite handily, it's just, I'm going to say it, fluke.
Hey, that's me.
Yeah, that is you. Sadly doesn't work with my name.
12 euros.
Oh.
Per usage. Yeah, I've copyrighted it. In the break since the last time we were here between you, I've copyrighted some things. Oh. There's a selection of words if you say them. I also copyrighted words that other people say. So now if Des and Tim say laser gates or shut down, that's I've copyrighted that. I thought I would take the initiative.
You're just going to be making loads of bank like that, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I'm going to donate it all to Tim's charity walk.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah, well, it's Christmas.
Festive spirits.
Ho, ho, ho.
Round 5. Solace, that is being played by P4. Okay, I'm just going to say it. I don't think it has been that impactful yet.
No, it hasn't.
There's been maybe 2-3 drones who've been shot out on the back of the Solace so far. Might have just added an extra one to that. And yes, P4 is getting a lot of information about what's happening around it, but maybe he has been looking at it himself too much, being a bit too distracted by it, because he hasn't been winning gunfights on the back of it. He's been isolated quite often with that Solace, not really being able to do the impact that he wanted to go for. So, I mean, it's still early. It's still the first game that we're seeing Solace being played in Tier 1 here, so, you know, it is early days. Requires something. This, okay, I'm just gonna say, is C4 out of the skylight now? That would have been absolutely grand. Knew someone was out there droning. So maybe you need to pair up with someone.
Maybe. I think that could be a bit of a difference maker, and I think if you're talking about pairing up with someone to put the drive, that's sort of what MNM have done to shut it down. The use of the Jackal alongside what was, in the previous rounds, the majority of MNM.
Yeah.
Backed that Jackal, made sure they had some support and some swing round. You can see it now as the pressure comes across one side towards the actual bar. You've got the Jackal pushing the opposite. You've still got drones whirring out from the far end. They've got themselves in pillars too. They're making sure that there's no route out. And they can't take it, and they have to drop back. Solace cannot take those fights entirely by themselves. They need to get themselves back to site. It's clever here from MNM to sort of realize the danger Solace could pose, and instead of risking anything else, going, let's get her off the board to a position where we know where she is, and then we don't have to worry.
I mean, Jackal is like the perfect counter to Solace as well, right? It's like, he can't get drones in, we'll just get footsteps instead. We'll still get the live ping on that operator. So, again, very smart usage here from MNM. And, you know, Jackal often banned in ranked games, less so in of course, professional games. That allows for this kind of play to come through right now, as Users very busy with opening up P4. It's going to be exposed quite a bit. Needs to stay put right behind his reinforced wall, but soon that starts opening up as well. Soon above him, there's going to be holes created as well that users can use against them. Is that a drop? Oh, it's Gemini. Okay, I was going to say, it's very quick.
Gemini goes through. They're going to see if they can try and catch the close position player. And P4 takes a lot of damage, but Mowgli's able to pick up Neo on the far end. I think he's sort of hoping he can double down, but with that, the reveal of the player, the second, might come through not far afterwards. In fact, they take the drop. They're going to swing. The players rotated around the opposite end. P4 does get caught out by Users just in time. They do not have control of Cocktail. Rise is still in that position, trying to throw smokes out, but with the one blocking his view, he cannot quite act. They have this, a backline, a bit of a rotation as they're going for the plants. They know how close that player is. No, Mowgli gets one, gets dropped in the trade out. 15 seconds, though. That grenade's going to roll off. Solotov, he gets an important take. Tyrant, maybe one that's a little bit more. They've got the kit, the tucked round in the corner. They've got to find the cover. Shinka just has to get this. The man that's going for the plant. He finds it out. He's looking for the next. Shinker, he tucks himself down. What a round.
What was the cover? There was one man planting, one all the way in the back and one up top, but the entrances not covered. And that is the moment you want to be horizontal. That is the moment when you want to be able to take those gunfights head on. Especially after he's given away his position earlier on. So Wolves able to get away with that. Beautifully played, but MNM, they should have been able to lock that one out and make this 4-1. So the bottom floor, the bakery goes to Wolves. Meaning one more round as we currently stand back up to the top floor. You see it, like they already knew Shinka was pushing at this moment.
He didn't, I don't think at the time he realized how free that was. He takes the scrap of damage. There was somebody watching from above that wasn't watching the most important time, which was when he made the cross. He was gifted that.
Yana ran past. At that moment, shots were being fired at Yana, so you should have been aware that someone was, you know, at that part of the bakery. Now, that could be miscommunication. That might have just been not realized at all, something like along those lines, but the cover just not on point. And I get it, Yana needed to go for a plant because there was only 5 seconds left, and you kind of want to do that as soon as you possibly can in that matter. But planting when there's no cover, that is potentially what could have cost him there. Maybe you could have waited an extra second or two and see if you could have taken the fight, but if you then die, the diffuser drops on the ground and, well, you lose either way. So well done by Wolves. And let's see if MNM is going to be able to find themselves an extra round.
God, that really is that MNM thing, innit? When a round that should have been theirs ends up not being a quick take with the Ossa. And Ossa's quickly taken, but they did get at least 1 kill out of it. I think they went for something, it's a bit of a cheeky gambit there and didn't quite pay off. Quick reactions, Neo off the board first here. They put the pressure there onto White. They're going to pull themselves back, the eyes towards that player positioned onto the opposite side of the mirror window on the top deck. Nello is creeping his way underneath, pre-placing. The Ossa being caught out mid sort of shield rotation might be the cause here, but Solotov, he's going to be cause for concern. Does not win the fight, Mowgli. Just enough awareness to get that locked in there over the opposite side of Piano. P4's got a backline. MNM, they're finding themselves stalling a little bit here on this, the approach round, the prep of the grenades, the flashes onto the back of Rise. Roll over. And Rise rolls down.
3-3, MNM managing to stay in this round. P4 still upstairs, though, afraid of any potential push to coming from the east windows. Bibu below has the opportunity to shut down one of those repels, but there's going to be multiple options MNM could opt for, and one of them is going to be the skylight drop. User still holding on to that for now, but they lack a bit of information to actually fully commit to that. Don't exactly know where these players are going to be, and thus a drone pushes in, a new hatch drop comes through as well, and they hope to find out about at least one more player. And that might be Mowgli. He's about to go for the swing. Doesn't take any damage. Stays alive, takes his pixel shield. Falls back to a bit more of a secure position.
Yeah, he's still tucked in here with a lot of support structure for himself. You can see, as I said, MNM, they kind of came in with the plan A. Things fell apart a bit, and now it's turned into a 3 versus 3 brawl. But with the structure of that hold of Pixel and of these parts still put together, it becomes a little bit risky and looking for a rewardy here from the side of MNM. They've tucked onto the swing of the first. Users gets a second grenade. There's the jump out. Didn't get caught by the Claymore, but they know where Bibu is, so they can just do this. They have all the time in the world to get this plant put together. There's the repel back out towards the top as well. Why not? If you're being threat to so much space, then take the space that's available. Nello, he's going to go for the rotate as well. Safe. Look what's in his pocket. All of his bolts. And this, I mean, I'm not going to say it's an impossible situation, but it's pretty much along that line here. Bibu knows it as well.
All he can do here is just try and go for a defuse, right? There's nothing else he could have done at that point. As soon as he jumped out, the round was basically already sealed. Because you can get that plan down, you can get back up on the roof without Bibu even being able to challenge that. So, well done by MNM there. They managed to continue skirmishing through. Find themselves with that 4th round in charge by 2. Headed over to the defense themselves. And this is where they need to hit the ground running as well. Because if they let Wolves get back in now, we know how Wolves can be on their attack. They will be able to still turn Cafe around, bring it into their own pockets, and find themselves with a map 1 victory. Now, MNM is opting to also not go for Solas round 1. And we have seen Solas in, I believe it was 3 of the rounds played. And, I mean, aside from one flank, which wasn't really even based on the back of that gadget, I haven't really seen the best of impacts yet. So, still hoping to see it from MNM's side as well. Maybe play with a with a buddy. Like, buddy team up. Make sure that you are going to be able to guide your friend on the back of the information you gain.
Everybody loves the buddy system.
I mean, that's kind of how you work with Pulse as well, right? Like, Pulse scouts out, he tells you he's going to be out there, gives the information to his team, and they act on it. It's kind of what makes that information game so strong.
Hey, I'll pose this question to you. I guess it's one that I'm also curious to hear what our desk thinks. What map do you think Solas is going to have potentially the biggest impact on?
I mean, I think that is going to be a map with tons of good hidden spots for drones. I instantly think of Villa. I think of Chalet.
I think of Chalet.
Skyscraper, possibly. Like, if you have good spots where you can hide your drones, Solas is going to be a good counter to take out the first initial pre-placed drones. And because they're also very compact, you can also, like, basically stand in the middle, do a 360, know exactly where everybody's going to be droning from.
Ooh.
So, with that, some Vulcan canisters spotted
360
out.
no drone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what we should call our ability, the 360 no drone.
All right, well, Tyrant's under a bit of pressure here. There's a slow and steady reveal of all the players that are set around. Bibu suffers half of the wrong end of a C4 tossed towards the window itself, but nobody's entirely been caught by that as of yet. There's a prep. They cannot quite get the run out underneath. There's the sound of the air jab, which will give that game away. There's Neo's game given away pretty quickly. They knew where they were putting that pressure. Tyrant does find one back, but look at this. The reveal, the pop, the swing, the drop. Mowgli, he had that watched pretty intently from the entire time. They do get control of the top, though. Here, Wolves, they've done it in about 1:30, and they're going to get that last bit of clear. There's one player around White Stairs, Tyrant, who might try and creep his way back round, but otherwise that was pretty aggressive but pretty clear from Wolves.
Oh, Tyrant going for a little bit of an outside peek. Takes down Mowgli. It's going to be Yana gone and another set of grenades. Leaves them with basically nothing left, except for using that skeleton key to start opening up vertically, hoping to find one of two of these players before currently out on the IQs to be taking out some of these black eyes. He hopes to do that, but I believe he's hitting the actual beam there, steel beam. Not going to be able to get rid of that completely. That means that information stays up for now. As time slowly ticks down, 50 seconds left on the board. It is Wolves that need to find themselves with an additional opening if they want to have an opportunity of getting that plant down. It's going to be quite hard because the operators left on the board, they are more, utility carrying. They start opening up walls and floors. Not really any of these grenades that, you had on Mowgli, for example, you could have used to try and get rid of one of these players.
30 seconds, and this is starting to turn into a familiar story of both these teams hitting heads. Very quick early aggression that peters out into situations like this. An even-handed 3 versus 3 for the final push onto the site with barely any time. Shinka, he's knocking on the door. Does he know that one's crouched just round? As soon as he goes for anything here on the plant, there it is. The pop, the reveal, the rotate back round. They're both so close and neither knew. Here's the drop round, the rotate off into the far end. The kit is out of anybody's hands. There's a swing and a great take from P4. A quick response. He's panicking. But he went to hold F, and unfortunately there was too much of MNM there. 5-2. They take their first defense.
I have to say for MNM, I don't know if you spotted it, but when you had Goyo sitting right behind a bookshelf, he was looking up through a vertical. There was a little bit of red from the Vulcan canister up on the top floor. So as soon as Buck started opening right above him, he opens that up. Suddenly, Buck cannot do any pressure onto you anymore. You can stop the plant from happening as that happens because, again, you're no longer under pressure because the direct angle he could use is now on fire. And they managed to find success in the back of it. Yeah, I hate it when that happens as well. It's not very pleasant. But a tactical timer called by Wolves as they realize they are 2 rounds away from losing the first map.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of highlighted as well on the desk. It's always great to have an active mind from the top tier scene because they can sort of give us sneaky little inroads into what's going on without accidentally revealing too much. And one of the ones that I'm super curious to see is how Skyscraper will handle for these two teams. And you know.
I'm very curious with Skyscraper now as well, after what Tristan said.
Yeah, that's entirely it. You know, when Miloš was sort of saying nobody likes attacking, and Tristan goes, well,
we do. We're just not allowed, and I know of another team that likes to.
And, and as soon as somebody from that knowledge sort of says this, you go, okay, I want to see this.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that's not that I don't trust the things that Fresh and say. I do. They're great minds, but
at the same time, though, Tristan
at the same
is a big
time,
gamer.
Yeah.
So he might just be trolling everybody.
However, maybe he's become less of a memer since he's
very
gotten
true.
two wonderful cats, and it's matured him.
The cats have matured.
The cats have matured him. Either way, the point of the story is it might be a more exciting middle map than what we're used to when seeing Skyscraper listed up, which sometimes turns into a little bit of a slow approach from attackers.
I don't know, you probably know. I don't know if the people at home know. But you can nowadays change the colors of the gadgets.
Yes.
Based on the team color. So a lot of people, what they've done is they've made themselves red and their opponents blue, which means that claymores and other lasers and lights are always going to be showing up as blue when you're dealing with your opponent. It's a bit of a tricky with your mind at the start, but it is easier to spot out compared to the lot of
that would
flooring
mess me up. I remember when I first saw the Aruni gates as a different color.
Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Let alone claymores.
Let alone claymores.
That meant, oh, that's going to be great. Instantly picked up, I believe, by an ADS.
Oh, yeah, but look at this. So much pressure. We saw Wolves do the same thing. They go for this very pinched approach on the first player.
Okay.
Tyrant is just tucked in safety. It's not the same as the mirror take towards the top floor in the previous round, but it's still just as pointed. Solotov, he's going to see if he can rotate, offer some support, but you have to realize how much of an isolated position that is.
Like actually what they did with the grenade there. Instead of throwing it into VIP, they tossed it into the little hallway next to it. So they knew there was not going to be an ADS on that side because they could see it otherwise from that garage, and managed to find a shield that way without giving the ADS a chance of actually taking out that nade. So I like that little bit of an adaptation we saw from Wolves there. Instead of, you know, just continue throwing grenades at the problem, hoping one would finally stick, just find a different way to deploy it. Nello, free kill onto Mowgli, just drops in from the skylight, no drone at it. That's a free kill for MNM. And after Wolves, you know, commending them for doing such a great thing and taking care of that shield and, you know, releasing some of that pressure, they instantly lose an entry, find themselves under a bunch of more pressure.
Yeah, waiting for the swing now, but, I mean, time is on Nello's side here. He can sort of sit and wait it out for as long as he wants to. The drone's going to roll up. It almost slipped by him undetected, but look at this, the pressure round on the back end. They've got a player either side. He has to root himself out. He's found a corner. They might not know. Nello, look how much time he's wasting. Pre-fires and finds one, but finally shut down. P4 gets that, the quick response. But it was a quick response after a long delay.
Very sneaky there from Nello, just somehow bypassing the drones and the players for a perfect amount of time. There's only 30 seconds left now. Wolves, they need to execute with a man disadvantage here, and also not really having done any of the prep work they need to do. Tyrant comes in with a shotgun, blasts one away. That's Bibu off the board. P4 from Brownie. Knows one is going to be out there. Shink is going to be stuck in the freezer on the shelf because there's smoke canisters all around. He cannot check his corners as he goes. Still finds the kill onto Solotov though, but a fire pops off, and that is going to be making him even more stuck in his position he was.
Yeah, well, they lost one in amongst the fire. Eustace down on the ground. It's 2 versus nobody. The Echo Drone was watching as well throughout the end, and MNM, they win the round off the back of the Wolves timeout. They push themselves with a 4-round difference towards map point onto Cafe. And they've taken 2 of their defenses now, so they have the option to rotate back towards either of 2 places they've already won throughout this without taking this, for a lot of teams, the first pick site. Bar is where we might end it, or we might see the start of a comeback.
That's it. MNM having the opportunity to go for the full rotation here, find the full 3 before the sites start unlocking again, which is going to be their help, right? If they lose this one, okay, you know, then we have a site that we've previously won. That suddenly becomes available to us again. They shouldn't be worrying right now. Wolves, they've just used their timeout. They ran out of time on that last one. They really had to go for a bit of a Hail Mary push in the end. And now Solotov is on to the Solace as well. Spotted out a drone, but knows it's going to be like very far away. So he has to make some decisions here. finds Mowgli's, and now they're going to be aware of the fact that Solus is on board as well, so the rest of the drones probably going to be moved out of the building as soon as possible to be salvaged and tossed in at a later time. You see it indeed, all of them are going to be outside, not going to be anywhere near vulnerable to Solus, and Wolves will be retrieving them and sending them back on their way. Small peek attempt here from Azami. Tyrant.
What are you trying here, Tyrant? What are you trying? Nothing's gifted. Bibu took a safer route through, sees the glass skittering and drifting in the wind from above and pulls himself back. They tried to sort of make an early statement there and it didn't quite work out, but still, to be fair, they've made a lot of statements across these rounds, and Wolves, they're suffering on the wrong end. We saw the first sort of body fall towards an undroned position, which then wasted pretty much another minute at another player getting the clear there. Here, maybe they're doing something a little tighter, a little bit more driven. Solotov, they have the reveal of that, the Claymore outside, the pop and the pressure. Look at just this. What an advert for the operator this is.
Knows exactly he cannot go for a jump out at this time unless he uses one of those impacts that he still has left to get rid of a Claymore. He just stays active below, just stays as a bit of a nuisance, has the opportunity, of course, to provide some vertical support as well, as the windows are going to be approached. The Styron is using Azami to restructure Piano. It's Nello that's giving away the information here of Mowgli about to be entering said room, trying to find the entry.
Yeah, that's it. The Valcam's just getting all that intel. They talked about how powerful Solus and Valk can be, and here's a moment. Tyrant slips by. Solotov has Rise, though. There it is from underneath. Just got there in time to get the cover and maybe save the player's life. Took one in the meantime. Bibu's going to utilize this as the call to sort of push up. Gets the head of Solotov. Back before they can get the rotate back round to site. Took care of a big problem player and a big problem operator for them. Can they try and find a drive behind it, though? That has been the part that's really seemed out of reach for Wolves this game.
They need to find it, but at least they are very close to the side. They're basically knocking on the front door here. The Siren is ready to go for the next engagement. Deals a little bit of damage to Bibu, but he stays alive for now. That's most important, but a C4 toss through will take care of Shinka instead. And it's again a man down for Wolves here as they need and are eyeing up for the execute. Is Mowgli that needs to be basically retrieving that kit and also start making that opening for the remainder of Wolves.
There's the opening. Bibu almost finds the second in a similar spot, but they seem to have some awareness here. But Mowgli, I was going to say he got himself tucked in. Neo isn't going to fall for that surprise trick. There's Tyrant with a swing round. P4, all that's left, takes the blind man on the back end. 30 seconds. There's one on white, and the other's pulled himself back towards the corridor. They know where the kit is. They know that it's being watched as well. P4. He's bought himself a second of sanctity and silence. They've got a cross peek towards a single position. They've got the kit back, and where are you going to stick it, P4? 15 seconds. It's being watched with a bit of the drone cover. There's the movement. There's the swing round. They're cautious. There's the pop back up. The fight is Usis, and the game and the map is going to be for MNM.
MNM, they find the first, and after a 7-2 loss in stage 3, they take this one 7-2 themselves against the Wolves. So they've literally gotten that revenge story, but it's not going to be completely over yet because there's still another map they need to win to advance to the finals of the European League.
And that's it. That's obviously the sort of meat of this, is that sometimes across the season it matters how you play on the important days. This MNM, it's been so good. It's been strict. It's been disciplined when it needs to be. It's been aggressive. And Wolves, they've seemed like they need a little bit of a moment to sort of put their heads together and say, okay, we got to sort this out. Talking of sorting things out.
What are we sorting out?
Let's go to a quick break before we find out what's been sorted out on the desk.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Seems like Cafe Dostoevsky has been torched by MNM, some Molotovs and marshmallows, as they say. But to talk about successes about the team that took an L, unfortunately, on map number 1, is our resident analyst, Anne. Go ahead.
Yes, exactly. I'm taking you back to the very first round of this map, where Wolves had a very good start of that first round, and I'll show you exactly what they did to acquire such a good start. We see Rise playing in the middle of Piano. We see P4 is also playing close to the clock area to help him assist in that powerful position, and we know how this part of the map is so important to gain control of as an attacker if you're attacking that upstairs objective. Well, Rise is set here with a few Kiba barriers, and MNM are trying to get rid of him. They're using some nades through the window where they realize, oh, there's a Jaeger, we've got to do something about it. Well, you have a range of gadgets that you can use to get rid of the Jaeger ADSs. You have the impact EMPs, you have another nade and another sets of nade coming from users. So, should be pretty easy to deal with. Unfortunately, they can't nade him from underneath because Rise has the angles to downstairs as well. He has that control, so he can't get naded from underneath. But unfortunately for MNM, they use another nade, getting rid of the Kiba barrier, which is okay, but you haven't got rid of the player yet. But to deny MNM from swinging at that exact moment, we see a C4 being tossed by P4 onto the window frame, so the player on that window can't immediately peek after when the cover is gone. This allows Rise to then put up another Kiba barrier, the ADS to recharge, and MNM still haven't dealt with that player that is still sit in this side of the objective. On the other side, we have a player on the hatch, we have a player on the window trying to also hold off those two positions, but P4 swings at a really good timing to the player that is on the window, and Rise even gets away with a jump out, where he unfortunately dies to a Claymore, but if you look at the time, they've wasted that piano part for an entire minute, and they've gotten 2 kills with it, so a very good trade in my opinion for Wolves.
Thank you very much. And on the telestration section for this matchup, at least we're back. Hello, Tristan, Jack. That was a very fast map number 1, I have to say. And MNM made Wolves look like chumps, I have to say. This was an unexpected result.
It really was as well, considering that it was Wolves' map pick as well. They picked into it. They thought, oh, MNM are going to, they haven't liked it. It's been a low preference map for, especially in terms of recent history for MNM. And MNM just showed why. That they are, they are always known as a cafe team. Long time they've been known as a very good cafe team. And I think you play with fire, like you said, Milos, you get burnt.
Yeah, I mean, they made real light work of it. It was a very quick game, like you said. I think our analyst segment might have been a little bit longer than the match was, sadly, for Wolves.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, Wolves even played the Solace, they played the Izami, they played the Valkyrie, couldn't get rounds on the board. I think to lose 4 Cafe defends is really not a position you want to see yourselves in. And then one of the rounds that they did win was a clutch from Shinka, an amazing clutch. We were all gasping at it, the 1v3 on the kitchen.
Yep.
Just a really bad showing from them. Like, I expected them to be a bit quicker, like Anne said, with getting into piano, getting control of things, but they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, Jack, do you want to say something?
I was just going to say, I thought MNM, I said about with the map bans, the fact that the map bans lent towards MNM for me. I think MNM, with finals, it's always going to be a curious one because these teams are playing 6 Invitational. Yep. These teams are going to be playing that game of, as much as, it becomes
saving strats?
They're saving strats, they're saving maps, they're saving things, joke, if you will. I think Wolves potentially are trying to hold something a little bit back, but MNM look like they're here with intent because they were going through the processes. Nothing was out of picture. Nothing was. Maybe the bans were a little bit funky, but the actual gameplay style from MNM was classic MNM that we're expecting to see. And I think they put out a statement of intent in that map 1 that they're here and they're here to win this.
I still loved seeing the Valkyrie. Not gonna lie, it was very well utilized by Wolves, but unfortunately, it's not enough. MNM take map number 1, and just to kind of give everybody a heads up on how things change. If you win this best of 3, then you double your winnings. You go from making 12,500 euros to 25,000 euros, which I know Liquipedia tries very hard to update it in USD, but it might as well be like $5 at this point, given the current situation as we are. But 7-2 is our scoreline as you watched in game. If you're joining us right now, hello, this is map number 1 in a best of 3, so we're not done just yet, and we have one more best of 3 right out of this or after this to finish off our quarters. Tyrant, our map MVP, 10-3. What do you think that is the case? What did he contribute the most in this map, Tristan?
I think this is a huge credit both to MNM and Tyrant's versatility, to be completely honest with you. To have players like Tyrant, to have players like Users that can play SMG 11s on defense, to play more supportive roles on defense, to be patient, to take time. I think it really caught Wolves out. I don't think they were able to pick players off like Tyrant early into rounds at all. We saw a round where Nello was being chased for around 2 minutes at the top of the map. So, yeah, I would say, excuse my earpiece, I'd say it was just difficult for Wolves to get a foothold and to really pick off players like Tyrant. I don't think there was really anyone from MNM that was dying early.
I think with Tyrant specifically as well, if you go back to stage two of this year in EUL, he was trying to force things quite a lot. He was trying to force kills, force the KD, force the positions, force the plays. Now, like you say, he's playing a little bit more with the team and in the system, and he's benefiting so much from that. You know, it feels like if it's not Tyrant, it's Soltov. It feels like between them two, they just share the MVP between the two of them. But his performance, particularly from that moment in stage two where it felt like the penny dropped, where he's like, right, if I operate in this system designed to work for me, he started operating in it, letting the kills come to him, and playing with the team, and it's done him so well.
What about Skyscraper now? Because things get way more complicated here. 7-2 is not an expected result for a team from a team like Wolves on map 1. You know, MNM very comfortable into this. Can they carry the momentum into a 2-0? What does Skyscraper lend itself to being a comfy space for MNM?
I think we both agreed on the desk. It's likely a benefit to MNM to go here. We know obviously it's their map pick. It doesn't always tell you who's better at the map, but again, they're going to be confident to go to it. There'll be a reason that they've taken this. I think we've seen that they're playing very seriously here. They're not, trolling. They're not running around. They're taking this incredibly seriously. There's nothing being saved here. I think Skyscraper is going to benefit them again if they play this way, where they're slow, they frustrate Wolves. They have sort of these layers to their defense that we talk about in competitive Siege, where you get past that first line and then suddenly you've got something really difficult to break down again, and you can 100% do that on Sky.
MNM when they've played Sky, the last couple of times they played Sky in terms of stage 3, where they couldn't attack Sky, they were very good at defending it, but they couldn't attack it. Then when they went and played at the Major, they were good at attacking it, but then they were struggling to defend. There's a Skyscraper coming that's like, I would consider the perfect Skyscraper, because MNM have clearly shown on both sides that they're comfortable understanding the win conditions and how the map plays out, because it does play out slightly differently. So I think, for MNM, it's a map they understand the win conditions. They understand the layers of how to defend those layers and how to attack those layers and what operators to use as well. So I think for Wolves, it's not looking good. I think for MNM, this is certainly, in my opinion, an MNM favoured map.
2-0, yes or no?
Yes, I'll say yes.
Tristan?
Yes, I think they should see it out. I think they'd be disappointed not to see it out. They're in an amazing position.
And since you're over there, 2-0? Yes, she agrees. There you go. You got all the info you wanted. There you go. Can MNM upset here and take down Wolves in the quarterfinals, or at least in the semifinals, I guess? Or will it go to map 3? That's all hopes from you watching at home to go to that map, but also for everybody that wants to see the team succeed. Who knows? Toss it to our casters. Habram are ready for you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, we are going to be finding out very soon here on Skyscraper. Jack mentioned it. Once they knew how to attack it well, once they knew how to defend it well, let's see if those two have fused together to make this best of 3.
A perfect sandwich.
To make the perfect Skyscraper sandwich.
Delicious.
What is going to be on a Skyscraper sandwich?
Well, they've got barbecue.
Oh yeah, they get some
So there's
barbecue.
going to be some barbecue.
Some sushi stuff as well.
Some sushi. Can you
First of
barbecue
all,
sushi?
What does classify as a sandwich? Is it bread, something on top of it, bread?
Theoretically.
Yeah, okay. No, just so we have that cleared out.
Yeah, I mean, is a hot dog a sandwich?
See, that's the thing.
That is the thing.
Because it's technically just one bun, right?
Yeah. Unless you rip it in half.
And then it's going to be a sandwich in my eyes.
Uh-huh.
Because then it's 2 pieces of bread pushed together.
Either way, if there was a level of which map is the tastiest, I think Skyscraper, it has barbecue and it has sushi and it has a kitchen. Cafe has a kitchen. Chalet has a kitchen.
Yeah. It's definitely more
Club has a
flavour
kitchen,
here.
but I wouldn't trust any... Oregon even has a kitchen, but I wouldn't trust anything from it.
Club also has a kitchen.
Yeah, also, there's a lot of kitchens in Siege. There's not a lot of bathrooms, though.
There is also a lot of bathrooms.
No, there's not a lot. There's way less bathrooms than there is kitchens. The new Nighthaven map does not have a bathroom.
Maybe it's locked behind doors, because we all know that actual
I feel
doors
like
cannot
they
open.
really should have bathrooms in Nighthaven. For all the budgets that they have, for like, oh, look, I'm Carly. I've got cool guns. Oh,
She
look.
has been arrested though, so maybe
I may.
you know
Yeah,
that
she got
is
arrested.
why there's no
Like
more
Vera.
budget to actually get the.
If you haven't seen it, there's a new cutscene.
Yeah, there is.
Hey, these bands, less funky. Way less funky.
Yep.
These are pretty standard setup bands. The double electric restriction. Okay, maybe you don't really expect that. You might have even potentially put Wamai there instead of the Bandit or the Kaid. I think you can really swap either. Hatches aren't the biggest drive here. You're looking at a couple of sort of flat walls that become the big problems. The way that a lot of teams love to attack this map, you'll see the top 2 sites are generally the 2 that you'll see the most, and you sort of take it across the half. You treat it a little bit like Villa, where you isolate stair sets, get yourself in on the top floor on the opposite stuff, and then just sort of clear your way across.
To some extent, it kind of feels like it's 2 separate buildings, right? And that big white wall that you have between Dragon and Drum, or Terrace and Drum, that is that big divider. Now, it does bleed into each other a bit more the further we get in the development of Skyscraper. But either way, that is how you often treat it. Now, as the extension comes through to the office, it is just to make sure you waste as much time as you possibly can to stop MNM from truly pushing in, so those externals are going to be locked off. Limit them through mostly windows and a couple of doorways that they would have to jump through. Or even ascend some of the staircases. And as MNM is coming through, they do start on the exhibition site. Instantly hopping in towards the bedroom area. Tyrant hoping to clear out any potential roamers that would be downstairs. And Solus is not on the board, and you can find out due to the fact that there's already pre-placed drones. I mean, she's on the board, just not being played right now.
Yeah. Here it is. The quick bit of pressure towards that. As I said, you'll sort of try and get some clarity. Tyrant's in a couch position. He was hoping somebody might rotate underneath because, well, they could. That's the sort of meat of it. Is the takeaway is a lot of it is often flat, and some teams might find themselves taking a bit of a risky drop, a bit of a risky rotation. It's a long route on your way back through. There's a lot of twists and turns and a lot of places to hide the players. So instead, pull back with the support structure you have in place. They take themselves a bit of control here on the opposite end, and this is the next point of ingress. Rise, holding onto that shield to swing around from the side of that, the canopy that drops down, the extension towards Drum. That's what we talk about, of the separation of map A to map B, is that exact line Rise is now the front line of.
It's literally being broken open now by those breaching charges coming through. They're hoping to give themselves as many opportunities to challenge Rise and Mowgli, who are holding off that border between the 2 parts of the map. Now, flashbangs are coming through. Rise is going to be completely blind. You should be able to act on the back of this, and the Gaunt 6 will be used to potentially get rid of that shield, but I believe it has failed. And that means that Rise, now able to see again, has the opportunity to continue contesting any way these attackers come from.
Yeah, this is what we talk about this map being a little bit slow on the attack. It's 2 minutes, and they've only really been able to get themselves circled around. The pressure on Geisha, the pocket EMPs are going to be able to pop open that wall, and they find P4 on the back end of it. Geisha's dropped, Nello gets Rise. They've retaken this control very quickly. Users swinging around onto Mowgli at the same time. Blackstairs is now that sort of back end of pressure. Shinka, he's tucked himself in towards the site itself, and now he's the only one left holding on. But as he's caught out in karaoke, watched, he's trying to sing his favorite song of survival, but instead has to slip and slink his way down back towards Black. Drops himself, gets caught out. The smoke is just going to force out the position on goal, but he's watched by the drone. They know exactly where he is. He has nowhere he can really go at this point. They just have to watch the corridor. MNM open with technically their 5th round in a row.
I'm kind of confused on what exactly happened there. I mean, P4 is the first to fall in Geisha. That happens. But what we saw earlier is that border we spoke about was being defended by Mowgli on Drum, by Rise up on the topper of Dragon, and Mowgli just disappeared. He's gone. And suddenly Nello has an opportunity to just walk in, take down Rise, and then you're just confined to the side.
What I wonder, and what I'm curious about, is if Mowgli rotated back
That's what I think.
towards the main stairs, is where I think he died from, or if he took the drop down the canopy to see if he could get underneath and maybe do some damage. When people started dying, tried to rotate his boat way back up, because it was very swift. As soon as Geisha fell,
Yeah.
you saw a lot.
But that's it. I think indeed Mowgli fell back towards the main stairs to see if he could try and hold onto Geisha with like the wall and just firing underneath. That is being portrayed right now by the observer. Is it medics or is it easy?
Medics.
Medics. Okay.
I think.
Medics. Yes.
Medics.
It's medics. So him removing himself from the equation there, that really allowed Nello to instantly take the space, take down Rise, and then suddenly there's only 2 more rooms you need to be clearing out as the attackers. So, well done by MNM. Like, all credit to them. And just that one rotation basically completely collapsed whatever was left of the defense there. So, it's good to see that MNM was able to act on that so quickly. 1-0, 2 minutes 30. Phone call coming out. Bibu has to fall back slightly because he is on that front line. The phone is going off. He knows he could be hunted, and he definitely is, because Tyrant down below. If he waits a bit longer, could have potentially picked up one of the drops that came through, but I'm not sure if the rotation will stretch as far. It's just P4 chilling around the bar, holding on tight.
That's it. That's the slight change at this point. Wolves, they've opted for one sort of minor difference that we can see so far, in that they're not all prepped and stacked up in the same sort of lock-off position on the second story. Instead, they've got themselves a bit of a stretch, and Tyrant's going to sort of make a speech about it, but P4 hasn't blocked off entirely. He's still blocked off a bit of that approach. He's still watching and monitoring, can rotate up the main stairs if he so chooses, but there might be a little bit more pressure here coming towards Rise. You can see at least 2 stacked up. There's a drone caught out by the mute jam on the back end. And as I said, it's such an important power position for them to play.
Gish again to be opened up as Rise is hoping to not be abandoned this time, and surely that call has been made. The adaptation will be coming through. Flashbangs in to stop any form of magnets out there. The shield this time will fall, and that is going to be making Rise's job a little bit more difficult than it was last time. So he falls back. He abandons the position this time, which means that Mowgli is now left alone.
That's the thing. When you know that it's only really mute jammers, they're going to be stopping the approach of Electrics. It makes things very easy for pocket EMPs on the approach. They're going to get Geisha open, regardless of what happens. At this point, they're going to see if they can try and pull themselves back. Mowgli with the pre-fire round, but he's just going to pull himself back in. The pings on the single player watching that. Oh. And it's Solotov that does a huge job, gets the first, cannot quite get the full bite of Mowgli on the second, who tucks himself back round into karaoke. They have the stretch from 45 seconds. What can they now do with it, MNM?
Should have been the second kill there, but the wall just blocking the line of sight just slightly. But that extra man advantage should be crucial. But Rice just rotating into Geisha, takes down Solotov before he gets shut down himself. So that round is at least being retaken by MNM.
There is still a player underneath. P4 prepped with a C4. He's ready to see if he can try and get the back end of this, but he has to make his appearance at the right possible time. 20 seconds, 3 versus 3. They've got to see if they can try and strong arm their way into the site at this point. Neo, he's holding off a bit of a swing angle as he's going to see if he can step his way in. There goes Mowgli, down and now out. They've got themselves dropped in. The C4 pops, not at the right place. There's the reveal and the rotate up the stairs. There's the bite back round. It's M&M's. Somehow that final call came at the dying end, and if they'd have backed off, that would have been
good for pushing through. That is definitely it. They found themselves an opening. Again, they stayed calm, they stayed patient, they slowly solved the puzzle by moving the chess pieces around the board and seeing if there's an opening they can spot to checkmate Wolves. And that's what they did there. Except for the last, attempt from P4 to C4 not catching anybody out. He finds it down from the main stairs, but after that his position is known and the remaining players will be there for the cover on MNM. And this is something we said during the previous map as well, Emmy. They play as a team. They're always together. It's not like you find that one solo player out there and you have the opportunity to rotate around and find yourself for a second position to strike. Someone is instantly checking it. There's no way of you backing out at that point. And now we change over to the other side of the map. It is going to be Exhibition and Office. Again, the same division of the map still stands, and Wolves is going to be fortifying it as they see fit, using Izami. There's the Frost as well, bringing out the mats to see if anybody can be caught off. But that division hasn't been too successful yet. I mean, they've been able to hold off MNM for massive amounts of time, but then the push also happens elsewhere, and they're not as successful at holding that down. And they're forced back, and suddenly that cloud just favors MNM so much. So far the attacks, subliminal.
I mean, subliminal.
That's not the word, is it?
It's sublime.
Sublime.
Subliminal is like a secret message.
It's not a secret message.
Like,
it might be.
Like if you flash
sublime,
Christmas lights in a certain way.
Morse code?
In Morse code.
Yeah.
But you don't tell somebody, and then
But I meant supply, so it's good. Good attacks coming through.
We're learning.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they can try and keep that trainer rolling. To be honest, if P4 had just pulled back, I think they might have been able to take that previous round on time. At least he would have isolated it into sort of 2 1 versus 1s, potentially even just a 1 versus 1, and then pick up the guy planting. It's little moments that aren't quite connecting today from the side of Wolves, where MNM's just been a bit stricter, a little bit more put together on it. The break comes towards the top of the stair set as they once again go for this. As I said, it's the top across clear. Where you get half of the map under your own lock-in. Mowgli's going to see if he can go for a bit of a rebuild and try and hold on to this. There's a dangerous window on the side of Dragon, and Solotov just drifts by, but nobody quite catches either. There's that dangerous window.
As Tristan said, MNM, they are playing to win it here. They're not leaving anything to be questioned about their intentions of being here right now. They want to take that trophy home. They want to make sure they are the best of EU, and so far it has been showing. Solotov trying to go for the first entry here. He's not quite connecting to P4, who's now stuck behind his little bar. He's trying to play the pixel peek to his advantage right here, and a bit of a teammate is coming in to help as well. Well, so far not finding the entry they were looking for.
I mean, they're just pre-firing either side of this door, and there's users getting the first.
Double.
Solotov tucks with the second. Mowgli finds Tyrant. At least one body back on their end, and now he's going to see if he can get the next on the window. He's under intense pressure, and that wall is going to, for now, stay solid behind him. There's just a bit of support from a mute jam that will mean that they cannot quite get the swing around from the side of the terrarium. Mowgli on the back end, he's doing his best to hold it out here on the swing either side, and there it is, the angle over the top, but look at all of that. That's not going to pop off 30 seconds, and MNM, they've got to try and find a different route through, as Mowgli's able to find one more for the cover for the 2 bodies they took. They've lost 2 on the same swing on that door.
Yeah, the shield Rise playing behind here is posing a bit of an issue here for Wolves, because it's going to be stopping them from taking Dragon under control together with that Mew Jammer, but the opening on the side is that going to be causing the double team to come through. Neo and Nello both find success, but it's Mowgli with a quad kill. He needs to find the last. There's 9 seconds left on the board. He is set up for it, and he aces it as well. Wolves, they find the round on the back of the Mowgli ace. As they ran MNM out of time, they forced him to just push through. And as they tried, they found success.
I mean, if there was a moment where you sort of needed Mowgli to do Mowgli things, it was
this
there.
that one.
We saw them holding down Dragon for as long as they could as the Azami. They got the first kill around that swing round. They realized how much pressure was coming through on the other side of a locked wall, so they sort of said, Rise, you stick here, you hold them off. Rotates back, gets himself hopped up inside the site to cover over, as you said, a great angle. He set up himself. He was literally and figuratively plugging the holes throughout that on the approach. Wherever there seemed to be a leak that MNM wanted to put the pressure onto,
Flex tape, man.
It was flex tape. It was putting the cover over. It was making sure they couldn't get the reach through, and then shooting through the covers he was building too. An outstanding round.
Now, I have to say, Dragon, you mentioned it before, but that was, well, not quite right defining as the ace, but it definitely helped because they couldn't open up that wall. They were having to throw bodies at the problem. Mowgli there to pick them up. Rise still behind that shield, able to, well, again, plug up any hole that could have otherwise been created as well. And with that, they really needed to push in through VIP, which they did, which is finally when it took out Rise, but too much time already wasted, too many men already lost. Mowgli closing them down in the end. That's round 1 for Wolves. They managed to get no more than 2 in the last. Hoping to do better than that here. But the defense has started off a little bit rough. Considering MNM has been able to just breach through the borders, we have been talking about quite easily. Isolate those players, force them back, and suddenly overwhelm wherever they come from. And again, this time they're attacking from the house area, so from the exhibition, from the office. They will be headed over towards Terrace, towards Dragon, to take control of Drum. And the players are there. Again, I mean, nothing is too different compared to the previous 2 times we've seen Wolves defend this. So I'm just going to wait and see to find out what they've chosen to do to adapt to the style of MNM's attacks.
MNM. Oh, suffering a bit of a scrape through, and there's the soft.
Good
gone.
sound.
Rise, yeah. got his headphones turned up to maximum. Might not be healthy in the long run, but sure healthy for now. They're going to instead see if they can try and rotate and make sure that if he goes for the same sort of pop out, he's not going to be as successful. Put some bullets over the bow of the shield. They've won this twice in a row. There's the pop, and there's at least some support and cover. The break comes against the soft wall and gives them that little bit of extra width. Once again, there's now a chance of underneath play by P4. Mowgli's there to support if they need it. 2 players have got to rotate underneath now, but there is also a Lion that's not too far away from them.
Tyron is quite low on HP, and he's aware of the fact that he's being hunted, so he's quickly trying to find himself a way out, or at least a route out. As Solitov finds a double kill. Mowgli and Boo Boo just taking off the board like that, no big deal, and that's going to be allowing MNM to find themselves again with an opportunity to just start hammering down at the side. That's Geisha under control. Now just push onto the main stairs.
Oh, there's one more. He's inside the side. Cannot find the 4th. Shinka stops the run of Solitov, but Rise, he's doing his best to hold on to the opposite end. Downs Tyrant. He should be able to crawl at least to some safety round on the side, and there's Neo with the cover that he needs. Shinka, he's able to bite the second head off. Has to repeat a back-to-back ace of a different Wolves player at this point to try and clutch this round into their favor. Cannot quite find it there. Neo has the connection. MNM 3-1 here on their attacks across the board.
I like you have 2 players just shoulder peeking slightly, and like one gets picked up, the other one backs off after the first sets of shots come through.
Tag in.
And you just have Neo with the DMR, like which is probably like the worst gun to take such a fight. And he just runs by. He's like, "Oh, I'll take down that kill. That's all fine."
Got the one on.
Got
the one onto Rise. Is there to support their friends at the Jiggle Peak corner. I mean, Mowgli being caught out there, I'm not sure if that was just bad timing. There was the fight that was going on the back end of Geisha. They had the angle. You could see that Mowgli was rotating up those stairs mere moments before the disaster struck. And then pushing in to get the 3rd as well. The army just had no idea.
It's an unfortunate situation for Wolves to lose 2 players as early on as that, because they definitely had MNM under lock and key to some extent, right? Because there wasn't really anywhere they could have gone anymore, because, you know, that division was being guarded well. Geisha, sure, it was in the process of being opened up, but I mean, even if it's opened up, you don't really have control of it as of yet. So that double opening, that truly elevated MNM and allowed them to just skyrocket into the rest of that round, into the rest of the site, to find success. Now, no Solas has been played yet, I believe, this map.
No.
We see a lot of pre-placed drones being out here for MNM. I'm not saying it will be a solution because we didn't really see the full extent, but if you do manage to take out some of these drones earlier, because there's one underneath the default cam right there, you just saw, they lack that information. That's the kind of default drone Nello used to take the spot of Mowgli in that very first round and take down Rise as soon as his post was abandoned. Got to take that away from them. You cannot have them have that information for free.
It's been more than enough of a tricky half here as the opener Wolves. If they can try and claw back 2 rounds at this point, that would be, I think, beyond anything. The only round that they've been able to get was an ace.
Yeah.
And that is most of the kills that the team has gotten as well. They're really just struggling to keep a meter on what has been a 5-pronged and pointed brilliant approach here from the side of MNM, really sort of putting truth to the words. Tristan spoke on the desk before where they like to attack this. They love to attack Wolves on this. It seems the pressure coming across. The first time we've obviously seen this site, the first time we've seen a site down on the first floor. Mowgli's going to buy himself a bit of a rotate room back round to the top. As I said, the man at the moment, but he's the first off the board this time.
Solitov played that perfectly, used that keeper barrier to safely reload, instantly back into the fight again. And that's going to be creating an opening here because that's the black stairs open up. But Bieber finds a response, takes down Tyrant, and now is hunting down towards Solitov. New. There's still a player on that doorway there, wants to make sure that's locked off, and he cannot play there for free. Whereas the rest of MNM is trying to break through that division, hoping to take Drum under control and take out Rise.
He's just keeping a bit of an eagle eye out. He maybe wants to strike, and that could be a problem that Wolves are seeing if they could get a solution, is strike first. See if they can swing into the positions that MNM's getting set up, which they're doing a lot of here. There's the hop through, and there's Solitov. He's able to get one more for the trouble, pushes them back once again, uses with the pressure on the opposite end. Solitov finds one more, having one of those games where you just sort of want to see what's on his gun and steal it for yourself to see if you can pull the same pops of magic. That's 3 for the round. He is on that 3.0 KD, and he's looking to see if he can get the 4th round here for MNM.
We do have a pre-placed C4, and we have one still in pocket by P4. Both these players are down below, but I believe Shinka just been spotted out by the Gemini Replicator there, so they're aware of what's happening. All they need to do now is find a table to plant on. That's the first to pop off. Shinka, you can start heading back up towards the top floor now. See what you can do. Allow P4 to play his magic. Actually, no, it's down below in Barbecue, so they're hunting it down. They know they're out here. Shinka, the time's about to be running out. You just need to stay alive. As MNM is pushing through, they might have mistaken themselves here as well. As the time, 2 seconds, 1, it is going to be P4 to close it out in the end. And I believe Wolves was just as mistaken as I was, because they were all up on the top floor. They wasted so much utility, and then they just rushed down in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, you're a bit curious what happened there, Eminem. A bit curious. You're able to do all the damage on the top, and then you sort of were droning out the final push. You had a rough idea where the players were. There was prepped ideas and angles. It's one of those moments where you sort of go back and you have to sort of watch what everybody's doing from the top down to be like, what?
I mean, by the amount of people we had upstairs for the majority of the round, you would have been convinced. I was convinced it was the top floor hold.
Oh, I never I thought, because if you're attacking that site, you get control of the top and then try and box your way down. It felt late if that's what MNM were doing, and if that's what they weren't doing, then they were mistaken on where the site was.
Something like that. But okay, well done by Wolves. They managed to stay alive until the final end. I was literally convinced it was top floor.
Yeah,
the C4 is pre-placed for top floor. I was like, okay, surely he's going to be rotating back up now. But no, not the case. It was 30 seconds left at that point for MNM. There was not enough time to go back down towards the ground floor, so well done. Well done by them. And that's tier 3. Back towards the office, the exhibition room, to see if they can make this an even half on the side of Wolves. I was literally about to commend MNM as well by how they managed to open up the full top floor.
Yeah,
and again,
I'll be honest,
when
you said Shinka can rotate up now, I was thinking, I mean, they could, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I was a bit confused why you were calling that.
I was sure they were going to be in the top floor. That's my bad.
Well, Shinka doesn't need to rotate anyway. Gets the first off the board. Nello is gone. Was at least able to open a wall, but there's now a bit of a problem on the opposite side. That User's is going to have to be the only man that can sort of solve here for the swing round. They've got that restructured, rebuilt. The Gon 6 is going to get rid of both of them, but they're going to pull themselves away. Some of the pocket with the keeper, about 30-ish%, but I'm bad at numbers.
Preparation being done here by MNM, opening up all these barricades to allow themselves easier move through. That's going to be the least of their worries, because keeper barriers are set up right behind it, and as soon as they start crossing, the pressure will start to rise. Now, the VIP wall has been opened up again, and that is going to be putting some pressure onto Bibu and Mowgli and Rise, all present inside of Dragon. That is how it felt the last time around when the ace did come through from Mowgli. So that is maybe something they try and bank on again.
Yeah, they're a body down, and it's a rare thing to see here from the side of MNM, especially with how much time has since passed from the other end of that. They've got to try and piece things together, but Mowgli has different ideas. As you said, it was where they pulled the ace before. They're able to keep some of that destruction from this. More than happy to lead and swing around the side. There's a close tuck on the left, and this is what I talked about before. It seems like one of the changes Wolves is making is meeting them with more aggression. They're sort of refusing to let them get set up, and P4's hoping that the gambit of not being droned out is going to work in his favor. I mean, if they find him, they've still got to potentially swing him, or they've got to go for a long rotate. There's the find. There's the reveal. Do they go for the double window and drop out and just sort of spray through the door? Do they see if they can try and do some damage from underneath, or this? Are they looking for the drone hole? Ooh! It was one of the riskier ways, but at least you know he's not going to shoot back. However, they do not get the kill.
And that's the painful part there. They did not have the entry they were hoping for, at least a bit of a return, because they are 2 men down currently. So they really need something to go their way. Users, be careful you do not step in that frost mat. He gives away his position as he goes. And that means it's only up to Neo now. Breaks the keeper barrier, instantly gets pre-fired. It's the flawless round from Wolves. Brings themselves back up to 3-3 in a good position to try and turn that around, bring us to a map 3. If they are able to find their attacks and connect them against the defensive of MNM.
I mean, as I sort of said, at that 3-1 mark, I would be amazed if Wolves pull back the 2 rounds. One of them, you know, I think they were as confused as you are where the site was. That one, MNM definitely fell off a lot. They didn't quite have the same panache that they wanted to sort of drive themselves into the fight with. They were missing, but also Wolves stepped it in. It's the first moment that we sort of saw them in these kind, not hyper-aggressive, but a little bit more aggressive positioning, in that they weren't tucked behind shields and trying to wait for the burn game that we saw in the opening few rounds. They weren't playing so strictly behind the mirror windows. They were a couple of steps ahead. And it took MNM a bit by surprise. You see the kill there onto the stairs at the end, and you're thinking, okay, they're not really sure. It's not a lesson that you can sort of take here, and this is where the lessons need to really be learnt from Wolves. This is going to be a tougher half than their defense, I think, for a lot of people's money. But are MNM a bit disheartened, or do they think they can lock it from here on?
They still have a tactical timeout to use if they do run into trouble, so does Wolves. So nothing is lost as of yet. I believe uses his eyeing to go for a quick jump out. There we go, that's one spot. Goes for it. It's a bit too early, though. Gets spotted out.
A bit too early. Yeah, no one had arrived at that point just yet. Went for something bold and brash to try and open things up, but not rewarded for it. That's one of the parts of this, the approach. Yeah, screw that cabinet.
Just allowing himself to have some nice vision down the line. And make sure the top floor is going to be as protected as possible, and that cabinet does soak up some bullets every now and then. So creating an extra angle might be catching off a unexpected attacker. First castle barricade to be removed is going to be allowing them to start pushing, putting pressure onto Drum. But we're still very busy with droning out the house area of the map, just making sure that exhibition, bedrooms, the office are going to be cleared out, so there's no surprises waiting for them there before they finally start striking towards the place where they actually need to be. Now it is again barbecue and kitchen. This time I'm not caught
You're
off.
aware.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Is Wolves going to be aware this time?
Mowgli still looking for those little pockets of fight that can come from those pixel swings round. There's a huge bit of pressure here onto the Drum player. They do have the big dangerous drop, but it is very likely suicide with the ease of watching it from underneath. Nello does find P4 though, and that's a little bit of that security. As I said, the dangerous drop turns a little bit safer now, especially as you've been able to take a player around from the stock end. You have that cover gone. So the aggressive fight has to come here. Oh, that's still so dangerous. Popping themselves back in. Mowgli suffers the same fate, but MNM, they're able to slip their players back in. They're going to start trying to hold on now to this new back line. They've dropped the first. They've rebuilt the trenches onto the back end of Karaoke. And as gold starts to get opened up, Wolves are still desperately looking for a first.
A minute, and they're still only trying to take control of that top floor. They haven't really tried to take care of the horizontally yet. Mowgli finds Neo, instantly taken out by users though, as Solotov in the geisha finds one, hoping to go for a second. Locks it off. MNM able to fend them off on the top floor, not really having to worry about barbecue, so the true hold downstairs not fully tested. But again, find themselves in the lead. Start off strong on their defensive half.
Yeah, as soon as the pressure started to come there, I think Wolves realized, they did not have a huge amount of time to make that final piece come together. They were sort of under this mantle of pressure here where they hadn't gotten any control. They weren't quite able to stop this swing round, the pressure that was coming on the opposite end. MNM get that open up. Now they can sort of pull themselves up here to the top floor of the site, and you know, maybe it was one of those situations where Wolves expected it to be this site first. They thought they maybe had a bit more time to get the pressure down. There was the death underneath in stock, not too far away from the site, and at that point you're thinking,
well, I mean, it's also a Capcan, so it's like, it has a C4. It's not too uncommon of a C4 operator being below, right? It's like, you can toss that up on a little balustrade and then find a kill like that if Geisha, or if Drum, sorry, or Upper Drum falls.
10 seconds left.
So, I mean, just that one player doesn't mean enough in that case. But either way, not sure if, again, Wolves just wanted to take top floor first before they start headed down, or if that was the same trap I fell into just a couple of rounds earlier. But we're finding ourselves on the top floor now. So pretty similar kind of hold to come through from what we've seen in the majority of the previous round, with maybe the exception of the Capcom playing down below. However, might also be not a bad shout to have someone down below to make sure that, you know, if someone comes up in one of these staircases, you have an opportunity of knocking them down.
MNM, you've taken a good first round back into this, and as I said, the pressure is entirely onto Wolves to see if they can try and meet the mantle. It's not easy attacking this map. Things get a bit slow, a bit bogged down, and Mowgli might be that man at the moment to start to spark some of that life back in. The pressure onto the gates. They have the stretch. They have these slightly longer angles towards the pixel position that is often played a spray back through. But that wall, the difference here is it's solid. It's locked. There's the jams behind it. They're not going to get the easy breach through. They need Bibu to potentially rotate round with the pocket EMPs. He's making that move now. They're able to find an angle to get that open. Maybe it was shot out from underneath, but either way, minute 20 gone.
Very worried about roamers potentially coming onto the back stairs near house. That is what they're looking out for. No one there, however. Everybody is basically set up on that top floor around the site, making sure that the Wolves will not have a way in. Solotov is going to be taking out some drones. He knows that he's about to be breached here by next to Thermite, but he has the hatch he could use to drop off. If that is going to be problematic, they could just walk all the way back towards safety as well. MNM, they're just holding tight right now, and a minute 10 left on the board, and well, Wolves really haven't made too much progress here.
That's it.
Oh, they wanted to get that barrier, didn't get it.
No, they're trying to find their way through. That wall is staying electrified. They don't have the pocket EMPs to get it dug out, so it's going to have to be this. The grenade round and just gets the catch. They're able to get the pop through. The breach is going to come off. Solotov isn't going to stick around and find out what happens next, though. Instead, pulls back and gets himself a slightly different angle. He's got some solid behind him, but there's nothing solid currently pushing him. Mowgli, he's going to slip his way through. Gets the bulletproof, gets tucked around, is expecting a swing and a fight from somewhere. The pings come across the board. Solotov wins the fight on the window, looking for the next. It's ring around the rosies, but the cover is on the stairs. Shinka does find Solotov inside. Geisha at this point. Rise is trying to knock on the back door of gold. Bibu's going to step in, but Neo has that cover as well, and these split angles are problematic at best, and at worst, it's just Shinka left. The rebuild there, the swing on the stairs, the force of the position, the pre-fire gets the connection onto users, but 15 seconds, and look at that rotate. Azami's not sticking around to find out what happens next. Going to move their way back to black. They've given over the site itself. They're going to sort of say, try and plant. We'll swing around and get the cover. The bait on the first, the pull and the rotation onto the second. Neo's round on the corner, 4 seconds. They popped up. There it's Nello. And there's 2 rounds.
Beautiful team play from MNM. Is all you have to say. Like, the aggression from Solotov heading back into Geisha, they wanted to punish it. He finds the first in the window, then the second one is able to just stop anybody from moving through that breach by playing on the main stairs. You have the other example where you want to pre-fire one angle and suddenly the one that is just slightly wider also has a player in it. That is the kind of stuff you want to see on a defense like this. MNM perfectly playing that out as a team, which is their strength. And all you can do is commend it. And they finally find themselves on 3-5, 2 more rounds away again from a map, but this time it would also mean the game. Put them in the grand finals of the European League. 2 more rounds.
I mean, it's a hell of a way to get there.
It is definitely. I mean, they've been very dominant this game so far.
I mean, you know, the expectations, I think, for a lot of people were a Wolves BDS final tomorrow, a bit of a grudge match revenge for what happened at the major. Because for a lot of people's monies, at that major, the team that Wolves had to beat was BDS. And any other team should have been theirs. As it's been said, they're one of the best teams over the previous year. They've grown and grown, and MNM have been scrappy, and they've been at majors, and they've been set up in these situations. But at the same time, we expected, I think, a bit more from Wolves here.
I mean, the funny thing is, you just start thinking about things the teams are known for this year. Wolves is known for being at every major this year. MNM is known for losing 1v4s on the random occasion. You know? It's funny how those things differ, but MNM, they've really managed to climb out of that. They've really started to tighten up on their attacks and their defenses, which has been quite successful for them, to say the least, as they find themselves 2 rounds away from making it to the grand finals.
They're prepping themselves now, seeing if they can just hold on. The same work the Azami did before. The architect really coming into the architecture of this map. They are making sure that holes are continually plugged on the opposite end. The pre-fire onto the window, the stress and the pressure of a player that's going to pull themselves back a little bit. You can see Wolves are sort of prodding, picking apart at particular angles and seeing if there's anything that lies underneath it. Neo's tucked himself back into drum. He realizes that the pressure is sort of multifaceted. Shinka, in the meantime, he's going over to the opposite end. There's pings on the player, the one stuck at the top of Black Stairs. It's been there quite a while, but I think even they at this point have realized just how much is coming their way. And look at this, instantly tucked out, tucked around. Gold has now fallen, and Wolves once again have been able to get control over half of the top floor, but around the same time, and it sort of fell apart before. Solotov's going to make sure it starts that exact way again. Mowgli gone.
Man's just on fire right now. There's no stopping him. Like, you need to be doubling down to take out Solotov. Taking a head-on-head gunfight, you're not going to be winning that most of the times. I mean, he's died 6 times, but he's gone way more kills than that. People slowly rotating around. He's hoping to move unseen or unheard, potentially to play from that window, shut down anybody that's playing near the little rotation area. But as drones come through, Wolves, they need to be breaking the division of the map here to find that success they're looking for. And Rise already looking, he's afraid of someone pushing a back up from the top. And as they drone out, could be confirming no one is indeed there. Rise can now start continuing, hammering down on Terrace.
I mean, it's what makes it so awkward. That wall getting popped open, that's a pretty big blow for the defense here, and the swing round. The Jam did not quite just get that, but yeah, the impact, and there's the rebuild once again, the pressure, the Gon 6 on the far end, but there's some suffering from Bibu, but Shinka getting the break onto the wall. 30 seconds, and Wolves, they've suddenly gone from 0 to 100, and they're going to see if they can try and get somebody behind it, but Neo tucked and ready to drop the close angle to fight itself. P4, he's able to just get a snap to the second. They've got eyes towards the site. Can they try and get the cover of the blinds and get that kit down? What seemed impossible up to this point. There's the Yazami inside, looking for the instant swing round. There it is. They're dropped down from the opposite cover. There's the cover, and there is MNM pushing themselves to map and series point. 3 defenses in a row.
Again, like, perfectly played by MNM. They fall back as soon as the pressure gets too high. They start locking down the actual site. They played in pairs. They do not peek alone. There's always there someone to follow up, and just a little bit of unexpected aggression onto the players of Wolves as well, suddenly swinging out just the meter more than they might have expected. That is what is making them win these gunfights. There's also Solotov just you know, not completely locked down on the side. He's slightly offside, slightly on their own, but he's able to find these important opening kills. Is really doing in Wolves right now. And now a potential last round. We're headed back towards the barbecue and kitchen as the full rotation has been completed. Of course, there is 4 sites on the map, but house doesn't often get played here, which is the bathroom, the bedroom, that kind of area. This doesn't get played often, so barbecue and kitchen has a bit more security to it, which is why it is being played right now by MNM. I mean, they've already been able to get a victory here. Quick impact use on the VIP wall as well might make them afraid of a potential run out. Capcan traps on windows is not often something you see, but it's all there to stop any quick pushes coming through. It starts with a house clear, with a top floor clear on the eastern side. That is how Wolves is looking to win this round. Last time they did this, they lost plenty of time. They did not have enough time to actually make it to the site before MNM was able to, well, basically run them out of manpower.
MNM so close to pulling themselves into the final tomorrow against whoever takes it in the next showing. They're looking like they want it more than anything at this point, and fair enough. Sure, anyone that is close to the players will maybe be expecting a little bit more of the presents that they might receive around this potential holiday time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just about that.
Not just. The Wolves, they might make their stay a bit shorter than they hoped it would be after their recurrent major performances. Now, Neo's receiving a bit of pressure from either side. It's not directly gunfire yet, but it's pressure in terms of bodies and drones rolling through. Mowgli is looking to take the first gunfight here. Doesn't get the full lock on. Takes out of the shield, but I believe they're stuck behind the drum now.
No,
That'll rotate it off.
Yeah, just rotated off there. As soon as I think they heard the swing of the breach, they knew that they had a split second before the gun would be back out. Take the rotate, take the time, don't try and swing into it. It was almost that gift. It was almost the best they could have. Mowgli just missed out on the opportunity to get the swing round, and that quick response from MNM, which has been a big consistent of the day, almost actually bit him right back. Bibu gets stacked up towards the side of Geisha. The break comes through onto the territory. They're going for this control above, and what they're doing different this time is getting some of that width early. We saw a very heavy presence across the board before. I say early, in terms of actually getting into the gunfights that follow. They still have the situation potentially underneath. They've got this, the spray round. Neo rotates off, a bit of a cover comes through, but look at the difference. MNM, they've been forced out of this because of that Geisha break.
Well, that's also it, but also that's not the actual side, so they just start falling back to the actual side. You've just wasted a minute 20 trying to get side control. You still don't have it. Solita finds the first, and basically they need to start all over again, but now a floor down, and they do not have the time for this. They need to go for brute force. Neo finds one. There's only 3 more left on the side of Wolves to keep them in it. Are they going to be able to succeed?
Rise gets a great take behind the bar and is going to see if he can try and pop up and get another, but 15 seconds. They've just got to try and drop, hope, and really hope as they hold F and see if they can get the kit down the blinds round. The swing and the kit drops out of it. It is a 4 versus 1, but Bibu, even he can't make that work. MNM, what a performance and what a day to take them past the Wolves. The team that a lot of us expected it, but they'll be keeping their eyes towards Asai. And MNM, they'll have their eyes firmly locked on the game that's up next and tomorrow.
Yeah, they will be finding out who their opponents will be for the Grand Finals that will be taking place tomorrow to find out if they can also get their, well, throne gilded for the next season's intro. But that was a very dominant performance we saw from MNM there. Wolves not really able to connect at all to whatever was being tossed at them, whereas MNM, they played like a team. Like, they played as a unit, just tossing themselves at Wolves, and they found massive success.
It was so well connected. It was everything that they needed to do today, and I think that they've sort of put a big statement out. Wolves, unfortunately, it wasn't their day, but as we said, they still have their side to try and look forward to. And what we have is a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Let's have a chat with Nello from MNM. Hello, hello, hello. Zdravo, Nello. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling today, my friend?
Hello, Milos. Thank you very much. I'm feeling pretty good.
I mean, I honestly, I was looking at the end of the match to see the camera reactions, and you are just dead, like dead stone cold looking. Is he happy? I can't really tell what's going on in Nello's head right now.
No, I'm happy for sure. I'm not that much hyped though. Like, it's still, I mean, it's EUL finals. It's not a small thing, but Yeah, I mean, we played good. Nothing else to say. We played really good today.
I mean, it was a really good game from your side. And I want to bring it back to the map bans in this series first, because, you know, Fresh and Tristan were talking about this, that all three maps fit very well with your play style. It seems that not only was it like theoretically a good thing, but also in practice. So how do you build against defeating a team like Wolves? Because they seem to just, you know, chew on teams, especially online.
Yeah, we expected them to actually ban Sky, and since they let it through, we just picked it. The map bans, I would say, worked for us, although Cafe is, I would say, not one of our strongest maps as well, but we definitely played.
What happened there, though?
I don't know, they picked Cafe, and they wanted to play Cafe, so we played Cafe. That's basically it. But yeah, I don't know. The map bans overall was, I would say, pretty good for us.
Mm-hmm.
The whole three maps were pretty good. So I think we definitely won on that point, and then it translated into the maps. Basically, we started focused, didn't let the first few rounds go. Didn't let that we lose first few rounds easily, because that's usually our issue sometimes. And yeah, it just went through there.
Okay. And I mean, Cafe Dostoevsky worked out very well for you. There was no Solus ban. I kind of just want to ask you about the operator. She was just added, of course, into competitive play. Do you think that she'll find her space in comp play from your point of view?
Oh, for sure. There is no doubt in my mind. I think she's really strong. Probably one of the better operators lately released for comp. Yeah, she's just really versatile. You can do a lot with her. So I think she's going to find a way into many lineups today.
She wasn't good enough to be banned, though, in this series. She was played, though.
True, because I honestly think they should add more bans to Siege, because you can just ban one off, right? And then now you have Azami, now you have Solis, now you have Mira, now you have something like, you cannot even ban everything, so something annoying is going to be open all the time. So, and she's not that kind of op that is, I would say, a must ban, but she's really good. So I think she's going to be open in a lot of games, and you're going to see a lot more of her.
Okay, how about, you know, ban, save, ban. We could do that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. I had an idea on Twitter a while ago where we do 3 bans per team, but you ban two operators on the opponent starting side. So if teams are starting attack and you are starting defense, you ban 2 attackers, something like that. So you're nerfing. Actually, sorry, you're banning 2 defenders, so you're nerfing yourself on the first 6 rounds, something like that.
Okay. Well, maybe the team at Ubisoft is over looking at this. I'm sure they're trying to see how we can fit all of this into the system. But this aside, though, Nalo, now you've doubled your earnings. It's big. You're closing this year with at least a finals position here in the final. Do you expect either Heroic or BDS to be in the final? Do you care whichever it'll be in the final?
Not really. I do expect the BDS, though. Although we never lost to BDS, so realistically we are EUL finals winners anyway, instantly now, if BDS comes to the final. I'm joking. If BDS comes to finals, which I expect is going to be definitely a tough game, but I believe we can beat them, as we showed like 3 times before.
And if you look back at 2022, how would you kind of summarize or describe the year for yourself and for your team?
I think the year has been great, actually. I don't think we should be too disappointed. Yes, we didn't do that much on Lens, but honestly, for the first year, qualify for the last invitational, this invitational, 2 majors here in top 2 EUL finals, I think we did good, and we just need to improve for more.
Fair enough. All right. Well, to close this off, maybe we'll be talking to you tomorrow. Who knows? But I also want to ask you about Challenger League, because you came from Challenger League a year ago.
Twice.
So who do you think is going to take it this year? I mean, it's just, you know, the last 2 teams that are competing.
Yeah, I think 10-star is looking pretty good. I think they should be able to take it.
Come on. Jack is over here. He's laughing. He's like, oh, I know, but boys at 10-star are going to do it. Yeah,
I believe as well.
Fair enough. Well, Nello, how do you want to end this? You want to say anything to the fans?
Yeah, thank you very much for the support. It's always appreciated. Thank you for DMs on Twitter. Thank you for everything you've been sending us, supporting us. Anyway, nothing much. that's basically it. And thank you to you guys in the studio for a wonderful year. We're gonna maybe talk tomorrow, actually. We're gonna win tomorrow, so yeah, we're gonna say that tomorrow. But that's basically it, yeah.
Good. Then we'll leave it to tomorrow. No, thank you very much. Congratulations again. We'll see MNM and Nell tomorrow when they play in the grand final of EUL 2022. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
And there it is, gentlemen. We are back. MNM smashed through the Wolves, more like the puppies. What a game. Unexpected.
Maybe
not in this way.
I was seriously impressed with MNM in that skyscraper game. I thought they banned very brave. I thought in terms of trying to take away the bandit and the Kaid, knowing that they would be starting an attack. I think it was a brave ban, good game plan. And what we prefaced in the start of the game, in the pre-game, was that they play their win conditions really well. And they set themselves up on the attack, knowing that Wolves couldn't. Wolves basically had a choice with the bans, which was to, and as was good, sorry, I'm just going to talk about Solotov again. He's an absolute demon on this map. The amount of times he's MVP on this map is incredible. But MNM, knowing that Wolves had a choice with the way that the bans were lined up with the Bandit Cade, is either they had to get aggressive and double down on the aggression, good guns, get in the face of MNM, or they had to really turtle, but really play to the turtle with things like Clash and enable those power positions and commit on those power positions. And MNM knew that, worked to it. And when Wolves did neither, they just capitalised on it and they got, 4-2 attacks? 3-3. But that's more than enough on Skyscraper.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting very passionate and annoyed watching it from a Wolves perspective. I don't really understand what they were doing on the first 4 or 5 defends. Well, we'll say the first 4 defends, and then they started to change it up. For me, from my perspective, when you've got double hard breacher in play every single round on the attack, and also the Bandit and the Kader band, I don't know why you're trying to tell it with a Jaeger Wamai, but then 15 seconds left, you're also swinging breaches, you're swinging Geisha. I don't really understand the approach. They changed it up, though. Credit to them to get those 3 defends. They did change it up. They changed to playing a Mirror, playing a Valkyrie, playing an Azami, making it difficult for MNM, and it changed from there. But then they just couldn't get a foothold on attack. It wasn't even close.
And we saw MNM, when they got on the defense, they were bringing the Alibi, they were bringing the Oryx, they were getting in the face, bringing the Valkyrie. And yeah, it was a pretty tricky day for Wolves. I think they clocked on to what the issue was, but they clocked on way too late.
All right, and to wrap it all up here on the desk, you see Anne standing on the side. That's because she wants to talk to us about our game. So what do you have for us in Telestration?
I have a round to display how MNM used the crossfires and how they used the waste of time to make it very difficult for Wolves to take a certain attack on this map. Prior to this, we did see in one of the very first defensive rounds of MNM, they jumped out in the beginning of the round, and that leads to Wolves later on thinking, oh, every single time we spawn, we have to be careful. We have to check spawn peaks. We have to make sure we don't get run out on. So they took a lot of time to get to this point. And right here, they're trying to take that Geisha control. There is still a player of MNM in the middle of Geisha. They're trying to get rid of that player there with the flashes and everything. In the meantime, we see Solotov getting the opening kill onto P4, but that Geisha control just seems to be really difficult because there is still a player onto the restaurant stairs. That is Nello helping him with that crossfire on the player in Geisha, realizing that this is a very important point to keep hold of so the attackers can't take it. That's the first crossfire that MNM is holding. So they lose the player in Geisha, but they still have that control on the restaurant stairs. Then the second crossfire we see is at this little T part. You see Bibu trying to push that, he's trying to peek it, and Rise is, you can't see it, but he's on the left side here towards the rotate hole trying to peek the player as well. We'll see Bibu, he goes aggressive, he dies, and then if we just go back a little bit further, we'll see that there's a perfect crossfire being held between these 2 players. Neo is holding that same angle, whilst Tyrant is going to swing it too. There will be a refrag onto that one player, but eventually the MNM players just play off that man advantage, play off of each other's refrags, and then we have Shinka in a 1v3. There's just so many different angles that he's being peeked and being held from that it's impossible for him to win out that round.
Thank you very much, Anne, and that's all representation of MNM and how they're playing, outdoing a teamwork-heavy Wolves. They did not look the same, but you know what? It doesn't matter at the end. It's still MNM that are victorious. They go up into the grand final of EUL Finals of 2022. It's a lot to handle, but we still have one more game. BDS versus Heroic. And a lot of people can see them on opposite ends of a lot of stories, but I want to see how this one goes. So thank you all 3 very much. You look fantastic today, by the way. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for game number 2.
firework. MNM, what a performance and what a day.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Heroic versus BDS is about to begin. What a jolly time we're having here at the EOL studio. And yes, that snow is indeed real. Might as well be. One of the rooms here really does feel that cold. Fun times. Anyways, hello, we're back. I'm also with me are Anne and Tristan. Jack's off. Great.
Wow.
He's just, that's what he does, isn't he? He's a jobsman. He's only here for a little bit of it.
Yeah, well, when we have a celebrity like Fresh.
Well, you know, he's a bit of a diva, isn't he?
Yes.
Diva on desk.
Good name change.
That's the next one for the next rebrand, I guess. Anyways, let's talk about our two squads, Heroic versus BDS. And of course, everybody knows BDS. You know, they're the team that won the Jönköping. They're the ones that have, you know, a trophy has eluded them for so long up until a few weeks ago. So, and can they make it to the final?
I mean, they're on a super good momentum right now. They won the Japanese Invitational, they won the Jönköping Major. Can they now also call themselves the EU 2022 champions? That would probably put the cherry on top of their cake. They're coming right out of a best-of-5 finals against Liquid in that grand final of the Jönköping Major. They went all the way to the 5th map, but they were off to a very strong lead on that first map. Shaiko, in specific, had a really good series. He was also awarded MVP of the tournament, but with a plus 22 on KD there and plus 6 on injury, that was really his strong suit. And what I am looking forward to from BDS is more of those very creative and clever strats that we've seen from them during the Jönköping Major as well. Some angles, some lines of sight, C4s through holes, C4 lineups, keep barrier setups. I want to see more of that today.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a team that pretty much does have everything right now, right? It's a mixture of youth and experience, which seems to be the way for all of the top teams in the world right now, not just in Europe. It seems to be the teams that perform the best at every single event so far. Yeah, I mean, they have a bit of everything. We're going to see creativity and we're just going to see pure gun power.
I'm very much looking forward to it then. What about Heroic on the other side? Because there's been some things lacking from this team, despite, honestly, a tumultuous year in terms of rosters, but even despite that, they haven't had too bad of a year.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a roller coaster year for them. I would say it's just been a year of massive change, just constant change. Feels like every single stage, before stages, during stages, things are changing. Roles are changing, players are changing, you know, coaches are getting into drama on Twitter, which obviously I've not been involved in at all myself. But yeah, still a very good team, a very strong team, players with experience, players with youth, players with energy, and players that are going to be excited to play in EUL finals. I believe it might be their first time for every player playing. I'm not sure if Grizzly or Uno played them before. But still, it's going to be an experience for them, one that they're going to really want to show themselves.
Yeah, and I wish there was time to highlight every single player and bring up a little story about them, but if I do, I want to have two players that I really want to talk about. And one being in specific Uno, because we have talked about him having a little bit of a slump in the third stage. He even mentioned it himself on Twitter as well. But then in the final few parts of EUL, where we also knew they had a little bit of trouble closing out those really important games with team kills, the Fuses being in Narnia when they went for a side execute, it was still Uno eventually that went to bring, I think it was a 12K game to qualify themselves for the major on the major as well. He had a super good performance, but going off to such a good high, we got to talk about Benja as well, because it's became public that he's not going to be with Heroic after this series or after this weekend anymore. That has got to affect the mental of this team as well.
So our head-to-head, we want to highlight players, and we're talking about the whole Benja situation.
Yeah.
Which two players did our analysts pick? Oh, it's Jum and Shaiko. All right. So why these two, Tristan?
So I believe it was Anne that really wanted to speak a lot about Jim. There's not a lot more you can say about Shaiko that's not already been said.
He's won everything.
I'm not going to attend this desk and pretend that I can give any more of a glowing recommendation of Shaiko than anyone else ever has. But again, he's just been better than ever. It's like he never stops. Whereas Yoon, as Anne I'm sure is going to go into loads of detail, a fresh, exciting talent. Somebody that I worked with on Delta Project, back with Fabian before, you know, ultimately he collapsed again. But yeah, an exciting young player, a player without fear, a player that just had a very good major as well.
Exactly, yeah, and it's a player that's been in the works for a little while. We've seen him in Benelux before as well, and now into a Tier 1 team, playing similar defensive operators as Shaiko is doing too. Entry engagements will definitely be on the side of Shaiko, but maybe a little bit on the side of Jum as well.
All right, so that's a head-to-head in those spearheads that we're looking to see. Maybe we'll have to pick up, pieces here and there, save it for the game. We'll see how it goes in our maps. Yes, with an S. These are best of 3 series that we have in this tournament, and also for the Challenger League finals that we're having tomorrow. So make sure you're tuning in for 10 Star and the Unlimited. And that's going to be a cool one to start off our day. First up, Heroic go first. That's Clubhouse attacking starting side, BDS attacking on Skyscraper. Okay. Then finally, BDS on the decider defending on bank. Let's start with the decider like we did before, and your thoughts, and then moving up to map 1.
Well, Bank, it's a really good map for BDS. I would have actually had it maybe as a potential BDS pick, and I think the reason why is that BDS have a bigger map pool than Heroic have. They've played more maps in the last few months, and they're more comfortable in most of these maps, so you can also have a map that you'd like to pick than have a being the decider. I really want to talk about Clubhouse, though, because if you as Heroic pick Clubhouse against BDS, that is a very risky thing to do, but I want to have you guys remind that game that Heroic played on the Major against TSM, where they excelled in Clubhouse. I think they won almost all their attacking rounds, and that was because they really read into the defenses of TSM, picked those holes and gaps that they had apart, and always came up with a really good solution.
I know that Heroic like Clubhouse, but to take BDS to Clubhouse, with their record currently, and I'm sure the French community are looking at this and laughing, by the way, because I follow quite a few of them on Twitter, and they absolutely love when teams take BDS to Clubhouse. So I don't know. It's a tricky one for me as well, because as we touched upon the Benja situation, we know the Heroic are trial and players. Mr. Officer's tweeted it himself. The coach and staff releasing that publicly, we know they most likely have not been practicing a newer map pool, a wider map pool, as Anna touched on. So really, where can you really go with your maps in that case? Like, can you really surprise a team or not? I think they're probably just looking to counter what BDS are doing as opposed to heavily focusing on their own kind of thing. That's the vibe I get from the maps here, because I think it does look quite BDS favored.
And one can only imagine what, knocking down daily practice from 15 hours to 12 is going to do to your team. So that's something to look into the future, though. Tristan, and thank you very much. Our game is ready, so hope you guys are as well. Map number 1, Clubhouse. Is this crazy from Heroic to take BDS to it, or is there something more to that pick? We'll have to see in game. We've got Des and Ace. Take you through it. Enjoy.
Actually, Milosh, I'll correct you there. It's Des and the Bauble. There's no...
It looks very similar to my head, to be fair.
No, it does not. You're not a thing on this broadcast, Tim. You can stay behind it. But Merry Christmas all the same. Here's me.
Just
Tim.
a shiny round object. It's the same thing.
It's a little bit more red. Maybe if you've been out in the sun for too long. You strike me as the kind of person that could spend a couple hours in the sun and come back looking like a tomato.
Yeah, I've got a bit like that as I've got older. Younger, it used to be like, boof, straight to the tan. But yeah, I've got to be careful now. Always use your sunscreen, kids. Make sure that you covered up, but probably not this time of year.
Well, we'll pray for no sunny events next year. This one, though, looks bone-chilling cold, Tim. Heroic versus BDS on Clubhouse. One that in the group chat we saw come through, we're like, what the hell are they doing? This isn't even a top 5 map. I know, this isn't even a top 5 map for Heroic. For BDS, everyone knows you don't take this team to Clubhouse. To make things even worse, Heroic have never played Skyscraper. For BDS, it's one of their middle tier maps. So overall, it feels like a massive win for BDS in the ban phase, but we all know that means Heroic are clearly going to win both of the first 2 maps. Called it already.
I mean, it's how it always goes, isn't it? We look at these things and we think, wow, that's going to be one-sided, and then there's always something that tends to come out. I'm just having a quick look back because we saw BDS lose Clubhouse to W7M at the Major, of course. So they have shown that they are fallible here. They are beatable. Is that going to be by Heroic? I'm not too sure. Out of the 3 stages that we've had in EUL so far, Heroic, again, promising results for them. They have won 2 of the 3. That said, it was stage 1 and stage 2 that they won, and I've got to say, Des, I feel like BDS's big resurgence has been stage 3 with the crescendo of that major win. They've been better towards the back end of the year, EFAC really settling in, and I think this is going to be a tough ask for Heroic to kick off on Clubhouse. Of all maps, it's going to be a rough one.
Interesting to see that Maverick ban coming out as well. As we know, lost his grenades, poor Maverick. But in a spot where Azami has come out as a ban as well. Not too surprised to see that one. We've seen some really creative defenses coming out on this map with that operator and the Solace ban coming out by BDS as well. Now, speaking about the Azami for a second, we see some really good holes coming through in places like Catwalk inside a garage. We've seen it used on site. We've seen it used inside of gym and bedroom to make that more defendable from the windows as well. So you will see these sites a little bit more exposed, a little bit more open here, a little harder for the defenders to hold on. But hopefully both sides have got something up their sleeves here to counteract that ban.
Well, we're going to get right into it. We're not going to muck about. We're going to get things going. Round number 1 is going to be down in the basement. Now, BDS are starting off on the defence, and this is always an interesting sight I find for BDS, because 90% of teams, if not more, will play around the map. BDS quite often will sort of do that in a very shallow sense of the word. We will quite often see them maybe a minute into the round, all 5 of them back on site. You know, they don't generally tend to commit too heavily to this top floor roam. Sometimes we'll see a Lems on the Vigil. He's brought the mirror this time along, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. But quite often, you know, if anybody's going to be out on the roam, it'll be him, you know, with maybe one other supporting. But they get themselves back to site quite quickly. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with this. We've got a few people sort of switching around roles. The Lems I've already mentioned on mirror, and that's why I wanted to come back to that. You know, it takes him out of that sort of zone that we usually see. But we've got Breeder, we've got Lems, we've got Shaiko. It looks like we've got Leakerfact down on main stairs. We are pretty much, as I thought, on a turtle defence here, almost completely from BDS. But the interesting point I wanted to come back to very quickly was Tristan mentioned it earlier, the Soulless ban allowing in the mirror.
Absolutely. I think the interesting one for this for me overall is for BDS. Even introducing Leakerfact earlier this year, we haven't really seen them massively swerve away from playing that much more turtle style on Clubhouse. The thing is, you can't knock it. We can look at that and say, oh, for most teams, you sit on site, you're going to get slapped at the 60-second mark by a perfect execute, and you can do nothing about it if you always sit back. But BDS are known for being absolute demons on this map, despite playing that play style. So knock it all we like, it does work. It does feel strange that you give up so much of the map, but if it works, who are we to judge all that? Well, with the casters, well, it's not really our job to judge too harsh, Tim. Either way, Heroic got control of the top floor here inside 60 seconds. They were very quick to get a cut across the ground floor, while Ben just slowly worked his way through the upstairs, past some of those mute jammers, and now they're starting to look onto the downstairs. A minute and 45 seconds left, and the hammer starts getting swung. Great timing, but Leakerfact with a dirty angle from the main stairs finds one, as a second man also challenged from below. So BDS showing their thorns there.
And this is the problem with playing into the BDS turtle defense. As you said, you know, many other teams we would say, you know, maybe this doesn't work. It's going to give too much time to the attackers. But BDS just shows such a mastery of those vertical angles and getting those kills from sight. They don't need necessarily to go out on the roam in order to do it. Now then, Heroic are absolutely pummeling sight at the minute. There's Doom. He's just absolutely working over that floor with the skeleton key at the minute. Just looking for any vertical angles. Mello, he's going to start playing the game. The dance will go on to see if this hatch gets opened. He's going to use just minimal pellets. He will get through it with the Hibana.
They've still got 2 exothermic Selmas left available as well on Grizzly, because with that, of course, you can get a hatch open if any have not been opened up. But it's a bit of an unlucky bit of time, but also great timing by Breeder for Mello to get caught out there. He was up on the counter to avoid this C4 coming through, but still gets caught by it. So great timing as June drops in, finds Shaiko, but immediately traded out there by Renshiro. Grizzly back on the other side into a 3 versus 2 for BDS. Maybe a little bit closer than it should be. No longer a 3v1, and Grizzly's got it all to do. Breeder to close it out, and BDS with a very comfortable round 1, Tim.
Very comfortable indeed. There was a little bit in the middle there where you thought, oh, have Heroic got something going here? But who was it? Once again, I cannot wax lyrical enough about him, and I've been doing it for the longest time, Renshiro. He steps up when his team needs him. He does the difficult jobs. It's not always pretty. It's not always glamorous. But if you need somebody in the right place at the right time to get a kill, it's going to be Renshiro, and he did it on the Legion there. Steps up, gets the kill, and it just completely, again, takes the wind out of Heroic's sails, and BDS, they cruise on through to a successful first round. Great kill from him, and a great round overall from BDS. Very, very competent defense down in basement, as we said, with basically no top floor presence whatsoever. They're going to move on. This time, there's going to be a lot of top floor presence because we're on a top floor site. It's going to be gym and bedroom. Now then, Des, you know what I'm going to mention. Shaiko spot. I think we might have another one. There's a couple of places in our game that are named after Shaiko, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more that will come. A wonderful observer's gone straight to the spot. He's going to play in construction. We know that he's going to play there. He's going to be on the alibi. And for some reason, he is just impossible to move from this spot.
He's very, very mobile around and towards Cash and CC so when he needs to be as well. But just by playing this angle, he can contest so many angles. Through towards the drone spot, out construction window, up towards the Logi drop, and also provide assistance out towards the east if needed to as well. But here's that classic peak that we're so used to seeing, going for the early challenge immediately out onto the roof. And to be fair, after they caught Heroic out at the start of last round with the sledge going down nice and early, I'm not surprised they're feeling a little bit cheeky that they might be able to find 1 or 2 in the early round here.
Jim just going to take his pre-fire onto stock door there. Doesn't want to be getting peeked out. Mello opening up construction now then. How is this going to impact on Shaiko's game plan? Because we know that he wants to stay in that spot. And it hasn't moved him whatsoever. He is not scared. He's going to stay in there.
He's just like, yes, another angle to challenge.
They're going to come for me. They're going to come for me. And he knows which way that is likely to go. We're going to have the impact EMPs. Interesting point there. You see the electrical just being pinged out on the back of the wall. And that's because the radius of impact for those EMPs is actually pretty small. So you got to be careful. You got to make sure that you're landing it close to the device. If you just slam that down at the bottom of the wall, you ain't getting that electrical disabled. So just a nice little indication there of how the teams go about ensuring that they get that utility dealt with.
Well, Jim has worked his way out through kitchen here and has now got himself flashed out by a friendly. Not really what was intended, but here comes the push in. 3 of them also coming in through the breach. They're looking for what they can find. Fires out some shots, but can't quite find his man. Uno looking for the same, coming in towards the showers, but gets hosed down on the reverse as well. Brede winning that one out, and a 3 versus 2 once again for BDS. This time though with about an extra 45 seconds on the clock means this is salvageable for Heroic, with Grizzly finding 1 more. It was Brede who turned it into a 3v1 in the last round. Here he loses out, and it becomes a 2v2.
Grizzly is another one of those Renshiro style characters for me that is going to go in there and get important kills. He gets himself 1 down, and BDS are likely to be able to win this one out. Doom, he does manage to secure that plant though. He's now working against the odds in terms of man count, but he does have the clock on his side. Finds himself 1. Can he secure the 1v2? He hits the flick, but can't find the kill. He's going to head underneath. It's going to relieve Lems a little bit of a dilemma here. Does he go for the case? Can he keep himself safe? Or is he going to have to take the fight? He knows that the fight is coming. The shot's coming. Doom's going to wait his time here. Lems comes off. The challenge is just going back and forth. 19 seconds left to go, and Doom is playing this absolutely beautifully. Just keeping himself slippery here. Just won't be nailed down. He knows that he has to make the challenge. Finds his kill. That's going to be round 2 to Heroic. Well played, Doom, in the 1v2.
Very well played, yeah. I think Lems will be kicking himself, though, in that 1 versus 1 on the main stairs. Doom was watching the left side of the door, expecting him to come from the corner, but Lems came from the right side. Just whiffed his shots onto what should have been a freebie onto Doom, and he'll be kicking himself that he didn't win that 1 versus 1. It enables Doom to win that 1 versus 2 and pull things back to 1 apiece. BDS are going to try that site once again. They're clearly happy with how they played it, and truthfully, Tim, I was as well. Sure, things moved a little bit quicker, but they were once again in that 3 versus 2 situation. They lost the 1 man down to the 2 versus 2, and for a second when they got that kill onto Grizzly, making it a 2 versus 1, I thought they could close things out, but still holding down F. Doom there on the diffuser, knows that he's got a few seconds left before they even try and push anywhere near him, and wins out 2 fantastic 1v1s.
Yeah, reality is that BDS probably should have won that round. I think the fact that they've come back here says that they're well aware of that themselves. Like you say, 2v2 with the time remaining, having to try and put the diffuser down. It's not many other rounds where the attackers are going to come away with the point on the scoreboard after that one. So BDS just going to double down here. Shaiko, very quiet. He was shut down extremely well, and this is the problem sometimes. You know, I'll pile the praise onto him for how well he plays these positions, but it is sometimes predictable. You know he's going to be there, and it very much is that mentality of, I don't care, you know I'm going to be here because I'm just going to do it better than you can possibly challenge. But that round, that wasn't the case, and they're going to need a little bit more from him. I think that could be the difference maker in getting this site over the line.
Sure, let's see how the changes come in this time round, because BDS will have had that read. Okay, they opened up the West Breach and they forced 3 or 4 players in while June came up main stairs. They know what a push looks like. They haven't changed up their lineup here at all, so they've still got the Kaid on side, for example. But here it comes, they're straight in towards Shaiko's spot here. June has just said hell for leather. Let's go straight for it, boys. They pull down 3, and it's already a 4 versus 2. They've broken the back of BDS, and June brings it to a 4 versus 1. What a round coming out from Heroic, as Lems is left floundering, full flashed against Mello, loses it out, and that was a very different story to the previous round.
Well, that didn't go very well for the French side now, did it? As you said, just able to get in there, extremely aggressive, heroic, and sometimes, you know, they're not going to get away with it this round. They're not going to try it again this round, but you've always got that option. Just get yourself in quickly, see if you can get yourself a couple of kills, and you just know what the comms in BDS were. You know, we've all been there before. He's inside. How have they got in so quickly? Where have they come from? And before you know it, it's a losing battle. So that's going to send BDS back down to the basement with their tail between their legs, I would say, after those last couple of rounds. Heroic going fantastically well and able to shut down the gym site. BDS, interestingly, not wanting to go to bar and stage, not wanting to go to CCTV and cash now that Church and Arsenal has opened up again. The big question is going to come. If they win Church and Arsenal here, which site do they go to after that? Do they try gym and bedroom again, or do they take one of those third choice sites?
Just to touch on bar and stage for a second, it's a really interesting site that only a few teams have really tried to make work. Like, thinking back to, for example, Na'Vi. They're playing it quite a lot. We saw Doki when he was on, well, still is on G2, making use of it a couple of times as well. Heroic actually were one of the first teams that started pioneering picking that site and playing it. In fact, I remember quite specifically back when Sloth and Gorg were on the roster, Sloth would play Thunderbird and sit in the rotation between gym and bedroom upstairs, trying to contest it with the rest of the team and seeing where they could go from there. We've seen a few creative defenses, but it's not really picked all that much, as there hasn't really become an established go-to way of defending that site or adapting around it. Teams are still, dare I say, figuring it out after all this time, or just completely ignoring it altogether. Renshira's in though, finds Uno, turns into a quick second for BDS here. Already this defense going much better than the last one.
Exactly that. The big question here, as I said, is whether BDS can find that next site and find somewhere successful other than the basement. Grizzly, he's going to find himself down as well. May well be collectible here. It may well find that Benja can get over there and pick him up. Just going to take the goo mine out of his leg, and then there should be an opportunity, unlikely to be challenged at this point by BDS, but still, it leaves Grizzly down on 20 HP. That's your planter, so you're going to have to be careful because you don't want that case dropping in no man's land, and it's only going to take one bullet to do it. It's only going to take the graze of an impact nade or a nitro, and he's going to find himself down and out next time around. So Benja gets himself into the main stairs and kitchen corridor. He's going to start opening up those vertical angles, take out the default cam, all the usual stuff that we would expect from the attackers here. 1 minute 30 to go! Beautiful nitro from Leakefak, and Renshiro finds one along the way, and what a response from BDS with a flawless round.
Nice easy shot as well. I really thought we were going to see a double C4 coming through there, but not quite. Another really interesting round where Heroic have kind of gone for 2 or 3 different things at the same time. The early push on towards Shaiko, for example, who got a kill for himself. That was not so much a rush, but a very fast bit of play. Then the rest of the team are playing much slower around the bar area. They're walking into cap cans. The reason why you don't see BDS go, oh, it's basically 5 versus 2. We should go and get the kills here. You don't know what angles are being held. You can guarantee as soon as a Heroic player goes down to those cap cans, guns are up. They're holding angles. They're waiting for a push to come through. They want to make sure that BDS can't step up and find themselves a couple of easy kills. So the way it was played out was quite sensible. Still, BDS hold firm. They really lock down inside that basement and give nothing away to Heroic. Now, Tim, we get to see that side we spoke about just a moment ago, with again a little bit of variation here in terms of how it's played. That castle, normally quite commonplace coming in for it. The bandit, I'll definitely say, is quite a new one, and some teams employ the maestro for the visibility it gives, and truthfully, we've seen teams play this kind of starvation style comp where you're trying to burn through as much utility as you can so those evil eyes can't be destroyed. So keep a close eye on them, see how many are still alive when the plank comes down, because they could be the big difference maker in the closing 30 seconds.
Lens and Shaiko are going to be tasked with keeping hold of the top floor for as long as possible. We've got some verticals opened up there as well. Leakefak in support. There's going to be lots of confrontation over in construction, I would expect. And Shaiko once again has got himself into Shaiko's spot. He's going for it. He's had a quiet game so far, Des, and you can just see that he wants to put a bit of a spark into proceedings. And there's the spark. look.
He does it every single time. It was like when Aces, back when he was on Rogue, always used to swing out onto spawn with an SMG when the CC breach was opened up. This round, though, has gone like absolute thunder, and this is where I get a bit concerned from Heroic. Players are getting a little bit too keen, acting a little bit out of turn. You know how Shaiko plays inside construction. You know that he loves to swing onto that roof and try and find a player or two, yet you're exposing yourself in towards that with no ability to capitalize on it, to make a play, to get a trade, for example, and they're losing lives for no reason. I feel they started the game pretty strong, but the last couple of rounds, a little bit sloppy.
Neither team has any chill whatsoever here, and I am loving it. How many? Shaiko's out of the window!
No,
how many rounds have we seen? It's just madness. How many rounds have we seen these teams just dashing in, just getting aggressive, going at each other, and I am here for it. This could be back-to-back flawless rounds for BDS as Lems manages to cut down Grizzly. Shaiko just needs to keep himself safe here, keep himself alive so that they can have that double flawless. Doom's going to do everything he can to prevent it, and the one thing he's got on his side at the minute in the 1v5 is time. At least he's got time, and he's got drones. There's 8 of them available, so there should be plenty of information for him here.
Well, you say that, Tim. 3 of them are only out in the field. 5 are still in the back pockets of the dead players, which again goes to show
I'm trying
maybe
to be positive, Des.
You can be positive. Like the one thing I was looking at in that as well, I was like, how did Shaiko not get that kill? June was completely occupied by the C4 that came out of Jim window, which meant Shaiko, it was a beautifully timed play. I'll give him that 100%. But he was basically free to find a kill on the step out there as well. But I don't think he saw June on the roof, or simply didn't look in the right place and whiffed away a freebie. Really should have collected that. Round should have been done, and now you're giving Doom a very, very slim opportunity to try and fight it back in for Heroic. But if BDS throw this one away, you can wipe out any comment I said about the last 2 rounds being a bit of a disaster for Heroic, because it would have been the biggest throw by BDS you can imagine.
Certainly would. He's got Shaiko on the hunt at the minute. I'm not sure Doom's aware that he's behind him, but it's going to be Lems that will ultimately find him from the kitchen. And that is going to put BDS back in the lead once again after that blip of round 2 and 3 that were lost in gym and bedroom. They certainly have found their footing on Clubhouse here once again. A good round from them. A lot of aggression brought early kills in the round. It just really felt like the last 2 rounds, round 4, round 5, have been a little bit of a sort of slap around the back of the head for Heroic, out saying, you know, you've got 2 rounds, but just remember who you're playing here on Clubhouse, can we please? I think BDS just trying to send a little bit of a message.
Okay, well, BDS have really warmed into things. I know Heroic have kind of caught them a couple of times there in rounds 3 and 4. Sorry, rounds... I'm losing count already. I'm not keeping track this time, Tim. But
moving too quickly, Des.
A couple of rounds,
too quickly.
A couple of rounds, they've had BDS on the back foot, but otherwise it does feel like it's been a very commanding start for BDS, unsurprisingly, on one of their favourite maps. Now let's see how things shape up, though, on a gym and bedroom defence once again. Interesting change coming in this time, and I was hoping we might see it, was a Lems coming along on the mirror. They didn't do this previously, but what we have seen them do against G2, and equally G2 against them, bearing in mind this is about 18 months ago, was make use of these mirrors inside of construction. So they place it on the double wall, they look down in towards construction, and it basically becomes no man's land. You can't step in without getting control of logistics, but here what they've opted to do instead is go a little bit more aggressive, and instead use one on the bathroom wall, I think it is, and also one out towards the Cash CC extension. So a bit more aggressive from BDS, liking it.
Let's see if it manages to pay dividends for them. We're going to have the EMP thrown up there from the Thatcher. Something again, Thatcher, we're starting to see slip through those bans a little bit more. You know, there are occasions now where he makes it through, especially with the impact EMPs. I think a little bit of an indirect has been... sort of making teams think, you know, maybe there's not always point in banning the Thatcher because they can just bring the impact EMPs, so maybe we're not actually gaining that much anymore. You know, Thatcher is still without a doubt the king of the electronics and able, you know, to remove them much more effectively than the impact EMPs, but still, we are seeing him available a little bit more, and it should speed things up for Heroic. That's what we should be seeing here. It shouldn't, you know, we shouldn't see any delays from them struggling to clear out utility, you know, losing exothermic Selmas, anything like that. It should be all fairly straightforward. We're going to have Brede going for the trick on the Selma. He's not likely to get it. He's going to find himself cut down quite easily with a nade from, I think it was below there. June managing to find his man, and that is a good start for Heroic on this site once again.
Absolutely good start. One of the main stairs here as well. Could find themselves another one. Yes, they do. 2 nade kills to start the round. Good stuff coming out of Heroic. Just softening BDS up, not looking to take gunfights, but making sure they can get these early kills that give them the advantage on site itself. That leaves Leakypat playing on the smoke, Lems with the C4 in the back pocket, as well as Shaiko on the Frost, all holding down site here. So this again could prove to be one of the weaker points of the BDS half. In fact, every round they lose will have been on this site. Benja one more up main stairs. Only 2 remaining, Tim. It looks to be a 3-3 split.
Certainly does, and it will be, as Grizzly manages to find Shaiko just after he takes away the flawless round from Heroic, managing to get the only kill of the round for BDS. And you know, I look at it, Des, and I think they've been a little bit stubborn there. You know, they've got, you say, lost that 3 times. The only rounds they've lost have been on that site. I know they're going to be fairly confident coming into the attack, but, you know, was there an option there for them to maybe just throw in a little CCTV cache at the end and think, right, let's just try and mix it up. Let's not, you know, be overconfident on that site maybe. And now they find themselves with a 3-3 split. And we all came in here saying, what are Heroic doing? They must be crazy taking BDS to Clubhouse. But there's a real opportunity for them here.
There is. My only real concern is that BDS can also be incredible on the attack on this map too. For Heroic, we've really got to see them stick together here and play this one out sensibly, because they are one of the more aggressive teams that we have. If they're trying to overextend, look for those early gunfights, BDS could very well chew them apart. But time will tell, as you say. I think being at 3-3 going on the defensive half, far from the worst of all. Valkyrie coming in on side, something that we actually used to see LMs play an awful lot on this map as well. Didn't really see it back in the first half, but Doom fully going to make use of that extra information game that's brought along by having those black eyes on side.
We get into it. Action phase will be underway. We're going to see the main, or one of the main differences here for Heroic is the amount of players that are over in this garage side. You said that they're an aggressive team, Des. They're showing us that straight away with June getting right up in the faces of BDS. Really, this is about, for me, who blinks first. Doom's got aggressive. Heroic are out in garage. They're out in cache, CCTV. They're getting right out to that side of the map. They're trying to really front up BDS and not allow them in the map. Who blinks first? Who goes in and gets that kill? You know, who backs off? Who takes that backward step and loses a man? I think that's likely who we're going to see winning the round. If BDS go in and can pick up a couple of those aggressive players, they probably go on to secure site. If not, they might just not have the resources that they need to get it done.
I'd love to know to what level of prep, for example, Heroic have done with the start of that round, because Doom spinning from the garage door on towards the soft garage wall, almost pass straight into Shaiko's default path. You know, you spawn, you run to a certain place, you do a certain thing. It's ingrained into players. They've all got tendencies and habits, and very nearly there, it felt like Heroic almost had a perfect read in the exact same way that Lems had a perfect read onto Mello, but at least in that case, a perfect read onto where Shaiko was pathing. That would have been a wonderful start for Heroic, but one that does not materialize, and now they've lost their mirror.
And you've got to ask questions there. You've got the mirror to play behind on the reinforcement. You crouch down behind the soft wall. And I know he's trying to make a play. I know that he's trying to get something going. But ultimately, it was just far too easy for BDS to get that opener. And like I said, this round could come down to who blinks first. And unfortunately for Heroic, they have blinked first. And now BDS have that man advantage. 1 minute 15 left to go. They've got the jacuzzi wall open. They've sort of foregone CCTV a little bit. They've left Leakyfac out there. But Leakyfac's going to do the work, Des. He's going to cut down 2 of them. And that is the defense broken to pieces.
And now they're going to get swarmed by the looks of it as well. Grizzly narrowly missing a couple of shots there as Shaiko down to blinking HP, about 5 HP left to his name, but he's very much locked inside a lodger here with nothing but a hope and a prayer on his side. BDS have control of the site. Leakyfac into a triple. What a hero he has been, as there's one left. It's June coming up main stairs, and Shaiko's going to find himself downed out, unsurprising, on 5 HP as June's cut off at the bottom of the stairs. What a clinical round by BDS, Tim.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from them. You know, as I said, I thought it was all going to go in the direction of that first kill. It did indeed. It was a Lems onto Mello, and it fell apart really from there for Heroic, particularly Leakyfac. How many times are we going to see him do this? You know, he's in the off position. He's the one on the backstab. He's the one that's just playing solo away from his team. The whole push is coming in from Jacuzzi, apart from that one man, and kiss, kiss, bang, bang, double kill, and the round is just opened up. It's finished off at that point. Now, Heroic, interestingly, just like BDS did, showing some confidence in their ability on this site. Now, it didn't pay off for the French team. Will it pay off any better for Heroic?
I do want to backtrack for a second and talk about Liquefat's critical play there as well, because Heroic, I think, had a really smart idea. They knew Renshiro was going to play on the south window balcony, and they wanted to be able to contest Renshiro off there so they could look to play a little more freely inside of sight. But instead, when Liquefat was out on that east balcony platform by himself, and I thought, man, he's going to get swung by 2 here. He's guaranteed to get traded. Not only is he actually on the platform rather than rappelling over the edge, which would have been safer, but he holds his position and gets both kills. Renshiro stays safe on the south windows. BDS are free to push in. Nowhere is safe for Heroic. I cannot stress how much that 2K that he got was the deal maker in that round. If he doesn't get those 2 kills, things can go very wrong very, very fast for BDS. But again, it just shows having those moments of individual brilliance, of which Liquefac is having many, set at 8 and 5, is just a show of how strong this team are and ultimately why they won the recent major.
Liquefac on the class this time around.
I mean, I'm all for it.
Terrifying operator to have in his hands. Renshiro, he's going to get the opener onto Uno, and that's not the first time those 2 players have clashed at the beginning of the round, and Renshiro has come away the victor. Uno's actually had a very quiet game so far, 0 and 6 kills, but I'm not just talking in terms of kills. Obviously, it was mentioned before the game, he had that big 12k game to get Heroic qualified to the major.
Benja.
He's been playing fantastically well recently, but just struggling to get himself into the game here, and I wonder how much of an impact that's having on Heroic.
I thought then for a second, really, Benja was going to swing onto Liquefac as he went in for the second swing, but didn't expect the second one to come through, I think. But Liquefac removed that barbed wire on main stairs without any kind of punishment here. Mello, once again, going down on this mirror. You're asking questions at this point, Sim, because he needs to be the one that's safe in behind a mirror window making use of it, but twice now. He's been caught out with barely so much as a whisper. Shaiko also bringing down Benja. A 4 versus 2, and BDS are in exactly the same spot once again, where they have all the power, all the control, all the say as to how this round will end. Alem's on the long-range angle. Joom left alone against 4. It's feeling like another BDS win.
Certainly is, and it's feeling again like another round with a little bit of overconfidence on this gym and bedroom site. We saw BDS fall foul of it, and we've seen now Heroic fall foul of it. The diffuser was going down, but they couldn't even find the kill onto Renshiro. Stood on highway, he manages to find his man inside of CCTV, and that is going to be the round for BDS. Gives them a 2-point margin now, 5-3, and they're starting to feel like they've just notched it up a gear, Des. They're really putting the foot to the floor here and starting to power through. Heroic are going to take the time out to try and slow things down, but I'm not sure that this break's big enough
Well, Benja's freeze
to
frame is
prevent this one
absolutely
happening.
terrifying, isn't it?
Sorry?
Benja's freeze frame is absolutely terrifying, isn't it?
It is.
I'm watching you. Right now, BDS are watching you. It's been one of those where those last 2 rounds, I said back at the very start of the half, you know, Heroic are one of our more aggressive teams. If you're going out there looking for these odd kills you might find, BDS aren't going to give it to you. They know this map like the back of their hand. They'll have the angles cut down. You're going to struggle to really achieve anything. And so far, that feels like what we've seen in those first 2 rounds is silly kills. Truthfully, Mello twice being caught out on the mirror, not super ideal. You know, sit down and play behind the utility. You've got the mirror windows, you've got the C4s. There's lots to achieve there, yet you said you're trying to challenge onto the attackers with the longer range weaponry that are likely going to bring you down quite comfortably. So Heroic, I understand the timeout here. I think it is time to say, right, boys, calm down a bit now. Let's play as a team, look for those crossfires, make this difficult for BDS, and don't keep giving them absolute freebies, because so far they barely look challenged.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Heroic are going to have to find a challenge. That's the point. This one's starting to run away from them quickly. I'm glad to see them move site. They're going to head down to the basement this time, playing the mirror as well, just like BDS did on this bottom floor site. It's going to be Grizzly who's going to be bringing along that utility. Mello on the Thorn, interesting pick. We don't see too much Thorn used at a pro level. Obviously, the gadgets can be very useful, particularly for plant and area denial, not really for entry denial, because the fuse on them is a little bit too long. So if you've got an Ash running past one, for example, it is not going to detonate by the time they're gone. The Razor Bloom, you know, is not going to be catching the heels of somebody like Ash. So it's more about playing him in the plant spots, more about playing him in the denial areas. But an interesting one. It's going to be used pretty much in dirt. So that's just an informational tool so that you don't have to worry too much about dirt.
Alrighty, let's see how things shape up then in round 9. It's kind of now or never for Heroic as well to get this map back on track. You've had those 45 seconds to have a conversation about what's been going wrong, what's got to change. Now we've got to see it in the round itself, and there are a couple of changes. We are seeing the mirror stick, but Mello has had that duty ripped away from his grip and given instead over to Grizzly, who's going to play on it instead. We've got the Warden coming along for Benja as well, and to be fair, I have seen a lot of white screens throughout this game, so not too surprised to see that one either.
Wikifac's going to drop himself straight into logistics. He's got a drone ahead of him, just looking for that triple level play as he goes from top floor to bottom with the skeleton key, opening up the angles to see if he can catch anybody underneath the hatch. And look at this fantastic work from BDS. Just the drone at his feet there, nice and aggressive. You know, the distance between drone and player, that's what dictates how aggressive you're playing effectively. The further that distance is, the less aggressive that you're being. Obviously, with that comes risk. The closer you are to that drone, the less time you've got to sometimes react to information that's coming back from it. Now then, looks like we've got Kai just stood underneath the hatch there. Uno's going to be trying to trick this one. Stood up on the boxes. The reason that he does that is it means that it's less time for that claw to be deployed.
Great
It's not going to matter as the EMP is going to deal with it, deactivate it. Well played from BDS. Good basics.
Such patience as well. You know, it would have been easy for LM to just whack 4 of those Ixcaros down and just go, oh, well, they've tricked him off, therefore I need you over here, come now. No, they preempt it with the use of those EMPs to make sure they can keep on moving nice and fluid. They've got about 70 seconds to play here. They've got the hatches open that they need. This is feeling like a BDS execute of old, where they've got all 5 players alive. They're not really being challenged. They can do so much damage if you let them all execute at the same time. I'd love to see a top down when it comes to the execute, by the way. Oh my God. I'd love to see a top down when it comes to the execute, by the way, Observer, because BDS, I always used to love watching this execute because the way they all drop at the same time, 2 or 3 of them, is so impressive.
Certainly getting ready to pounce at this point. Leakerfac it will be with the first pounce and the first find. It's going to be 5 versus 4 now as BDS soften up Doom as well. We can see him on very low health. Ranchiro onto Grizzly. Heroic, they just don't know which way to turn here, Des. They don't know where the pressure is going to come from next. Doom with a beautiful little angle up onto the kitchen hatch, but I don't think he's going to find his man. Takes a couple of nibbles there, but can't get into position. Benja does manage to find the kill though, but Breeder, he's going to get that diffuser down. It is secured. The plant is there, and Heroic now find themselves on a retake in a 2 versus 4. Mello, he gets one as he steps into short. He's going to dip himself back, just trying to use that machine pistol to level the playing field here, but no, cut down by Shaiko and Ranchiro, and BDS send themselves on to map point.
That wasn't like a grand drop all at the same time sort of vibe like the BDS of 18 to 24 months ago, but it was again so well calculated. And look at the difference. When they were on the defense, they played Turtle and we think, oh, teams can execute against that, but BDS make it so hard to do. Now you look at them on the attack, they've got 2 players coming down main stairs. You've got Alems dropping in through Moto, Shaiko watching blue, 1 more watching the kitchen hatch. They've just got every angle considered, and it doesn't seem to matter where the defenders try to move, there's always another player ready to catch them when they go for that push forward. This is what makes BDS such a competent, top-level team. The team that, although for so long they struggled, did finally go on to win a major, is the consideration of moments like that. It's just beautiful to watch. It's like watching a game of chess where they've lined up the next 2 or 3 moves, they know exactly what you're going to do, everything is considered, and even when they lose the player on hatch, even when they lose the player on pipes, it doesn't matter. There is still enough coverage to win the round out. It's beautiful to watch.
Let's see if we have some more beauty in this round from BDS then. They are absolutely flying at the minute. 3 rounds in a row, and they're going to look to make it 4. Secure Clubhouse, which... And I'm not wrong in saying this. I can forgive you for thinking otherwise, but this was Heroic's map pick. They decided to take BDS to Clubhouse to start things off, and right now I think they might be ruining that decision a little bit because it's not gone fantastically well, especially since BDS got themselves onto the attack. Look at this quick progress once again. Leakerfac straight down there, seeing an opportunity, a sniff of an opportunity to get himself into Dirt Tunnel quickly, gets it opened up, and then takes the challenge onto main stairs as well. But BDS are going to have a bit more of a full map presence to deal with as we've got Heroic players up on the top floor this time around.
It just feels as well like BDS is so used to the sort of nonsense that you get used to in the early round, right? Someone trying to peek at you on main stairs, oopsie daisy, you know, maybe you lose a player early on. Not BDS, because Leakerfac was just ready and waiting to pounce there as well. Again, you don't make yourself a top level team if you can't deal with the kind of early round ranked aggression that teams will no doubt be trying to pull on you from time to time. because BDS are one of those teams that if you do get to the late round, it's really hard to win against them. But if you can disrupt them early, yeah, fantastic. You've got a good shot. But they make even that really, really hard, which is why Heroic are struggling so much here today. He's going
Obviously
for a repeat.
Not too much of a concern about the utility in sight from BDS, as they were happy for Elems to just keep driving that Twitch drone in. He didn't find anything that he wanted to take out, so we'll just try and get some information. And the information did its job as Elems manages to find Uno, who still remains on 0 kills at the minute. But they're not going to, and they might just rue that decision actually, as I was pointing it out. The Twitch drone not going in and taking utility out, instead being lost trying to gather information. They will lose a life to a Capcan trap. Doom manages to find Elems as well, and Heroic find themselves on the defense, I think for the first time, at a man advantage.
A couple of unwinnable situations there. They're taking a risk, right? They've tried to push 2 players in blind through dirt. They've had Alem sat at the bottom of main challenge from 2 angles. Not really the ideal spots for them to get themselves into, and Heroic are capitalising, which is what you want to see. They have crushed BDS on this push forwards, and sure, Leakafak has managed to find himself 2 coming in, but there's always 1 more waiting when 3 are left standing. I don't want to chalk it up to being amazing plays strictly by Heroic, because for BDS there, it was a bit of a gamble, but Heroic showing, look, you can't pull these kind of tricks on us. You've got to play it more straight and narrow than that.
I think BDS is still going to remain reasonably confident here. They've got 2 more opportunities to close this one out and put the first map on the board. They're going to be this time attacking onto bar and stage, and I feel like that's a bold choice for Heroic. They've already struggled with gym and bedroom. They're going to have to hold top floor in some way, shape or form, but by going to bar and stage, it actually stretches what they need to achieve here. Not only do they need to hold on to top floor, but they now need to hold on to the mid floor as well. They need to potentially have a challenge in strip or in stock, depending which side BDS choose to push, but they need to be aware of that mid floor. Had they gone CCTV and cash, had they gone gym and bedroom again, at least you only have the 1 floor to worry about. But this time, they're going to go mid-floor. They're going to try to hold on to it. Mello on the Maestro, an operator that we often see on this site. He's likely to play in and around kitchen corridor, bottom of main stairs. He's going to try and hold the long angle onto main door with the Alder and just feed as much information into his team upstairs as he can.
BDS bringing out the Floridas here as well. Alem's staging away from the Nomad. An operator that many patches ago now, I'm pretty sure he declared as the best in the game, the most powerful operator. One that very few teams actually employ these days. I think during the utility meta, it was far more powerful when there were ADSs, Banshees, shields scattered everywhere. I guess that was actually really post-utility meta, but still quite impactful. And this is where we now get to see him try and take out this Bulletproof that's sat very well positioned inside a bar and stage. We've seen this dance before 1,000,001 times, mind you, so they're going to have to be quite creative to get rid of that. There's a Banshee just inside the double doorway. There is lots to remove, but they can't just charge these drones in out the gate.
Leakafak manages to get himself inside a kitchen. This could be a really dangerous position here if they're not aware of it. Heroic do manage to find the opener. Doom onto Elem's nice headshot. Leakafak takes his chance but misses it. He was in the perfect position and Doom manages to shut it down. Heroic, they're going to need those heroic plays from individuals like Doom. Benja manages to find Renshiro 5 versus 2 as Heroic once again in the ascendancy. Are we seeing a serious shift in momentum here, Des, as they manage to just push themselves through what looks like another successful round? Shaiko goes in, finds one. BDS maybe just needing that big hero play in return from Shaiko.
Shaiko Revenge Tour is on. That was a mean shot that he hit there at the very start. Zoom, though, and Benja, what a start to the round these two have had. There's a shield in front of him. There's a player off towards his right. It's a horrible crossfire. These are the things that I was speaking about that Heroic were kind of missing. They were giving away players for free, whereas here they've set themselves up. Grizzly goes down from the nade. I'm pretty sure they know about it as well, but they've still got to do the dance around this shield, and we all know it ain't too easy to predict exactly where a player is going to pop up from. Still looking to find his man, though, as we get towards these last 70 seconds.
Breeder sort of searching, seeking, can't find his man up on the top floor, takes out the Banshee. Effectively a 2 versus 3. It could have been a 2 versus 2, but Mello manages to cut down Shaiko, and it's all up to Breeder in a 1 versus 3. 50 seconds left to go, so he's certainly got time to do this, but he's going to need to start finding some kills, and it is not going to be easy. Pre-fire in every angle as he moves around. Not got a bad gun for it. We know that the Thermite is a handy operator sometimes. sometimes. Obviously, usually thought of on the support, but very capable of picking up those frags as well. Breede might just have to take an opportunity of dropping here because of the time, but the danger that he's got is there's still men above, and he knows that. I think he's got a good idea as to Doom's location. Gonna look for himself to get the kill, manages to find it, 1v2, but 17 seconds left to go on one above. This is difficult for Breede.
Planting on the stairs as well, something a little bit different for you, not quite in direct view, but in comes the drop, and Mello gets there first, finds Breede out. This round I actually think was fairly balanced between the two teams, truthfully, Tim. I feel like BDS have lost it in equal measures that Heroic have won it. I mentioned back at the start, June, Benja, fantastic early round, but BDS will look at those first two deaths, or well, second and third death. The first one, fair enough, won fair and square by Heroic. The second one, Leakyfact knew that he was inside a bar. He gets the first few shots off, but misses, and it's a fantastic reverse kill. The second one upstairs around Cash Breach, they saw with the Iana where the player was. They send the player in to try and capitalize on that information, and he dies. Shaiko then does get the cleanup, but by that point, you've lost 3 players. The round is basically already over. So really well done by Heroic to win those unfavorable situation fights, but it's on BDS really for having 2 advantageous situations where they should win the gunfights and just not winning them out. But like anything, Siege is an FPS, it's a strategy game mixed into one. Sometimes you just won't hit your shots and you will lose rounds just like that.
Can Heroic hold on them? They've done a fantastic job so far of clinging to the coattails of BDS and not letting this one get away. I'll be honest, at 6-3, I thought it was done. I thought BDS were going to be securing map 1, even at 6-4. But now I'm starting to ask those questions. But it all comes down to this, Des. We've seen this site lost so many times by the defenders so far this evening that it is not going to be an easy one for Heroic to close down. BDS absolutely ran roughshod over them last time out, and they're going to be looking for more of the same, but their confidence will certainly have taken a dent in the last couple of rounds. Look at this, a lot of caution being applied by BDS. They don't want to be suffering that heroic aggression.
They don't want this going through to overtime. No way. Heroic have got their 3rd mirror player of the game, by the way. Now it's June taking up those responsibilities, so they seem pretty dead set on keeping it away from Mello, given how the first 2 rounds went. Understandable. Now let's see how things shape up, because for BDS, as you commented, this is do or die. They're in a spot where they've got themselves through to round 12. They've let Heroic back in. They've left the front door open. It's nice and chilly inside now, and overtime would spell disaster.
Renshiro getting himself into Catwalk, opening up that side of the map again. BDS dealing with this very quickly. Renshiro just on the reflex peak, but he will hit the alibi prisma, which gives a little bit of information. How does Uno lose that? Leakyfact just walks in and gets a double, and that is exactly what was missing last round, Des. You picked up on it. BDS sort of lost the round by not picking up those opportunities, but this time, Leakyfact, he doesn't need asking twice, but what a shot! What a shot from Doom across the map!
He knows that the Vector's meant to have recall, right? Shaiko stepping into one more, finds Grizzly. A 4v2 ensues with still 90 seconds to play on the clock. It's a lot of time for BDS. There's one on main stairs. It's Doom playing on the mirror. The 3rd challenger playing this operator, but no! Doesn't know about the 1 player left deep. It's another 3k for Leakyfact in this game as Mello is left standing against the ball. Jumps out for 1, but straight into a Claymore. BDS will take that first map by a hair, though, at 7-5. And who knows what Skyscraper will hold.
It was a close one in the end, closer than I think it honestly should have been, Des, but as you say, BDS, one way or another, managed to get it over the line. They get the job done, and it is a great start for them, especially heading into their map choice next of all. Heroic, what a performance. It was a real fight at the end. You know, in the middle of that game, you just thought that it had slipped away from them and that you were really questioning that map choice effectively. You know, why are we even here? But BDS, they didn't make it as easy as it could have been, and Heroic certainly made it difficult for them.
No, BDS started slow and ended slow, I thought there. In the start of the game, weren't quite with it, then really warmed up into their defences, and those last couple there, we spoke about it. Gunfights being lost there that arguably they should have won given the information or advantage they had, but just couldn't quite close it out. But that last round, once again, it's Leakyfact walking away the multi-kill. it's not saying that previously they didn't have this power and Leakifat wasn't on side. We've seen what Shaiko can do. But knowing that you've got another player that can step up, playing a Thatcher of all things, playing a flex operator, not an entry, and still getting the opening 2 kills for the team whilst keeping your life. Wonderful stuff. And with play like that, I'd be surprised if they can't take Skyscraper as well. We'll head to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show. And, can't believe it, despite a loss for Heroic, BDS still were taken to the edge on Clubhouse, which you all know you should never be taking them to Clubhouse. Also raises the question of, well, what if Heroic just picked literally any other map? Hey, I don't know about that. That's why I have 2 analysts in here to tell me if I'm wrong or not. And Tristan, hello.
Hello.
Too close,
Yeah.
I have to say, of a map one.
Well, I mean, if you want to raise the question, why would you pick Clubhouse over any other map? If you look at the map pools, I touched on it a little bit going into this game. I just think BDS have such big of a map pool in comparison to Heroic's one that they can't really have a lot of maps that BDS... For example, BDS always bans Villa, and that is one of Heroic's strongest suits. So if you literally have that one map that BDS can ban out, then, well, as Heroic, you're already limited a little bit. Then you start on attack, where I praised them for having such good attacks against TSM during the major. And BDS go Jim 3 times and they lose it 3 times. You think, wow, okay, could be doable if you win 3-3 on attack. It could be doable. But then on their defense, it doesn't click. We have Uno, for example, going 0-9, where we praised him for having a better start as well, or better stage, and now he's just went like that.
Yeah, I mean, not even just 0-9, but for your IGL to go 0-5 on entries as well, playing more of a supportive role, playing things like Romai, playing your hard breaches, but just, you know, having to drone for other people. I mean, it's not what you want. We're not gonna dog on him too badly. I think really what it came down to is just how well the consistency of everybody on BDS has played. The worst performance there was going -1. I mean, really, it's a level of consistency across the board for them. Saw them over it on a map that they really love. EFAC, as always, the MVP, a player who's sort of taken a little bit of shine from Shaiko as of late, especially amongst the fans as well. I just think, like Anne said, it was just such a difficult matchup for them, just maps-wise, to have to go to this. It's, I suppose, surprising that they left it up, but they do like Club, but it's BDS. They're going to see it out.
I mean, I'm not surprised by Leakfak being the MVP. We've seen him on the entries, gone +3 on entry for this game as well, being really effective for that in his team. Some sides on Heroic, where we do touch up on a few times, when it comes to important games, they tend to fumble some games. We did see good effectiveness with nades from them on their attacking half, but on their defensive half, I've seen a C4 that would have gone over a church wall, but then instead went on the church wall. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, I can take it back, or I can just detonate it with my teammates right next to it. So
take away half my teammates' health. Why not?
Yeah, that's unfortunately what happened.
All right.
Humbling.
Well, friends, we're going to talk about map 2 in just a moment, but to close out Clubhouse, we got our beautiful Jack on the other side. So Fresh, come on in. Into the light.
I'm in the light. Hello.
There you go. All yours.
Right,
what do you want to talk about?
I've got a illustration about our MVP, about our map MVP, which was Leakifak. Now, I spoke to Leakifak when we was in Jönköping, and he was saying, I do so much more for the team than just frag out. I IGL, I shot call alongside the LEMs, and I will play the team roles if necessary. So what I want to do is set the scene where BDS, they've opened up the cache, the CCTV wall, And they have also opened up the jacuzzi wall. They're going to push in. The main push is going to come, as you can see, from Shaiko, Alems here, and then Renshiro on the windows. That's the main push that BDS are going for. To do that, you have to have a person out on the CCTV balcony that's got Renshiro's back, because he can just be swung by the window. It's Clubhouse 101. Who's got his back? Leakifak. Who picks up a double kill? Leakifak. You see that Benja and Uno, they actually make the right play, which is to double swing Leakifak. However, this is where he's just a star player. This is where he picks up his big numbers. He gets that double kill for his team, sets them up into a 5v2. And this is also where the shot calling part of it comes. He knows that there's 2 players there. He's told his team to push in. Look how fast the BDS players now have pushed in as a trigger into the site. And they very quickly isolate Grizzly. And Leakifak, again, takes it upon himself, right? I can backstab this guy. Now that I've cleared the guys that are trying to kill me, I can backstab this guy. He gets the kill onto Grizzly. And what's even more impressive to me is there's an awareness that Doom is below. So as soon as he gets this kill, you'll see Leakifak drops the hatch, and he's actually the final player to pick up the kill. Now, that's for 4K that comes through, but that's not a 4K in a traditional sense in terms of a fragger. That's a 4K of a guy that's playing for the team, that's playing for the round win, but is in the right place at the right time, nearly always.
Thank you very much, Jack. That was map number 1 to close it out with our MVP, Leakifak. Thank you again. Let's talk about map 2. Set us up for what could be a 2-0. We've already had one today. Will we finally see a map 3? Who knows? It's Skyscraper. Again, a surprise. So, and you were shaking your head. What's going on?
I don't really think this is going to bode very well for Heroic, considering I had this as a potential ben for them. And the reason why is that they haven't played this map at all in the past 3 months. Now, keep in mind that they are going to part ways with Benja after this weekend. Then I don't think they're going to be practicing a lot of new maps and a lot of new strategies on this map with Benja, who's already going to be leaving them. Is why would you put the effort in that when you wouldn't need it anymore after this weekend? So Heroic hasn't played it, and they also ban it quite often, so it's also a low preference map for them. But then BDS, think about it. This map on the Major was that one map that made the difference and led them to win the Jönköping Major. And from what I saw, there was a lot of creativity, angles, lines of sight, and I sure hope that Heroic is prepped for that, because BDS can bring a lot to the table on this map.
Yeah, it's like we spoke about before. How much are they really going to be playing their lower preference maps? Is it something that you'd want to bring out now? Well, they're going to have to bring it out now. And it's against a team that actually really likes Skyscraper. It's a team that I wouldn't take BDS to Skyscraper, and we're good at Skyscraper. It's just one of those where, do you want to play teams on maps that they're good at, or do you want to play maps that you're good at? They've ended up in a situation where it's a map they're not good at, and they're playing a map that the other team is good at. It's a really tricky situation where on paper it doesn't look good for them. But maybe they have been practicing loads on this map. Maybe trials have gone well on this map, and I guess we'll see.
So what's going to happen for Heroic on here? Like, looking back at game number 1, because we also had a Skyscraper in there, is there anything strategy-wise, operator ban-wise, maybe specific player-wise on Heroic that really has to step up, or we need to see them shining in this game just to say, okay, this is it. Heroic can take it to map 3.
I hate having to throw players under the bus, but if we have to look at someone on the side of Heroic to step up, it has to be Uno, considering his performance on the Major, considering his performance end of Stage 3, which really helped his team to set themselves apart, even in the battle to go to the Major. If there's one game where they need him the most, I would say it's right now.
Yeah, I mean, a player as well that we know has so much ability. This isn't a player that's just played support or IGL his whole career. This is a player who was the star player on multiple teams in EUL. He's a player that was signed to, the fabled God squad that G2 wanted to build. This is a really strong player, a player who's had bad games, had good games recently. I think I agree. If they want to go further, if they want to beat a BDS team that is so consistent and has 5 players that are so consistently strong, then he has to have a good game.
So, we'll keep it into 2-0?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's going to be a double 2-0.
All right, let's see how this day ends. Then BDS versus Heroic continues on Skyscraper. Thank you very much, Tristan. And let's toss it back to our casters. Ace and Des, enjoy.
You know what I've realised, Tim? If BDS do win this series when we go into tomorrow, it's England versus France all over again tomorrow. I'm not ready for that.
It didn't end that well last time.
No, it didn't.
Well, I suppose
I get a bad feeling it won't end that well this time either, to be honest with you.
It depends where you're from, I guess, but where we're from, it didn't end that well last time.
Well, if it goes to BDS tomorrow, assuming of course they make it through, I imagine everyone except the Brits will be happy because everyone loves it when we lose. Still, we've got to get through this map first and foremost. Skyscraper, my favourite map, Tim. Don't get to see it all that often. I mentioned earlier on, Heroic have not played this map. It is a perma-ban. The BDS, it's sort of middle of the pack in terms of preference, but I know that we've seen them play it a good few times against some other big name teams like Rogue. So with how this shapes up, I think I'm with the desk. I'm seeing this being a 2-0.
I'd agree at this point. I think, Heroic had a good few rounds. I don't want to take that away from them on Clubhouse, particularly where they got themselves back into it 6-3 to 6-5, those 2 rounds that they won. They looked good for them. But like you said, there were a few errors from BDS along the way as well that gave them that opportunity. And overall, I just feel like they are sort of, 10% less than BDS at the minute. And it's not going to be easy on Skyscraper. BDS have shown us a couple of times their ability to play here very recently. So yeah, I think it's going to be a struggle. They need a strong start to Heroic here on the defense. They need to get themselves a nice cushion, I think.
Very much so. Starting out with that Ying ban coming in from Heroic, followed up by the Nook, what feels like, is a perma-ban in this series. Same as the Solace ban on both this map and the last one as well. So last ban then coming through on the side of Heroic. Do we see him take away the mirror? Because they didn't have that much success with it, truthfully, on Clubhouse. No, it's going to be the Warden coming instead. We only saw that employed in a couple of rounds towards the back end of that last map. So somewhat surprised to see that one taken away, given the Ying has been banned too.
Interesting to see it's not too much of a surprise. We know that Solus is likely to be a powerful operator when they start getting used consistently in professional games. But BDS coming out with a double ban. It was BDS, I believe, that took it out in map 1, taking it out in map 2. They just want no part of Solus here in the EUL finals.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Starting things off in Karaoke and T. We'll settle down for said T with the Monty coming in. That's far too many T's. Leaky Fat coming in potentially with that operator in the first round. Looking though over to what is most definitely known is the defensive lineup as well. The Alibi becoming a bit of a staple for both teams so far alongside that Mute. But the Maestro coming in here for this site. A little bit uncommon, I'll go as far as saying. Not many teams employ Maestro on this site. Keen to see how that gets used by Mello.
I do like the shields over towards this side. It's something that we've seen. I believe it was Rogue who sort of started doing it. You'd get a shield here and a shield at Shrine, and you'd just play out there you go, exactly like that. Thank you very much. And you just hold out towards the east side, and you just prevent any push coming across. And then dirty. Eventually late in the round fall back. Oh, Doom, is he going to get away with it? Nobody's moving in his direction at the minute. BDS on the attack, of course, it's going to be, how do they go for the top black stairs attack, or do they try to play into those shields and break them down? Neither is going to be straightforward.
I just love the early call. This happens during ranked. Someone scans in the first 10 seconds of the round start, and you're just like, why? What are you doing? But here you can see the exact use case, calling out the call as well. Nice and early on. And immediately Alem spots that there is someone on house side looking to try and do something cheeky near a window. He hears the ring, and immediately away goes Doom. And now he's even found himself being caught out here on his retreat back towards site. So just like that, the hunter has become the hunted. It's Alem's to maybe get this freebie coming in unless Heroic can save him, which I'm not too sure they'll be wanting to commit to.
I don't see any way that Doom gets picked up here. Worst case scenario for BDS is that Doom bleeds out and is able to feed some information in via sound calls for a short period of time. That is a good opener for BDS, recognising the danger downstairs. Ooh, are they going to go for it here, Heroic? I think maybe just considering a drop down. I think they're more trying to bait him here. They're just looking for the opportunity for someone coming in to secure that kill. Can we pick up a cheap kill in response? It's not going to be the case as Shaiko manages to get Benja, and that is not ideal. Doom is still down, and that leaves us effectively 5 versus 3, and that is the top black stairs push that I was talking about.
Well, Shaiko's already found one through the door. Mello's now the second one lining up, and Shaiko sees him first as well. It's far too easy. Finally, Doom does bleed out on the downstairs, and again, BDS has just said, hey, we'll let you guys get aggressive into us. We've got absolutely no issue with that. Shaiko here, rather than pushing in off that 2K, is also sat holding the Shrine window jump out. So everything Heroic can think of doing here, BDS have an answer to.
Leaky Fact just moving up the drummer stairs, going to look to try and get aggressive.
Too easy.
Renshiro and Shaiko are going to take out the final 2, and that is, as you said, as far too easy for BDS. Flawless attack to begin with, and I don't want to get carried away here. It's one round, but that should be the best site on the map for Heroic. It's their primary choice. They've just been not just hit flawlessly, but hit for 6 there. They've really been taken apart on that site. Shaiko able to just bob and weave around that black stairs door, get kills at will. Doom taken down no matter what he was trying downstairs. It makes me concerned for Heroic for the rest of this, because I just don't know that looks like they've got any chance of being competitive here. It's early to say it, I know. I'm hoping that I'm wrong and Heroic shows something a little different in this round, but that just seemed like quite a big difference between the two teams in that round.
It was a real big tell for me, because the question I immediately had when I saw June going for that spawn peak was, do BDS have the same knowledge and composure that we can see on a map like Clubhouse? Clubhouse they know super well. Skyscraper, they've outscrimmed it, they've played it quite a lot, but it's not been around anywhere near as long as what Clubhouse has been. It's not really that top tier map that it is for BDS normally compared to Clubhouse. So, seeing the way they dealt with that, with the Lems, with the kind of ring coming in, with the awareness, with the catching Doom on the rotate back towards site, just all of it was so beautifully done. And what I think I enjoyed even more was Leaky Fat then on the Ash just sat and waited and said, hey, I'll bait him, we'll see if anyone tries to come and drop for the save. And sure enough, Heroic weren't that stupid. They did sit and say, well, he's dead to right to you. He's downstairs. We can't get to him. We understand. Either way, just overall smart play by BDS once again, not even giving Heroic a look into that round. And even here, they know exactly where Doom is. You've seen him go running through past the drone. Oh my goodness, Doom! I mean, all right, that's one way of saying slow down. Nearly goes for his second man as well. Takes a few points of damage, but what a spin from him onto the window.
Absolutely beautiful play from Doom. I was just going to say, he looks like he's in that same bad position once again, but this time he manages to fight his way out of it, absolutely deleting Renshiro and leaving Heroic with a man advantage. Did take some damage along the way, but that is not the end of the world. Leakafak, however, does shut down Uno elsewhere, leaving us now in a 4v4. Des, you commented on it. Why is he pushed so far up to Shrine? How has he got away with that? Leakafak's going to continue fighting here. Pressure on both sides is not ideal for him, but if he can win the fight against that man who has pushed him from the rear side, then Leakafak is in a key position to potentially take the round. Shaiko just missing his opportunity uncharacteristically there.
I'd need to watch it back to know exactly how this one played out, but Leakafak should have no way of getting up past that shield so early on. Unfortunate really to not get Uno and the Maestro that were lurking around in the area. So I guess a bit of a lucky stroke coming up from Heroic, but again, same question. How the hell has he got up there unpunished? You got Leakafat rotating his way around as Shaiko is staying busy. And this is the thing again. Shaiko isn't getting impatient and pushing in. He's been sat outside that doorway for 30 seconds waiting for something to happen. When Benja's the one who gets a little bit antsy and takes a step forward, that's when Shaiko strikes. So Heroic can play the patient game and lose Ben slowly. They can try and push more aggressively and lose them quickly. It's just so difficult right now to stop them. How do you even win like that when he can get... Oh! I'm infuriated for Heroic. It's so frustrating just seeing BDS win gunfight after gunfight like that.
Shaiko wasn't even looking in that direction. It was only the challenge from Doom that alerted him to the presence. Not ideal from Alems, just catching the stair rail there. And the flash is going to impact his own team. But Melo does find one full in the face as well and will be white flashed as Brede manages to get this plant down almost certainly, unless the kill comes in before he secures it. Grizzly, he's trying to fight back through the gold bars there. Can't see his man on the long angle, and right now in a retake 1v3, nothing is going to be easy for Grizzly.
I just think it's so beautiful. Again, it's the kind of thing that Fresh was talking about on the telestrator. Leakafak goes, look, you guys have got so much control here on the north side already. There's 2 or 3 you're pushing. I'm going to rotate down towards the south, push on drum side. And just, again, that awareness to kind of set up a backstab is such beautiful adaptation to the state of the round that we just keep on seeing out of Leakafak. It makes BDS so hard to predict. Whereas historically, they're a little bit robotic. They're going to do the same thing over and over again until it really sticks, kind of like old Empire used to. But I feel Leakafak's just really injecting that element of fluidity and unpredictability to BDS that Heroic can't keep up with.
Going to have a very early tactical timeout coming in from Heroic here, Des, and I think, it doubles down on what I was saying after round one. I was concerned for them after round one, because it's like two boxers coming into a ring and round one, and one almost gets his lights punched out straight away. And that's the feeling that I got for Heroic. I thought they're going to be punch drunk after this round, and that's exactly what they looked in round two. Just can't find a way past BDS, and already taking the tactical time out. They're back in the corner, Des. They're trying to suck oxygen into their lungs here. They're trying to hold on.
And hold on, they aren't really doing right now, Tim. That's the problem. They've really got to change something up here. Now, they did balance it out a little bit on Club. Again, the first 2 rounds when BDS was slow, they got a couple in there. Problem is, BDS aren't slow in the early game. They did try to get a few back in the kind of later stages of the game. Okay, cool. But you've got to get through to the late stages of the game is the problem. Not forgetting that you're on the defense here on Skyscraper. And BDS are tearing you apart on the attack, making it look easy to get through these Heroic lines, through the defenses they've got set up. And truthfully, through Heroic, they don't look particularly comfortable in the positions they're playing. I'm not saying the players are in the wrong spot. They just look uncertain. They look like they could get pressed at any time. They're constantly moving on their feet. They're a bit uncertain as to what's coming. There's not really much comfort there. Maybe here with Mira on side, we'll see that change, but I feel like BDS have got the run of the mill once again.
I think you're probably right. I don't know. Maybe it's going to need a big gamble from Heroic. I don't. Do you do something like bring the clash, or do you just do something a little bit out there that's going to make it difficult? We saw APAC North using the clash on this site, pushing out onto the balcony, just making it difficult. You've got that constant presence outside, but again, you just feel like BDS are going to have the answers. I'm clutching at straws probably as much as Heroic are going to be after another round or two of this. Doom going for that same peak every single time, Des. I'm surprised that BDS haven't slammed him off it yet. Grizzly is going to take down Shaiko, but Renshiro is there for the immediate trade, 4v4. Not a bad start for Heroic. If you're going to take anybody off the board, why not a Shaiko? But still, a lot of work for them to do on the defense.
I think Ben just really fancying this window jump out here. He wants to try and, not so much even the score, but make sure Heroic stay ahead. But it's not 100% sure. One, there's a player out there. Two, that it hasn't been Claymored, for example. Leaky Fact does have them in back pocket, as does Brede, all deployed at this point. You've got Uno trying to backstab up a little bit as well. He could be here in the perfect time as the jump out comes through. Renshiro finds one, though, and they can't get anything. So how the hell has it come to a 2v1 pinch and still the one player finds one back? Finally put on his backside, but that was a pretty miserable state of affairs for Heroic.
It was. Renshiro's done his work for the round, even if he gets taken out. Here, Leaky Fact just looks away at the wrong time. He knows he's coming. He's going to spray the softball, but he can't find his man. He's just trying to hold that long angle. He's trying to protect Renshiro, use him, bait him, try and just get anything he can out of this situation. But Ben just says, not today. I'm going to take one. I'm going to take two. Beautiful play from Benja.
Dare I say, I probably would have preferred to see the Ash Breach around there used onto the T softball, sorry. Get it opened up, really make Ben just sweat because he can't really hold a position in there. And that's where maybe you get the kill and can get your man up for free. LLM though is in, finds Mello, pops his head up at the perfect time, but can't find the kill. June pulls back round now, it's Brede, the clutch master himself, left in a 1 versus 2.
Just trying to use those long angles at the minute. He now knows at least where one is. The second defender has moved on to house stairs there. Just going to be dropping down a level. The Goo-mine is going to signal the presence, and it is, of course, the Legion that is left alive. Doom should have an intimate knowledge of exactly where those Goo-mines were positioned, so should have a good idea of where Brede is pushing at the minute. Going to try to use that Selma charge just to try and mask the sound of the diffuser going down. Could be a smart play here, but he actually comes off it, knows that there's one up high, but he's going to be cut down from low. It's Doom who finds that final kill, and that is going to be Heroic taking the first round.
Really good passive play from Heroic there at the end as well. Sure, it was a bit scrappy in the mid-round with all that went on with Benja out towards Karaoke and T, but when it came to the site itself, there was no aggressive pushing, trying to chuck impacts at Brede as he was thinking about getting just inside of the room itself. They let him come in, and he realised that he was in a very difficult situation where as soon as he held down F, he was going to find himself getting pushed. That's when the impacts might start coming out, for example. Just playing it very passively, waiting for the sound cues to act. Good stuff by Heroic to get themselves the first round on the board.
Here we go then. Into round 4 we go, and it's this time barbecue and kitchen, which again leaves me with a few concerns for Heroic. This site is very much the same as trying to hold on to tea and karaoke. There's just the extra little step of going downstairs. So a little bit more work for BDS to do, but similar positions, similar angles that Heroic need to be holding onto, and they've not done so well in round 1 and 2. The Oryx being brought along by Doom could be an interesting addition. Keep an eye on him. He's been slippery so far this game, and if he can continue that, Oryx is the perfect operator to be just cooking up a little surprise in the barbecue for BDS.
Okay, do we see any more cheekiness coming in for an early spawn peak? Appears not this time around. Doom, I think, being a bit more mobile, playing on the Oryx. The Lion, though, I think is a nice little addition here, where we've seen Decabi coming in historically. The Lion obviously gives you 3 scans rather than the 2. It does rely on some movement, so you have to lean into the drones a little bit more. You can't just bring in the phone call and then hope for the very best here. But Doom's the kind of person that's in a pretty precarious position that, if seen on a drone, could get isolated down by the Lion and picked off quite easily.
Yeah, certainly. Primarily because of all the windows surrounding him. He's got a window in every single direction that he looks at the minute. So like you say, it could be very easily to get himself cornered. Needs to be making sure that that's not the case. He's the operator. He's the player that they want to be mobile, that they want to be moving around. Renshiro just holding lines of sight directly into kitchen there, just trying to prevent any defender movement in and around. Uno still on a quiet game, yet to pick up a single kill against BDS, and that is not ideal for his team. He's going to be looking to try and turn that around, I am certain. But again, it is those margins. Now then, Shaiko, he hears Doom coming from a mile away and cuts down the Oryx on Black Stairs. Beautiful start for BDS, and what a beauty of a second! How does he know the Grizzly's there? This man has a sixth sense, and it is costing Heroic dearly in round 4.
Sixth sense, or he's got the Turtle Beaches on tier. The fact that he heard him coming upstairs on Black on the first case is beautiful. The second one was down to that pure intuition that there might be a second player holding on the upstairs. Makes it a third in the round as well. Benja steps forward, at least starts to equalise the scoring, but they've lost 3. Bride into 1 more. Mello, he's not had the best series so far, Tim, and I would not want to be him sat in a 1 versus 4 right now. Shaiko's nade star coming through. They know where the man is. Does Shaiko want his 4K? Yes, he does, but it's Alems that takes it away. BDS with round 4 in the bag.
You got to feel for Mello at the end there. 1v4. He's gone to the machine pistol. What else can he do? There is nothing left. I think he had the shotgun on the thorn, so it was always going to be a big, big ask for him to close that one out. BDS just looking absolutely... They're running rampant at the minute, Des. Looking completely dominant. As I said, I was a little bit worried. Heroic on that side of the map. They're going to go to Karaoke Tea again. They just don't seem to be able to hold on to that side of the map. I don't know if I'd maybe even like to see them chuck in a little bedroom defense at this point. You know, just keep yourself on the side of the map that you're winning on at least, because you can't hold on to these angles.
No, I just feel not so much like browbeating for them, because I think they knew that this was going to be a rough game coming into it. We spoke earlier on, or the Dested, Tristan specifically, Ray saying, look, we know what's going on here. We know that the fact, in fact, was it Anne? Either way, one of the analysts said, with Benja likely leaving the team after this series, after these couple of days of play, we're in a spot where it's not going to be the strongest heroic performance that we've ever seen. And so far, it is looking a little bit fragmented at points. There've been some great rounds where the players have shown individual moments of brilliance. What I don't really feel we've seen so far is a solid team win coming out of Heroic.
I'd agree with that, and I think, like you say, this night is not going to get any easier for them at this point in time. If BDS can go 4-2-5-1, get themselves onto the defence, I really don't see Heroic bringing it back at that point. But never say never. We'll see what happens. You know, there have been elements of Heroic's gameplay that I've at least enjoyed watching. June particularly getting mobile, taking the spawn peaks on, just wanting to be unpredictable, get himself out in the map. Hasn't really paid too many dividends as of yet, but you know, surely that's got to change at some point.
Well, you'd hope so, and now's the time for it to start changing. Otherwise, BDS are going to run away with this. June, As I say, finally being spotted out there, almost getting swung through, sprayed through the soft walls as well. He's got to be so careful how he backs away, but he's experienced this throughout these first 2 maps in nearly every single round when they're on the defensive side, that he's the first kind of guy to aggress them when they enter the building to try and take the first challenge, and is then being shot at the entire time he's running back in towards side. BDS just very good at closing down these angles, and now with the view onto the upstairs, making sure nothing dodgy can come in onto the wall. They've got a lovely vertical angle, everything starts to line up, but it's Benja, the first to fall down to Renshiro.
And I just want to go back to June being picked up on the drone at the beginning there. The pressure that Heroic are playing under at the minute. If you noticed, as soon as June got seen on the drone, bullets were raining in through soft walls, through barricades. You know, BDS are just always in a position to try and challenge immediately. We've got a little hop in and hop out from Shaiko there. I think just wanting to take some utility down. The bullets came in from Mello, and that let him know that the man was there. Leakifak had the opportunity, but didn't take his shot. And Mello able to find himself a kill. He's going to juice himself back up on a salvation station in sight, and all of a sudden we're in a 3 versus 3 here as Doom shuts down Breedy, and we now find ourselves in a winnable round of tea and karaoke for Heroic. Lems is down. It's 2v3. Renshiro low health. This is not ideal for BDS.
It's not, absolutely, but the problem is Shaiko's on an absolute tear. 9-1 in the map. Can he keep on things going and find any more for himself? Sees one man, but doesn't aware the one to the right. And there's the closeout you were looking for. It was a C4 that downed the Lems there. For the start of it, I actually thought BDS were in really good control again. The pinch onto the Dragon player with a nade in hand, forcing him out towards VIP, who then gets cut down. Again, another beautiful passage of play, but things start to crumble from there as BDS aren't quite sure who's strictly responsible for what, leaving themselves in 1vx's, getting themselves picked off. It's a well-won round by Heroic, and still good to see them showing that aggression against BDS, even when they're down on numbers.
It is, and they're keeping themselves in this, and that's what's important. You know, as much as I've said, BDS have certainly looked like the better team. You know, the rounds that Heroic have won have at times been a little bit scrappy. They've, you know, not been, you know, having the flash of Shaiko coming in 9-1 at the minute, but they're getting the job done, and they're keeping themselves in it, and you can never ask any more of a team than that. They've got the opportunity to go back over to Exhibition Office. Honestly, if Heroic come away with the 3-3 here, Des, it is an absolute robbery. It is a steal that they have got away with.
Quite literally. I think given how strong BDS have been throughout the half, 100%. However, bearing in mind they're on the defensive side, I'm pretty sure BDS will not... They won't mind a 3-3. Obviously, they prefer a 4-2 here to really represent the strong half they've had, but it won't be the end of the world for them. What I'm excited about, Tim, is that operator that we've seen, Leaky Fat, lock in, bringing on the Sense here. We don't really get to see Sense Pro all that often. They're a very interesting operator that we saw used quite a few times in APAC when they first came out, but wasn't employed regularly. They dropped away pretty quick. I'm hoping here we get to see something really creative coming out, because there are a few cheeky drone holes you can make use of.
Straight away over to the reception wall. Going to look to get that opened up. Probably a little bit of attention from underneath. We saw it done last time with the Ash, but there are many operators. Oh, we've got the Thatcher on board, so we don't even need to bother. We can just use those EMPs to give Breeder the opportunity to open things up. That will happen, and that's just going to make it a little bit more difficult for the player whose outline you can see in front of you there. Just playing on reception door through to Dragon. Plenty of utility being expended to get that wall, but that's going to give an opportunity for them to move in. But Grizzly, he's going to find Shaiko with a headshot, and that is a great start for Heroic.
It was the same as last round for BDS. They're making sure that no one could trick onto that window by blowing it up from below, in relative safety as well from the outside. If they were fortunate, could have even got a couple of kills with the impacts that came through. There were 2 players from Heroic stats up very close together, but BDS not paying that respect to them once these angles were opened up, and sure enough, the top fragger in Shaiko loses his life.
Leakifact's going to use the light screen to move on in there. Just going to be looking to get inside of the map with the Sense here, but it's the Capcan traps. Not enough droning coming in. We've seen that a couple of times now from BDS, just missing out on those Capcan traps, and kills rain in one after another from Heroic, leaving Renshiro in a 1v5, 1v4, 1v3, surely not a 1v2. Gets himself a couple of quick kills, which are important. 1v2. This is on the cards here, Des. He's got 1 minute 10. He's got all the time in the world. He's got the diffuser. This is absolutely doable. But does he know about the man lurking underneath? Benja could be the problem in his plan.
But as you know, sees his man as well on the downstairs, but managing to evade the shots as well. Wrenchy's in here. Not quite in a plantable opportunity, I don't think, 'cause he's got the player out towards the far side. That said, Grizzly is a little bit of a distance away, stepping his way forward, and again, they're finding a second chance to bring down Wrenchy. That's twice now they could have finished him off, but he still stays standing. With 35 seconds to play as well, it still feels doable, but you can see a couple of bullets here being the difference maker.
It's not going to take much, is it? He's going to have to try and stick this diffuser at some point, and they're just waiting for that sound cue. The bullets start raining in. He's going to stick it here, Des. He's going to stick it. He's going to come away, and now he can fight, but you can see the crossfire that he's in the middle of. They find the kill. It's Benja who cuts him down. What an effort from Ranshiro, but just not enough in the end. And BDS, they are going to be disappointed with the scoreline here, Des. There's no two ways about it. It should have been 4-2. It should have been 5-1, possibly. They have been on top of things, but Heroic somehow have clung on.
Pros don't fake, Tim. Pros don't fake. I respect it because look back just a few rounds ago when Brede was the one in that exact situation, a 1 versus 2, pushing in through that breach. Heroic played it really smartly. They played far away enough that they couldn't be shot at easily, but they were able to capitalize when Brede did try and make a plant go down. Here they played a little bit further back with the one downstairs. Grizzly was way out towards Drum, which enabled the plant to go down, but they knew that when it came down to it, they still had the 1 versus 2 lined up. Very nearly a 1 versus 5, it felt like, coming out for Wrenchy, but Heroic do enough to keep themselves up at a 3-3 scoreline. Now let's see how things change now that we've changed halves. It's BDS on the defensive side, which makes me a little bit nervous for Heroic.
Going to be going out to T and Karaoke BDS to kick things off. It's a site that Heroic really struggled to hold on to, and it's probably going to be a good indicator for us as to the difference that we might see from BDS on the defence here than what we've just seen from Heroic, and whether they can actually improve on that 3-3 scoreline.
Interesting one for you as well, Tim, that was just raised by Easy. I noted the scoreline at the end of the last map being 0-9 for Uno. He's 0-6 on this one. He's 0-15 across the 2 maps so far.
Oof.
Yet to put, I mean, we've all had those games in ranks, mate, where we don't get a single kill, we feel like crap, somehow we got carried
every
through,
day
it feels
me.
great, but there's not even any solace here that his team are dragging him through this because it's rough, and sure, every day for you, Tim, but the thing is, you've got an excuse now. You can be like, oh, I didn't see him. It's not my fault, just didn't see him.
Honestly, I use it so often.
Even when streaming,
I've got to get something out of it, right?
No way, Tim. He was on the right-hand side of your screen. He's like, oh, I just changed today. Couldn't see him.
Uno, he's going to get himself onto the Blackbeard. Maybe that's going to give him the opportunity to find a couple of kills. He's on the Karaoke window. Brede is going to take some damage there. Lem's pushing through now. Shaiko. Oh, even the shield wasn't enough to keep Uno alive. 0-16 he goes as 2 kills come in for BDS, and you've really got to start feeling for the IGL of Heroic. Mello with a beautiful angle through the vertical onto Shaiko, though cuts him down, but BDS are going to be happy with that early passage of play, leaving them in a 4 versus 3.
Could not get any easier, could it? I mean, 2 kills coming back in there. Again, a couple of freebies, it feels. I'm not saying Heroic haven't worked for these. They clearly have. Mello in the right place at the right time to get the kill through the floor from outside the window. That second one being a nade. Good stuff out of Heroic, but it's BDS getting sloppy there, where they've got 2 kills. They've got into a good position, then lose 2 players on the retreat back towards site. All that hard work that you put in to pick off 2 players early on, now completely wiped out.
Little attempt at a vertical nade once again. Going to be unsuccessful. Brede managing to heal himself back up on a salvation station. One of the corner utility brought along by Thunderbird. Not completely all the way back up, but certainly looking a lot healthier. Renshiro trying to keep a hold of the top of Drum Stairs there. You can see he's got one of those corner stations at his feet as well. Just going to be trying to maintain that position, prevent the push coming from Drum Stairs, but Doom, he's managed to get himself up to the top of Black Stairs here. I'm not sure if BDS are aware of this. They're starting to move around. They're starting to give Heroic opportunities, and there's an opportunity for the diffuser to go down, Des.
Kind of hurt themselves out a bit here. They're hoping the smokes are enough, but they're nowhere near enough. They do get the cross in, and how on earth have they not picked these 2 off? They've already found 1, but June could be the butcher of box. No, he's left himself in a 1 versus 2. Can't even find the 1. It's a shotgun spin for Brede. Diffuse coming in for BDS. And although it looks a little bit precarious at the end there, Tim, it will be BDS taking their first defensive round.
Well played. There was a real opportunity for Heroic there. As I said, they got themselves in. They sort of had BDS on the back foot. They were exposing themselves. They were having to give Heroic opportunities to find kills. The diffuser goes down. You've got to say that there's a chance to win the round, but BDS were nice and alert. On the retake, it was almost as if they'd played for it. BDS getting themselves 4-3 now, and the first successful defense.
Okay, starting out balance between the two sides. Again, I feel like BDS probably couldn't have lost those first two players if they played it a little bit more. I'm not going to say sensibly because they played it fine. It was just good pickoffs by Heroic as they ran back towards side. But two players really want to keep on side to maintain that 5 versus 3 and give yourself a comfortable round end. But they played it pretty well in the final 3v3, as did Heroic. Great work to get the plant down there, and Mello supports. They know how to hold down F-Tim, get himself in through the window, charge to that wall, have absolutely no fear, and pray that you're being covered by your team, which he was for the most part. But Heroic with a golden opportunity to get 2 kills as 2 members of BDS came pushing in through Hallway and Geisha, but they could connect onto neither.
It's going to be over to the east side of the map for BDS this time around. Exhibition and Office. Got a presence from Shaiko on the alibi over towards Drumstairs. Keep an eye on him, see if he can find himself any kills. Slowed down a little bit. We did pick up on him at 9-1. That's now gone to 10-4. So only 1 kill for his last 3 deaths. So certainly slowing down a little bit here, Shaiko. Uno, he's going to be trying to help get that reception wall open. Melo's up there to do the job. We saw the exact same process from BDS previously. Doom's taken a lot of damage along the way though there. Going to be an attempt at an early peak, I would imagine. We've got this position being played by the Kaid. We see this so often. Look at the way he's just playing around it, just wanting to get that electrical onto the wall, standing as close as he can so it activates straight away. It's about the best way of getting a Kaid trick successfully done.
I mean, the big difference here is they've got the Bandit and the Kai's. They've doubled down on their commitment towards it. It's just painful because truthfully here, this is the difference compared to how the first thing went. When I saw Uno outside in the Zofia, I was like, oh, we get to see them in the roles reversed now. Both attacking the same point. How do things change? For BDS, it has been the double electrification. Not only they're denying that single wall away, but also the breach wall as well. This is looking really rough for Heroic.
It's great. It's beautiful utility play from BDS. You know, in Siege often, you know, we focus so much on the kills, of course, but the utility is just as important. We say it countless times, you know, and using that wisely and juggling it the way they are at the minute. BDS just showing how much time can be wasted without even putting themselves at risk. Now then, Heroic, they're going to have to make a move. They're going to have to make a play, and that's exactly what Grizzly does. Manages to find a headshot onto Shaiko, but it's Benja that I'm interested in. He's going to be pushing in through the T side aggressively, along with 2 teammates as well. Heroic almost sort of rotating away from those breaches and saying, we need a plan B here, we need to get something going, and they're not in a terrible position here, but more work to be done.
No, really smart by Heroic there. They've done what lots of teams are afraid to do, which is halfway into the round say, right boys, we're pushing the other side of the map now. Forget about this, rotate over and push in that way. Also a nod towards BDS. I saw a couple of the mute jammers being redeployed by Leakyfac as well through the outlines. So they've moved utility over towards that west side of the map. It was kind of a mad scramble to not get yourself completely caught out by Heroic, but the fact those mute jammers are now down in better positions means it will slow Heroic down on their push through. So a really good response coming out from BDS.
Uno just continuing to try and send that utility into sight. Not going to find as he eventually gets the shield. The first 2 were just to burn any utility that would have been in the way, any of those ADSs. Renshiro battling through the drone hole. BDS are looking good here though, Des, because the 6th man is active. The time is ticking down. The clock could win it for them. Brede takes 1 challenge, gets a kill, but can't find the second. It's going to be 3 versus 3 as Leakyfac trades out Grizzly, and that leaves us now in a position where Heroic are panicking. They're pushing, they're trying to find something, trying to find anything, but there's nothing for them as kill after kill comes in for BDS, and the time ticks down, and that is going to be round 8 going to the French side. It's 5-3 now, and they are a breath away from winning this one in 2 maps.
Such a fun round as well, I think. Again, seeing the change. Back in the first half, we saw that push onto the VIP single wall come through a few times, and every single time BDS managed to get it open and work their way through. But just by saying, right, we're doubling down on denial here, we're bringing both the Bandit and the Kaid, they managed to make it work. And it's such a simple thing as well. The Electroclaw being on the stairwell side, so you can't get it from below. Just a very simple change, completely shuts Heroic out. And then to give a nod to Heroic, as I said mid-round, fair play. You realise halfway through, right, look, we're going to keep throwing things at the wall here and nothing is going to stick. We've got to move to the other side of the map and make this work. BDS then counter that by moving their gadgetry across towards the side, and then the clock comes into play, like you say, Tim. Heroic are kind of forced to make a less than ideal push with 3 players all going into terrace at the same time. They've got no time to drone, no real awareness of where BDS are because of the mute jammers, and they capitalise on it beautifully. That's one of my favourite things about Siege, is when you see that kind of chess-like play come into action, and that round was a wonderful example of it.
Right now and then, Heroic, it's sort of feeling like now or never if BDS get themselves onto the map and match point. This time around, you just don't feel that they're going to let it slip away as they did in the last map, with Heroic almost able to fight back to overtime. But Heroic just, as I've said throughout Skyscraper, really, they've done well to get that 3-3 half that they did. It was a fantastic effort, but they've still felt like they've been on the back foot. You know, they've always been sort of off balance, always sort of just grabbing at rounds where the possibility was there. Shaiko playing onto that meeting window, needs to be careful. Karaoke, sorry. He might find himself just getting challenged at short range. He knows that there's somebody there. Look at the aggression! Shaiko just not caring at the minute, looking for more kills.
I think he was expecting a reload maybe to be in action there as he came swinging around. Not that it matters all that much, but just thought the player might have their eye off the ball for just half a second, which would enable him to get a freebie. But no, just reminding them that he is at least present and they can't just walk around and do as they please. This is upstairs, mind you, as well. Thinking back to what we spoke about with like Clubhouse. 60 seconds in, BDS are normally back on site. Here they are really committing hard to this top floor hold, arguably because it is more essential, it's Mellow, to get the opener onto a Lems.
A good start for Heroic. Once again, they need to build on it, but let's not forget the last round where they did have an advantage at points in the round, but were unable to get it onto the scoreboard. And BDS just showing a mastery of being able to hold on to certain key positions to prevent Heroic getting what they need. Shaiko out of the window, manages to take Uno down, but the trade is there, essential on a Skyscraper jump out, because it's so long a distance for the defenders to get themselves back in the map that you have to punish it. 3 versus 4 now, 1 minute 15 to go.
I'm pretty sure it was Doom earlier on Twitter who was the one joking about jumping out of windows, having a really aggressive game, but so far it's been Shaiko, both on Clubhouse Construction Window and also here on Skyscraper, making those kind of plays. So fair play to him for that at the very least. Brede into one onto Doom. You've got Benja and Mello both sat on about 10 HP apiece. It's not looking fantastic for Heroic.
Not at all. Benja just trying to work the vertical angles, get anything he can going for Heroic. But as you say, that low HP could come back to bite them. 47 seconds. We see the explosion of the soft breach charge there, just opening up the floor. Completely stuck at the minute. Leaker fight, but that's one way out of it, Des. You just fight your way out of it. Knows that he's being challenged from the bottom of Black Stairs. Grizzly manages to find Renshiro. Can Leaker fight? Find a second. He can't be allowed to do this, Des. He just needs to hold his position now. Don't get carried away. He knows that the last man's there. He's going to take almost all of Grizzly's health. And as the push comes in through the single door, will it be Leaker fight? Yes, it will. BDS go onto map and match point.
Leaker Fact this year has, not just in this series, but across the whole year, time and time again demonstrated that he could be one of the best players in the world, if not already there. The awareness that he shows, the game sense, the stuff we saw on the telestrator earlier from Fresh, just time and time again, he is proving himself to be, you know, we've seen players like Spoit play absolutely fantastic, but I think Leaky Fack is putting himself up there as probably one of the pickups of the year. He's absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, no two ways about it. No two ways about it. You know, I'd extend that as well to say, you know, performances aside, the thing that I like about Leaker-Fack, and I would extend this to Spoit as well, is that it's just pure entertainment watching him. I just love watching him.
Yeah.
It's just fun to watch. He's not just... Sometimes he's sitting holding an angle, sometimes he's not. He takes fights that he shouldn't win and he wins them, and he turns rounds on its head, and the little backstabs when he comes in, and you think he's getting away with this again. And it's just pure entertainment to watch, and I am here for it. And you know, the more players like that we get into Siege, the better, because it just elevates. And I think we've had a fantastic year for competitive Siege. I think we've had some unbelievable games. We've had a number of what we would probably class top 5, top 10 games ever have come this year. And
Thank
it's
you,
players
Faze.
like that are doing it. Renshiro showing that the old boys can do it too, though. He's going to cut down Uno.
This can't
Stop
go this
it,
way,
Des.
because we've
Stop,
got to see
don't mention
BDS.
it.
BDS need to lose this round, so Uno can go 0-20. The dream is still alive. He's 0-19 at the minute, the poor sod.
Oh, gosh.
But again, just to kind of jump on Leaky Fat for a second again, it's again, no disrespect to anyone like Spoit, unbelievable talent that we've got in the game as well. But what I love most about Leaky Fat and what I think makes him a little bit different, he isn't playing like an entry role. He's not playing a flashy role. Often he's playing flank watch, or he's playing flex, or he's playing a more supportive role like in that last round, yet he still puts up these massive charts up in performances, and that's what makes him so scary. The kind of maturity and patience we see in him, no doubt instilled somewhat by BDS, is just next level. It's unreal, genuinely.
Really smart deployment of the shield there from Shaiko, just preventing the Monty push from working its way up those stairs. He's going to keep challenging, you know, who else but Shaiko would continue fronting up a Monty. He knows that there's going to be a second nade, comes in, takes the shield out, there's the aggressive push, and Shaiko just keeps on fighting. He won't be moved, but he eventually has to dip himself away here. Mello managing to establish himself at the top of Black Stairs, but the usual avenue for Monty to move into sight is reinforced this time, so Heroic are going to have to think on their feet.
Come on, Heroic, just win this one. I know it's bad to kind of wish a player to do bad, but I really want just the 0-20 dream to be complete. It's all I want to see. At this point, though, it feels like it might not be, as BDS, with that numbers advantage, already starting to hold fast against these members of Heroic who are working their way in. They're down to 70 seconds. They've got control of top Black, but that's about it. BDS have just moved and relocated themselves out towards Drum, out towards Shrine side, and just saying, look, you want the ground, you can take it, but we've got the long angle still, my friend.
This is it, they've got the map control, but what are Heroic doing with it? All they're doing is breathing in toxic smoke at the minute because they just stood still, they've stalled. They've got Grizzly on karaoke window, they're trying to work an angle, they're trying to work a method to try and get inside his sight, but Shaiko's having none of it. He gets one, he gets two. His day is not complete yet. You just know that there's more coming from him. Grizzly's going to have to get inside to try and support Mello on the Monty, but this is almost certainly now BDS's moment. Shaiko, he's going to get himself another as he completely bullies the Monty, but he can't find the last. No, it will be that man Leaker Fact once again as BDS close things out and they take the win to find themselves in the EUL League final tomorrow against MNM.
And what terrifies me more than anything, Tim, is they look just as strong as they did back in Jönköping as well. The scary thing is a lot of teams will win a tournament like that and then drop off a little bit. They'll take it easy. But BDS look absolutely on fire today. What a performance by them. Fully earning that spot. We do get the France versus England rematch tomorrow that I don't know if I'm excited or terrified about. But again, what a show. I really can't pile enough praise on Leaky Fack as well. What a series he's just had.
BDS have just ascended to the position that a lot of people thought that they should be for the last few years, and that is possibly currently the top team in the world. They've won the majors, so you'd have to argue that it puts them in that top spot, but they're also playing like it does. They're absolutely phenomenal at the minute.
Dare we dream for SI, Tim? Dare we start dreaming that this might finally be the time?
EU.
I know, this is the thing. I don't know. Time will tell. They've got to get past MNM tomorrow first as well. Are equally looking pretty good earlier on today as well. One thing's for sure, though, it's going to be super exciting to see how that final goes down. We'll go to a quick break when we come back. Desk, we'll take it away. If not already now, I don't know. We'll find out in a minute. Go, production, go.
Hello, everybody. Victory for BDS achieved 2-0. Let's have a chat with the winners. Not ready. There you go. All right. Hello.
Hello.
That was not ready, so we'll be in with the Lambs in just a moment because he has to cuddle up his cat, and then that'll pretty much prep him to go for the interview. But a victory for BDS 2-0. Now, look, I know chat was going wild about us. Put the Uno subject on the side, okay? Unfortunate scoreboard, unfortunate day. We all have those days, okay? Not, but let's put that aside and talk about the winners. Because BDS do it and they go to yet another final. I'm saying that as I get the call that LMs is ready. So, you know what? Scratch that and let's have a chat with LMs. This is very scuffed. Let's go. Hello, LMs.
Hello.
It sure took your sweet time, but you're here. What's up, champ? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, to be honest.
You feel
it's
that
good to be back
with the Jönköping win, and now you're in the grand final. We're gonna win another tournament this year.
I don't know if we will win, but the goal is to be a back-to-back EU champ. So we'll do our best.
All right. Well, talk to me about today because we saw the map bans for the day, and we saw Clubhouse up first, and we had some questions about it. Did that surprise you too, or what happened?
To be honest, yes, we got a bit surprised by the Clubhouse pick. I don't know why people. I mean, if it was like a very good club's team, but Eric is good on club, but they are not known as a very, very good. So it surprised us a bit, to be honest. And but they played like kind of aggressive, surprised us a bit. But when we came back on Skyscraper, we know how to play against this kind of team. So it was much easier.
Okay, and you talk about Skyscraper. Things worked out very well for you, and it seemed like you were able to kind of tilt off Heroic during the game. Was there a game plan that you were applying? What was the system of play for Skyscraper?
To be honest, I won't say that much, but they were playing aggressive, and we have things set up for teams that play like this. And if you want to know, we decided to have this kind of play style since our loss against W7M in the group matches of the Jönköping Major.
Okay.
And we discussed after this defeat, and that's it.
Maybe coaches can extrapolate some information from that. But LMs, now you're in the final. You know that you're going up against MNM. Des was talking about France versus UK, which we all know that France would win any day. But what about in Siege in this EUL final?
To be honest, we always respect MNM as a team. They are they are in the EU team that are the most stable, yeah. So we respect them. It will be a great match, and hopefully we will take the win.
That would be a very good way to close off your year with another win, right? It's not bad.
Yeah, it will be amazing.
50,000 euros on the line too. More winnings for you to cash out, right? It's good times.
Yeah, good times.
I love the positivity of it. LMs, thank you very much. Anything you'd like to say to the BDS fans after your victory today and your grand final qualification?
Thanks to all the fans that are supporting us. Merci à tous. On vous fait plein de bisous, on vous lit, on reçoit tous vos messages, on voit votre soutien sur le chat. Donc merci infiniment et voilà. Je vous fais plein de gros bisous. Toute l'équipe vous fait plein de gros bisous. And thanks as well for the casting and the analysis desk. You guys are amazing.
I like how you were only looking to the camera for the French fans. I say
you are amazing, analyst desk.
Thank you very much, LMs. Congratulations on your victory. We'll see you and BDS tomorrow against MNM. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah. See you. Have a good night, guys.
There it is. We're back at LMs. There's something to extrapolate maybe from this, that change of play style, ready for against aggressive teams on Skyscraper.
Well, we'll see when they play against a good aggressive team how well that works for them. But yeah, I mean, it was just a resounding victory for them, really, wasn't it? Not a single player going negative. I'm not going to touch too much on that in regards of Heroic. But yeah, BDS just incredibly strong, consistent. They knew what they wanted to do. These LMs has told us that exactly there. They knew exactly what they were going to come up against. It was aggressive, and they were going to play. A little bit of insight from this as well is I know this is something that BDS have experienced on Sky for quite a long time. Because I spoke with their old coach Bios on this map, and he said a lot of the practice that they had on Sky was teams being super aggressive against them, and that was what surprised Bios when we played them on this map. And I think that that is still true to this day. I think Heroic were far too aggressive and far too open here. We saw exactly how MNM played this map, and it was all very tight. They dropped off, they held crossfires together, and I think that's what ultimately happened here.
I got caught right as well. Did you not hear it?
I heard it, but
Okay.
I'm a professional.
Okay, sorry.
God damn, dude. He does one event and suddenly. All right. Well, Shaiko's MVP again.
Not surprised. I mean, he had a really good start of the game as well, going 6-0. The thing I want to touch up on is I think BDS at the moment have a really good momentum. We talked about the map pool being very much in their favor for this game. That adaptability, what LM spoke about in the interview, something I really like as well. They were unbeaten on Clubhouse until they took a loss against W7M in the major. So then to come back and to change your mindset and like, oh, we have ideas on how to play against more aggressive teams. They obviously know how Heroic played on Clubhouse as well during the major. That's really good to have. On the side of Heroic, yes, you mentioned the aggression. Yes, they had the opening kill quite a few times, but then they weren't able to convert that into your round. He's got some moves.
Yeah. Sinterklaas knows how to party. Being from the Benelux, they all know how to party in the Benelux. But yes, to close up your point, Anne, sorry, he got in the way. No disrespect, please.
No, I was done speaking. Like you said, like a professional, I finished my sentence and then I touched up on the thing that was moving around.
He has a name, actually. But let's have a telestration moment with Jack. All right.
I'm just going to walk in normally, Milosh. I'm not going to dance in. I'm not going to interrupt like that.
You should do the same moves,
Thank God for that.
No, my moves are nowhere near as good as that. So, anyway, going to do a little telestration. Now, it's about Skyscraper, and one of the things that I always harp on about on Skyscraper is win conditions. Understanding your win conditions and playing to your win conditions. Now, you're going to excuse me, I'm going to lean across. Brede playing Bandit. Leakfak playing Mute. LM's playing Kaid. Now, if you know this as attackers and you know that all of these operators are available, it's basic 101 of Siege that you're going to bring, also with Thatcher available, some kind of EMP, Thatcher or Impact EMPs, and then a nade or something from below to stop the Bandit tricking when you're trying to open walls. Heroic didn't do that. They just tried to do the Sophia and the Sophia stun. Now, that's great. That works against a Bandit. It would get rid of a Mute Jammer. Unfortunately, the Cade Claw was around the corner, and they could not deal with the Cade Claw. So, first objective, completely failed by Heroic. They just basically stand look at walls. Thatcher was available. Impact EMPs had been played previously by Uno, like playing on Blackbeard with the Impact EMPs as well. So then they go around and they think, oh, well, what about the wall for the breach? That's also now being Bandit tricked. So for Heroic, their primary objective to open the walls directly to site went completely wrong. They were not playing to the win conditions, whereas BDS were. Now, they actually had quite a good attempt at trying to recover this round. I'm just going to speed it through in 2x speed because it's quite a long round. They actually very quickly decided that they couldn't get there and rotated for a full clear with about a minute and a half to go. However, because they spent a minute trying to open the walls, what we're going to see is they end up basically 3-4 person funneling through Terrace Door because there basically is no other option for them. They've just got to funnel through the choke points that BDS then set up. BDS actually played it very well. They rotated the Mute Jammers, they rotated the people, they rotated basically all of their attention to the full clear that was coming out across. And again, as we move back through, 40 seconds, and it really does stall Heroic out. And you sat there thinking, well, why are Heroic forcing themselves through this terrace doorway with 30 seconds to go? And it's because right at the start, they didn't bring the tools that were necessary to actually do the jobs that they wanted to do. They brought a Sophia, they brought 2 Hardbreach, they brought an Ashen and Ayana. There was no EMPs, there was no Thatcher, and they didn't do it in synergy, and essentially that's what happens. It gets to 10, 9 seconds, 8. They've got to funnel through a single breach, a single doorway, and BDS are going to make this round just look like it was absolutely easy, and it's all because Heroic didn't bring the right lineup, basically.
Thank you very much, Jack, and you can join us on the desk if you want. That's pretty much us.
I'm going to have to screw my
done.
box aside.
I'm shimmying in.
Sorry.
Anyways, let's close off our day. Here's a recap of what happened in our play day. Of course, we had 2 best of 3s. We'll have the same tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a moment. Wolves versus MNM. Well, honestly, Wolves dropping the ball. MNM making it to the grand final. Gift wrapped, I have to say, that matchup. Heroic versus BDS. Well, despite Heroic's very bold map picks, still was not enough. BDS made it through into the grand final. We'll have MNM versus BDS. Very excited for that one tomorrow, but that is only game number 2 for our final of the entirety of 2022, really, here at EUL. That's a best of 3, but before that, we have another best of 3, and we'll show the bracket here for EU Challenger League. For those that didn't watch EUCL, don't you worry, we're going to fill you in on a lot of those details that you may have missed tomorrow on our pre-show, so do not miss that, because game number 1 is the grand final of Challenger League, 10-star versus the Unlimited. Big shout out again to our talent here. There's Challenger League and Gennaro, Whippet, Gibson, Demo, and Exor Troika that were here filling us all with a lot of joy, really, because the time between Jönköping and now was kind of empty. We had the quals and CL. It's a good thing we had those, because yeah, it kind of feels that you always want to watch some Siege, some competitive Siege especially, and it feels empty when you don't have a bit of it at least every week, right? Something about it. You can never really retire from Siege, can you?
No, there's always Siege on, Milosh. There's always Siege on somewhere, some way.
That's true. And there's more and more coming of it. We saw the changes that are going into the esports ecosystem come 2023, with more and more to be revealed over the next, I guess, couple of months as we hit Invitational. Very excited for all of that to be out and about between people. We'll see how it goes. All right. Final thoughts on this, since we kind of want to prep to see what happens in tomorrow's Playday. I ask you, 10-star or the Unlimited? You can't say anything, because we already know it's 10-star.
That's not actually true.
Oh?
I'm friends with some of the Unlimited boys.
Friends is a...
Okay.
So you can call them by the real name because you know them like that?
Yeah, let's say some
Oh,
real
well, then
names.
you're not friends.
No, I don't know the real name.
I call her Anne because we're just buddy-buddy like that.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine.
Oh, I think no matter what, we're going to get two teams that are they play to the meta, is what I'm like to call it. I think they play to the meta better than quite a few of the lesser EUL teams right now, including Rogue. I think they play very aggressive Siege, they play good Siege, they play off of each other, which is the main part. It's like the number one thing. It's why Wolves didn't win today, and they'll be really upset about and disappointed about. Who's going to win? I don't know. I'm going to say 10-star because it's UK. It's a very simple solution for me. Yeah.
A lot of people are saying 10-star will win it, but they've actually played against each other before in one of the very first matches in the playoffs bracket for Challenger League, and it was almost Unlimited that came out victorious. It was a very small move, which we'll touch upon more tomorrow, that actually led to it the other way, but I think these teams will have a very good showing against each other.
All right, I'm very excited for it. That is our first matchup of the 2 that we have in store for you tomorrow. It'll be the grand final for Challenger League and then the grand final of European League. Very excited for it. MNM were in the grand final of Challenger League last year, a year ago. Well, year and maybe a few days, but a year ago. And they made it into UL and into SIs now, 2 invitationals in a row. That's pretty darn impressive. So I'm very excited to see. Maybe there'll be players on the Unlimited or 10-star or other teams really within the ecosystem that will be spotted by other teams here in EUL and think, maybe we should have them on our rosters. We've had quite a bit of that over the past year, that's for sure.
I mean, there's even still time to change before SI.
That's true.
You never know.
2 players.
A really good performance tomorrow with everybody watching EU finals. There's not really a better chance to showcase yourself.
And we know that Heroic need one as well.
I was just going to mention.
Might need 2, actually.
Who knows?
We'll see.
You're mean.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, you can't say stuff like that, fresh.
Honestly.
Sorry.
Anyways, let's close off our day. It was a lot of fun today, a bit earlier than we're used to in here, but you know what? It was pretty good. It was an enjoyable time, because usually we finish at like 4 hours from now, at 12:30, 37 a.m. So it's a welcome change of pace. I think we should keep that up for the future.
But then we start earlier as well, right?
That's okay. I mean, you're still starting in the afternoon. It's like when you're at majors, and then your first day is like, hey, call time is 7:30 a.m. and then the next day is like, call time is 4 p.m.
Yeah,
like, whoa, okay. That's a wild change of pace. You can actually go work out and like hang out with people. That's fun. Major was fun, wasn't it?
It is.
They always are.
Yeah, it was good to have you, Anne.
I really enjoyed it, yeah.
Yeah, it was good to have Alfama, who knows what he's talking about also. was good.
Don't you think Alfama and Tristan kind of look like each other, by the way?
That's true. Oh, is Alfama like the French Tristan?
He's not won a major, sadly.
Did you, though? You're a coach.
I think I did. Spite's like my duo.
It's like saying Doki won the Pro League. Like, yeah, it was technically on Navi, but what is he?
He did.
He did.
He did.
It's like saying Fresh played for G2, but like, did he?
I think we should be careful talking about that Navi roster, actually.
Oh, well, on that note, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, same starting time as we had today. So around 3:45 p.m. local time here in Europe, in Paris, CET. Take care, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Bye-bye.
will be that man leaker back once again.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.